preposterous. And I'm sure that if you were to ask, any Indian fan, cricketers, all of would just, rubbish this sort of a thing. But I just want to know the same thing. Where do you think this confidence has suddenly come from? Because maybe a couple of years ago, if this confusion was over, arrangements, there could have been blame game. But this sort of an idea would have never come that India is scared to play Pakistan. Is that newfound confidence come after the last game, or maybe those few victories that they've had versus India in the recent past?
Well, I mean, basically, if you have a look at all the statements that come out from their side, and which sadly our media happily, gives them, prominence. We have, Pakistani players, Australian players selecting Indian teams. I mean, how is it their concern? We have, in our papers, so and so saying, oh, he should have been in the, some overseas player. Does Harbhajan, myself, Kapil Dev, or anybody select the Australia team or the Pakistan team or any team? We don't select. It's none of our business. But we allow everybody else to meddle into our cricket. And so, this is the sad part. So from there, it's always been, oh, Babar is better than Kohli and Rohit Sharma. Or Shaheen Shafri is better than so-and-so. Inzamam is better than Sachin Tendulkar. So-and-so. For them, they are always better than us. So that is what, that is the way they have to cater to their audience. And therefore, that is what happens, that, always trying to show that this is the situation. In Mumbai cricketing terms, we call, such this thing, GTU. You know what GTU is? You know what GTU is, no?
Yes. Gire to bhi tang upar. Am I correct?
Correct.
That's brilliantly summed up, Saibhai. But you know what? I'll also use a Hindi phrase. वो क्या होता है? They say ना जिस पेड़ पे फल होते हैं उसी पे लोग पत्थर मारते हैं. That is why I guess everyone loves to pick the Indian team. Everyone loves to talk about the Indian team. Because not the rest of the world isn't too interested in maybe the rest of the team. That's why everyone likes to focus on the Indian team and pick teams and decide who should be captain and who shouldn't be captain.
You don't allow them. Don't allow them. Don't give them any this thing in your papers or in your media. You have a South African saying, he should have been in the team. You have an Australian saying he should have been in the team. How is it their concern? They are not selectors for us. Yeah, बहुत ज़्यादा होता है. I think, you have somebody saying, no, he should bat at number 3, he should bat at 4. Come on. We don't need your advice.
Yeah. Bilkul sahi, sir. 100% sahi. Because all these people, they come from abroad and they played for their respective teams. And now they are coming and selecting an Indian team. Wow. That's something, I mean, amazed me ki, wow, kaise hota hai? Aur yahi hota hai, sir. No one allows us to go to Australia or go to England to make their team. But people invite those legends, so-called, to come over and make Team India. And who should bat in number 3 or number 4, or they'll guide us. Ki kaun pehla over kare or kaun last. Wow.
Okay, I'm going to wrap up.
See, we Cancerians agree.
I
always agree with you.
Lots of Cancerians in Indian team. I'm finishing off the discussion with one final point. And interestingly, because we were talking about, foreign players talking about Indian cricket, I'm going to get both of you to talk about a foreign player. And that's the last bit on the discussion. Harbhajan, let me start with you. I wanted to talk about Heath Streak, who passed away very recently. You've played against him. How will you remember Heath Streak, the cricketer?
Someone who was very, very well respected in that Zimbabwean dressing room, and also in the opposition's dressing room, even in our dressing room. Someone who was a match winner, and more than that, he was a guy you can go talk to him, and very happy kind of soul. So it's a very sad kind of news when I heard that he's no more. There are a lot of memories which we played together. We spoke, after the game. So that remains with me. But yeah, wherever he's gone, I hope he rests in peace, and condolences to his family. He was a great, great, great guy.
Saibhai, to you as well. You never played against him, but you commentated on a lot of games that he was playing. You visited Zimbabwe multiple times.
He was a top player, no question about it. One of Zimbabwe's best ever players. And I did have the occasion to interact with him, being the chairman of the cricket committee, which looked into some of the playing conditions, etc. Being the Zimbabwe captain, did have the occasion. He was came across always big fella, but came across as a very soft-spoken, giant. And very sad news that he passed away so soon. We all knew that he had been ailing for a while, and that it was going to be an uphill battle, which sadly he has lost. But I hope his soul rests in peace.
All right. Sunny Gavaskar, Harbhajan Singh, remembering Heat Streak, one of the finest cricketers to come out of Zimbabwe. Thank you so much for taking our time speaking to India today. Hopefully next time I'm live, I will have Harbhajan Singh in person, because I know he's going to be flying into Sri Lanka, standing next to me. Sunny Bhai won't be coming. He needs to recuperate after so many, assignments, commentary assignments all across the world. He's decided, a tournament or two, I'll just relax, sit back and enjoy it from the drawing room of my Mumbai homes.
I knew all this was going to happen, so I didn't want to travel from one place, from Kandy to Colombo to Hambantota to whatever it is,
That's why. Trust Sunny Bhai, always forward-looking. Trust him to, plan his travel so far ahead. But maybe a thing or two for all of us to learn. But thank you so much for taking our time. And hopefully we may get some game India-Pakistan, but I'll keep updating you with the weather. For the moment, Nikhil Nath signing off from Colombo.
The new world order starts here, and a rising India is leading the way. A new template for a changing world.
India in the front seat for global peace and prosperity as world leaders line up for the big event.
India Today gives you the only ringside view. The faces, the voices, the big news breaks. Unrivaled build-up to the G20 summit.
Namaste G20. Continuing coverage only on India Today TV.
The Delhi declaration of the 18th G20 summit refers to war in Ukraine and not war against Ukraine. It's a significant shift in language from the Bali Declaration of 2022. After intense brainstorming and negotiations, G7 countries and EU agreed to climb down over language from Bali.
India worked very closely with Brazil, South Africa and Indonesia. And I want to say that it was the emerging markets which played a very key role. The issue was clinched because of the leadership of the Prime Minister, because eventually we had to say that the leader wants it. It was just brilliant teamwork by India, which has enabled us to achieve consensus on an issue on which the world has evaded any consensus.
The Delhi Declaration recorded the consensus regarding the war in Ukraine, wherein all states must act in consistency with the purpose and principles of the UN Charter in its entirety. So all states must refrain from the threat or use of force to seek territorial acquisition against any independent sovereign state, and the use or threat of use of nuclear weapons is inadmissible. It also acknowledged that G20 is not the platform to resolve geopolitical and security issues.
I think we are being transparent. I mean, it is a fact. This is today a very polarizing issue. There are multiple views on this. There are a spectrum of views on this. So I think in all fairness, it was only right to record what was the reality in the meeting rooms. And
while the Delhi Declaration highlighted the global impact of the war in Ukraine on food and energy security, supply chains, macro-financial stability, inflation and growth, it emphasized on peaceful resolution of conflict through diplomacy and dialogue.
Bali was Bali and New Delhi is New Delhi. I mean, Bali was a year ago. The context, the situation was different. There are, in totality, 8 paragraphs, 7 of which actually focus on the Ukraine issue, and many of them highlight problems which are of great contemporary significance. One should not have a theological view of this. I think the New Delhi Declaration responds to the situation and concerns as it is today.
The war in Ukraine does impact all, and the Delhi Declaration has become a green roadmap to tackle the conflict with determination.
One Earth, one family, one future. That's the focus of this G20 summit.
Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Hello everyone, this is Anita Brito in conversation with the one and only Shyam Kaushal. Hello sir, कैसे हो आप?
हेलो नमस्कार जी.
आपको सबसे ज्यादा कौन से एक्टर के साथ काम करके मजा आया, मुझे ये बताइए. आई नो सबके साथ आया होगा, बट एक तो फेवरेट होगा ही आपका.
तो मेरा एक मानना होता है, जैसा मैं आज भी ओपनली बोलता हूँ कि पिछले मैं 43 साल में मेरे को कोई बुरा आदमी नहीं मिला. तो मैं कभी सोचता नहीं हूँ कि अगर कुछ कमियाँ होंगी तो मेरे में होंगी. कोई बुरा आदमी नहीं है, कोई भी ऐसा. जब मैं एक्टर्स मेरे जो छोटे हैं, जैसा रणबीर सिंह, रणबीर कपूर, अर्जुन कपूर, उन्होंने मेरे साथ शुरू किया, जब भी मिलते पैर छूटे हैं, ऐसा बच्चों की तरह. तो आप अगर उनको प्यार देते हो तो आपको सामने से प्यार मिलेगा ही. जब भी आप अपने आप में कुछ ऐसा होल्ड बैक रखते हो फिर वो चीज़ें आती. लेकिन मेरा कभी आज तक ऑनेस्टली मतलब कभी कुछ इशू नहीं हुआ किसी के साथ भी. अमित जी के साथ इतना अच्छा रिलेशन है, बहुत. शाहरुख
डॉन टू अभी डॉन 3 आ रही है उसके.
हाँ करेक्ट है, डॉन टू. तो नहीं, पर शाहरुख के साथ 2 डॉन बनाई ना कि नहीं?
2 डॉन, एक ही डॉन है ना. डॉन 3 अभी रिलीज हुई है रणवीर के साथ.
हाँ,
तो पहली वाली
अमित जी के साथ. हाँ, डॉन जो 2005 या 6 में शायद. हाँ
ईयर मुझे.
तो उसमें वो शॉट था बीच पे ना, गाड़ी चलाना, ब्लास्ट होता है फायर का, गाड़ी पूरी ब्लास्ट में. हाँ. और फिर ये चलाते निकलते. तो फरहान डायरेक्टर थे, उन्होंने मतलब ही सो इंटेलिजेंट एंड टेक्निकली सो परफेक्ट. हाँ, उन्होंने इधर बोनट पे कैमरा लगाया, फिर ऐसा कि ना एक ही शॉट में देख रहे हैं शाहरुख ऐसा गाड़ी चलाते आ रहे हैं, ब्लास्ट हुआ, पूरा आग बाग भरी, और फिर निकले ऐसे. हाँ.
के मैच में फैंस आते हैं यहाँ पर
Well, hello and welcome to our special show, Road to the World Cup, coming to you live from where all the action is at the moment. That is Colombo, that is the Premadasa Stadium, and I'm coming to you live from there. Just a short while ago, you heard from Harbhajan Singh and Sunil Gavaskar. At that time, they were setting up the game for you. I've quickly changed my location and come to ground zero because this is where all the action is going to be. And first and foremost, this is the biggest question on everyone's mind, and let me answer that. How's the weather looking like? Because you know what happened in the last game between India and Pakistan that was to take place in Palakele. There were rain clouds through the day. The sun kept playing hide and seek with the clouds, and then you got some bit of game. You got half the innings with a few interruptions, but the second half of the innings just could not happen. There were rain clouds that were threatening to wash out this particular game as well. Game number 2 in the Asia Cup between India and Pakistan. But I'm very happy to report that right now it's all clear. In fact, the weather has been very kind the last 3 days, because for the last 3 days we've not had rain here. I've been here for a good 5-6 day period in Colombo, and the first 2.5 days we had a lot of rain, and there were doubts about this game going forward. There was a lot of criticism that was coming by the way of the Asian Cricket Council for having organized the tournament here, knowing fully well that you could encounter a lot of rain in Colombo. There was this entire controversy over why not move it to Hambantota, with Pakistan saying that India is scared of playing Pakistan. That is why they don't want to move it to Hambantota. All of that has happened. All of that is behind us. All of that now, as I speak right now, is done and dusted, because there is sunshine here. There has been sunshine since the morning. It was a clear day yesterday as well, which is why you got to see a full 100-over match between Sri Lanka and Bangladesh yesterday. So that's good news. So if you've got plans for this Sunday, well then, what do I suggest? Get a big bucket of popcorn, other snacks, your soft drink, juices, whatever your poison might be, and get ready to see a long day of cricket, because a one-day game, as you know, goes on for 7-8 hours, and keeping my fingers crossed, hopefully you will get 7-8 hours of cricket, which means hopefully you will get to see 100 overs of the match. So that's the good news. The toss will be happening any moment now, and we'll update you with the toss as well as changes to the playing 11. Sunny Gavaskar joins us live once again on the program. Sunny bhai, the teams will be out very soon, but do you expect India to make any sort of changes in this game? Maybe an additional spinner, considering that Premadasa ends up helping the spin bowlers. What do you reckon India would want to go with in terms of your playing 11? Also remember, KL Rahul is available for selection.
Well, I'm not in Colombo, so I don't know what the pitch looks like, what the overhead conditions are. You said it's bright, so maybe a spinner could be included. But if there's a change that needs to be made, I think instead of Shardul Thakur, maybe Mohammad Shami, because you want wicket-taking bowlers as well, not somebody who's going to just contain the batters. You need wicket-taking bowlers. So Mohammad Shami would be a very good replacement, I think, for Shardul Thakur.
Shaiva, that's interesting that you talk about that India go with wicket-taking bowlers, in which case you'll have to go with your 3 frontline fast bowlers in Siraj, Shami and Bumrah, and of course Jadeja, Kuldeep do play. But then the other argument on that front is, Shaiva, that the batting balance goes awry, because at number 7 with Jadeja, that's where your batting ends then.
Well, with all the batting talent that India has, if it needs a number 8 to be able to push the score along, then that's not such a great thing. But Kuldeep Yadav at number 8 is a pretty handy batter as well. So I don't think India should be looking at it in a negative mindset. I think India should be looking at it with a positive intent to try and get early inroads into the Pakistani batter, because you make those early inroads, you put pressure on Pakistan, whether they are batting first or whether they are chasing any total that India puts up.
That's interesting from Pakistan as well. They have decided to announce their 11 on the eve of the game, but we are getting breaking news right now in terms of the toss, and Pakistan have won the toss and they have decided to bowl first. That does not come as a surprise, because quite often we've seen here at the Premadasa Stadium, or as the locals call it, the Khetarama, batting under the light, tends to get slightly easier. On certain days, you get a lot of dew here as well. But I will report the fact that yesterday I was here during the Sri Lanka versus Bangladesh game, and there was no dew. So that will be a relief for any team that is going to be bowling second. And in this occasion, it is going to be India that will be bowling second, because Pakistan have won the toss. That's the big news coming out of the Premadasa. Pakistan have won the toss and have decided to put India in. So once again, you will have the Pakistani fast bowlers coming hard at the top order of India, and Pakistan will kind of get that advantage, as I was mentioning, of batting second here under the lights at the Premadasa Stadium. Sunny Gavaskar still with us. Saibhai, what do you make of the decision? It was kind of expected that maybe the team that wins the toss may decide to put the other team in to bat here, because batting here tends to get slightly better second inning. What have you made of the Premadasa conditions in the games that you've seen so far in the Asia Cup? Yesterday was one game that was played here.
I don't think batting becomes easier in the second innings. We saw that yesterday as well. I think when the twilight is on, that is the time the ball can swing a lot more. So that might actually be a big plus for India when they're opening their bowling against the Pakistani batters. Quite clearly, what Pakistan is thinking is that they rattled the Indian top order in the previous game when they bowled first. And clearly, I think that's what they're looking at, to rattle the Indian top order. But also maybe because the DL method might come into play in case there's there are late showers, say at 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock, and the overs get reduced, then that DL method will come in. So maybe that's one of the reasons why they have also opted to field first.
Okay, that's interesting from Sunny Gavaskar. He says maybe, and that is something that we've seen a lot of captains do, especially when rain is predicted in the second half of the day, as it is in the game versus Pakistan today, that Duckworth Lewis becomes very important, so it's best to chase. Maybe that is something that Babar Azam kept in mind. But Saibhai, from India's point of view, would they be happy batting first, or do you think they would have been happy batting second? Because, just to ease those nerves, simply because last time around the Pakistani bowlers got the better of the Indian batters. So, ease the nerves if you're fielding first and then come out to chase would have been better? Or you think, no, they'd be up for the challenge and say, okay, let us face the Pakistani bowling head on?
I think batting first is possibly better because, if it's a hot day there, the fielding team can get a little bit tired. Yes, if the batters are doing a lot of chasing, India's batting gets going, they have to chase a lot of balls to the boundary, then clearly I think they'll feel just a little bit tired. So when it comes to batting second, that can also affect the running between the wickets, for example, if you're tired from the fielding efforts. So that can be a plus as well. So but clearly what Pakistan is looking to do is to try and take advantage of what happened in the previous game, where they took 4 early wickets, and they're hoping that this time around they will not allow a 5th wicket partnership to flourish.
Okay, there's some more breaking news coming in when it comes to the Indian playing 11, and 2 changes India have made. So that answers a lot of questions that people had on their mind as to what would be the ideal combination for the Indian team. So the 2 changes right now that we're reporting that the Indian team has made is that Jasprit Bumrah comes back into the team for Mohammad Shami. So remember, Mohammad Shami played the last game. So Mohammad Shami is now out, which means Jasprit Bumrah, Mohammad Siraj are your 2 frontline pacers, backed by Shardul Thakur, who will be your backup fast bowler or the bowling all-rounder as you're looking at him, which means no place for Akshar Patel. Those were the other areas that people were looking at, maybe play the 3rd spinner. So India hasn't done that. They've gone in with 3 fast bowlers. Shardul Thakur, Jasprit Bumrah is back, and Mohammad Siraj. So those are your 3 fast bowlers. And then you've got 2 spinners in Kuldeep Yadav and Ravindra Jadeja. This is your bowling. In batting also, they've made 1 change. What is that change? And that's an interesting one. Shreyas Iyer has gone out of the playing 11 and KL Rahul has come in. And you know what? This was the talk of the town. This was being debated, that whether you go with Ishan Kishan or do you go with KL Rahul. Many were going with Ishan Kishan. The half of them were going with KL Rahul. Guess what? Both camps can be happy because Ishan Kishan is playing, KL Rahul, both of them are playing, and Shreyas Iyer has gone out. Before I get your thoughts, Saibhai, on KL Rahul as well as Ishan Kishan playing together, the news that we are getting is that Shreyas Iyer has not been rotated, has not been dropped from the 11. he's missing out because of an injury. He's got back spasm is what is being told to us right now. That is why he misses out, and KL Rahul comes in. And my question to you is, should we be worried, and what is happening to the Indian team injury management? Because he's just spent 7-8 months recuperating from an injury of the back, comes back, is past fit, plays the last game, has done a few practice session, and again has a back spasm. Should we be worried with Shreyas Iyer going forward, because he's part of the Indian World Cup team as well?
I think it's a worry, definitely, because if a player is out injured for 5-6 months with an injury, and then he has a similar injury now with less than a month left for the World Cup to start, I think, yes, it's an area of concern. But luckily, I think you can make changes in your team till, I think, the 28th or 29th of September, a week before the World Cup takes off. I think you can make, injury replacements, actually. And so I don't think, in case he's not fit, he doesn't recover, there will be somebody who will replace him. But it's sad because, while he was batting against Pakistan, he looked in good touch, Shreyas Iyer. He played a lovely cover drive. He had even played that hook shot well, but sadly for him, he found the fielder right there. If it had been 5 yards here, 5 yards there, it might have been a boundary.
Well, that's right. Sahib, I can confirm to you, I've been looking at him batting in the nets. He was looking very good in the nets as well. You talk about that innings that he played versus Pakistan, was very aggressive to begin with, showed some positive intent. So, I mean, now that he gets back spasm, is a bit of a surprise to me. I even seen him spend some time in the gym doing some hardcore exercises, and then comes the news of back spasm. So this is then a recurring injury. This is then a worrying sign for India, because you spent 8 months helping him recover, comes back. It's not even been a week, 10 days since he's been with the Indian team, and then once again has that back spasm, and he's part of your World Cup squad. Something then for the selectors to ponder over. And as Samibai was pointing out, till 27th, you have enough time to make as many changes as you want. We'll try and get you other perspective. Hopefully Harbhajan Singh will join us. We'll bring you some live updates of the fans from here on ground. We'll even tell you how the two teams are getting ready for this encounter, what was said in the pre-match press conference, all of that coming up. But one question from Sunny Gavaskar before I go to all those elements that we have with us. But overall, in terms of change, KL Rahul coming into the 11, what is it that you're looking forward to seeing from KL Rahul, and who keeps today? Ishan Kishan, KL Rahul, who would you like to see keep today?
Well, I get the feeling that maybe Ishan Kishan will keep wickets this time around, and KL Rahul will bat at 4 in place of Shreyas Iyer. So that's a good position for him to bat, because he's already done well at that position for number 4 or 5, and he gets a bit of a sighter as well with what happens earlier on, because he's batting at 4, what the pitch is doing, how the ball is swinging. So I think that will help him, settle in. We've all seen how good a player he is. So as far as his quality is concerned, it's not a worry at all. It's just that that little worry about the niggles that he's been picking up. So clearly, I think it's a good thing that he's batting at number 4.
Okay, that's very interesting. Harbhajan Singh also joins us live on the broadcast. But Rupa, that same question that I asked Sunny just now, Shreyas Iyer has not been dropped from the 11. What we are getting to know is that he's not playing today because he's got back spasm, which is why both Ishan Kishan and KL Rahul have been included in the 11. My question to you, which is exactly what I asked Sunny, are you worried? Does that raise question marks about our injury management? Because here's a player who spent 7-8 months recuperating from that back injury, comes back, just spends about 7 days with the Indian team and already starts having back spasm. Does that worry you, because he's part of the Indian World Cup squad as well?
Well, injuries are part and parcel of the game, as we all know that. But getting injured that often, obviously, it's either your bad luck or you're making actually position for KL Rahul. I think getting injured at this point of time, not just for the team but for also his own position, will probably put a lot of things correct for KL Rahul. I think that's something is very worrying, that players are getting injured yet again and again, and it's something to do with the kind of training what they do, or with the kind of efforts they put in. So I think that is the question NCA needs to answer, because that's where everyone go and train themselves and get ready for the games. But it's a bit unfortunate. Players are getting injured quite often, which can happen. Obviously nobody wants to get injured, but I think this opportunity will obviously open a big door for someone like KL Rahul. And what KL Rahul will bring on this table is stability in this batting lineup. I think in my view, he's a proper batsman who can score runs at any position. Though he opened and sometimes he bat down the order. We have always seen his one-day record is very good, and he's a correct player. It's good to see him there batting at number 4 for India, and I hope he grabs this chance and continue to score runs for Team India. And I'm a bit obviously surprised to see Shreyas sitting out, just playing after one game and getting injured. It's obviously not just his loss, it's also team's loss as well.
Right, it is a team's loss, because as Sunny Bhai was pointing out, Shreyas was looking good in that little bit of time that he spent on the crease versus Pakistan. Harbhajan, another question to you, and I was speaking to Sunny Bhai about it. You've played a lot here at the Premadasa Stadium. Pakistan have won the toss and have put India into bat. What do you reckon, which team now has an advantage? Because what we've seen with the Premadasa Stadium, it's a bit of a sticky wicket. Sometimes the ball holds on a bit, really doesn't come to the bat, which is why we've seen that even totals in the range of 260, 270 sometimes become match-winning totals, while in one-day cricket 300, 320 has now become par. But this stadium is very different. Can you tell us, with your experience of having played here, which team then holds the advantage, batting first or chasing second? And also you got to see the game yesterday between Sri Lanka, Bangladesh. So which team do you think hold the edge right now after the toss is done?
Well, I think Nikhil, batting first is a very good option here at Premadasa. I've played a lot of cricket there. The wicket is good to bat on, but obviously as the match progresses, the wicket tends to slow down a bit. So it's always nice to bat out there in the first half of the game, especially when the sun is out. And of course, later part, the ball skids on and plays the double pace kind of a wicket. And of course, a good spinner will always get a purchase from this pitch. So I believe batting first, it's a good thing to do here, and just try to put not 320 odd runs. Look for those 270, 280 kind of runs. If you look to get 280, you'll probably end up getting another 20 odd runs. So don't look to get 320, 350. That's obviously for those grounds where it's small boundaries and of course belter wickets. But this pitch obviously is not probably that kind of a wicket where you'll score 350, but 280 kind of a total. I think that'll be a match-winning total, and it's good to see India batting first. To be honest, that's my opinion. Anyways.
Okay, Saibhai, just what should be the approach of the Indian top order? We've heard from Rohit earlier as well, saying that they have to be a bit circumspect now because of that contest. Pakistan fast bowlers, Indian batters. What do you think should be the top order's approach now that they'll be facing Shaheen Shah Afridi and co in a short while from now?
Each ball on its merits, not to do anything predetermined. As batters tend to do in the T20 format. You've got 30 more overs in this game. You've got 50 overs. And with the kind of, the range of shots that Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli, Shubman Gill have, even if they have a slow start, as long as they get the measure of the pitch, what the ball is doing, they will be able to accelerate later on and catch up with the scoring rate, the asking rate. So I think they should just make sure that in the first 10 overs, no wicket falls, because that will mean that, you'll have given a nice little platform for your team.
Okay, Harbhajan, what do you reckon is going to happen? Because we are all now warming up to that contest. Shaheen Shah Afridi, Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli, many said that, listen, okay, that day they got the better of the Indian top order, but these are some experienced batters. How do you see that contest going on today in these conditions?
Well, I think it'll be another great contest to watch, and of course, both the side will be looking forward to, have this battle against each other. I hope this time our batter will come at the top of Shaheen Afridi and not give him any wicket. And of course, as Sunny sir mentioned, that first 10 overs are crucial with the new ball. It doesn't matter whether you're playing in Premadasa or you're playing in Sydney or in Calcutta. First 10 overs, just see that new ball through, and of course you have the opportunity to score runs in the next 40 odd overs, and you have the quality in your batting lineup. Back yourself not to give a wicket in first 10 overs, and then let's see what happens in next 40 overs. This same bowling lineup with Shaheen Afridi or the others will look ordinary if you don't give them any wicket up front.
All right, that is what you heard from both our experts in Sunil Gavaskar as well as Harbhajan Singh in terms of what is it that the Indian top order has to do, because most believe that that's where the contest is going to lie. But a big positive came around for the Indian team last time where they lost the top order, but Ishan Kishan as well as Hardik Pandya had that rear guard action and put a very competitive total for the Indian team. Unfortunately, we could not get a full contest on that occasion. Hopefully today the weather is good, as I'm reporting from here in Colombo. No dark clouds inside, so it seems like we might get a full official game this time around between India and Pakistan. But Sunny Gavaskar, Harbhajan Singh, thank you so much for taking our time and speaking to India today, helping us set up this particular encounter between India and Pakistan. We've already reported in terms of what India is going to be doing. They're going to be batting first. 2 changes for India. That too has been reported. But for the moment, I'm going to bid you guys adieu. Head to the press box, enjoy the game. But I'll leave you with the set of both Indian fans, Pakistani fans that have turned up here at the Premadasa Stadium in large number. There was a bit of banter between them. Listen in, and I'll see you now mid-innings. Bye-bye at the moment.
देखो मेरी बात सुनो, ये राम मेरा बड़ा अच्छा दोस्त है, तो मैं इसकी भावनाओं की बड़ी रिस्पेक्ट करता हूँ, कदर करता हूँ, लेकिन आज पाकिस्तान जीतेगा। अच्छा जी। ये राम राम करता हुआ यहाँ से निकलेगा और श्रीलंका में लंका पाकिस्तान ढाएगा।
जय श्री राम बोल रहे हैं क्योंकि लंका से जय श्री राम ही जीत के गए हैं।
अच्छा, टोपी की कहानी बताओ, बड़ी बड़ी अच्छी टोपी। मैं पंजाबी हूँ और पंजाबियों की जो शान होती है ना वो पगड़ी होती है। तो क्योंकि मैं पाकिस्तान को पंजाबी तो है भी है, नहीं, हर एक का अपना स्टाइल होता है, अपना अंदाज होता है, कोई किसी को कॉपी नहीं करता, हर एक का अपना अंदाज़ बयान होता है। तो मैं ये 2 फुट लंबी हाइट है मेरी कैप की, तो मैं समझता हूँ कि जितनी शान ऊंची मेरे पाकिस्तान की है, मेरे अजीम परचम की है, उतनी ऊंची शान वाली मेरी कैप होनी चाहिए। तो मैं अपने मुल्क की इस तरह नुमाइंदगी करता हूँ इस कैप के साथ।
अच्छा, एक सवाल दोनों से पूछूंगा जाने से पहले, आपको क्या लगता है मैच का, अगर आप बताएं क्या होने वाला फ्यूचर इस मैच में, अपनी तरफ से बताएं क्या होगा, कौन रन बनाएगा, कौन विकेट लेगा, कैसे रहेगा मैच?
देखिए हमारा बॉलिंग अटैक नो डाउट के बेस्ट जो है ना ओडीआई का बैलिंग अटैक है हमारा, अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह। और बैटिंग में आपके सामने है कि इनामुल हक जो है बड़ी अच्छी फॉर्म में है, बाबर आजम ठीक चल रहा है, और जो हमारा मोहम्मद रिजवान है 40-50 को तो इजीली वो भी निकाल लेता है अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह। यानी कि पाकिस्तान की जो बैटिंग लाइन है और बॉलिंग लाइन है, टीम कम्बिनेशन है ज़बरदस्त है, इससे अच्छी टीम और नहीं हो सकती। जीत हार जो है वो नसीब की बात है, टीम ज़बरदस्त है। इंडिया को
प्रेडिक्शन करो क्या होगा मैच में?
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह पाकिस्तान आराम से जीत जाएगा मैच, बड़ा मैच होगा, टाकरा होगा, लेकिन पाकिस्तान आराम से इंडिया को बीट करेगा। राम वापस जा रहे हैं इंडिया, इंडिया वापस जा रहे हैं।
पाजी मेरी बात सुनो, भूल लो मत, इंडिया के पास भी बॉलर हैं, बुमराह हैं स्पेशल।
पिछली बार चांस नहीं मिला पाकिस्तान की बैटिंग को,
हमारे बॉलर को चांस मिला था, दो डाला हमने।
कोई बात
नहीं यार,
हर एक दिन
रिजवान खुद कह रहा है इतना चैलेंजिंग टोटल।
बिल्कुल मैं रिजवान साहब की बात की रिस्पेक्ट करता हूँ, लेकिन अगर इतना अटैक बॉलिंग होती ना इंडिया की तो क्या नाम है, नेपाल 231 स्कोर उसी विकेट पे ना मारता।
231 ना देखो वो तो चलो दे
दी, चंगी टीम ने,
अच्छी टीम ने अच्छा खेला, क्रिकेट अच्छा खेला।
एक बच्चों का एक्सपीरियंस ही नहीं है, एक नए बच्चे आते 231 स्कोर 50 ओवर खेल।
Millet puddings, buns containing millets, Kerala red rice with millets, flat bread containing millet, an elaborate spread of millet recipes planned for the world leaders and delegates attending the G20 summit. A platter that showcases not just the flavors of India, but also India's commitment in promoting the cultivation and consumption of millets. And what makes it special is that it is not just a gastronomical delight, but also healthy. In fact, it was on India's insistence that the year 2023 was declared as the Year of the Millets by the UN.
Millets are whole grains which pack complex carbohydrates, a whole lot of fiber, protein, antioxidants, and a lot of essential micronutrients such as B vitamins and minerals like iron, zinc, calcium, magnesium, potassium, phosphorus, to name a few. Millets are also gluten-free. They have a low to moderate glycemic index, thus help in reducing blood sugar as well as help in lowering blood cholesterol.
Delegates visiting New Delhi to attend the G20 summit had the opportunity to savor delicious millet dishes from Odisha, thanks to the efforts of tribal women Raimati Gyuriya and Subhasha Mahanta, popularly known as Millet Didis. They shared valuable insights on millets, sustainable agriculture, healthy eating habits at the venue of the G20 summit in Delhi.
मो तो दिल्ली जाऊँगी आज फोन आसला सीटी जाइए मत बहुत खुशी लगुच जीवी बोली बाहर देशर लोक भी आसवे सीटी सांगे भी मिसबी तो के देखी ना देखी मिसबी कथा भी सांगे और आमर आदिवासी जयंती कर परम्परा अच्छी सीटा नहीं कि सीटी खोईबी आमर आदिवासी लोग कौन कौन व्यवहार कर भी नहीं कि जीवी.
Not only were millets on the menu, healthy but environment friendly in cultivating, a message India is sending out on sustainability. Millets are climate resistant and highly nutritious coarse grains grown across the country. Cuisines at the G20 summit were being given special attention, from millet thalis for President Joe Biden to desserts made of millets like ragi laddus and barley kheer. India did it all. In New Delhi with Sneha Murdani, Bureau Report, India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 28 and minimum 23 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 29 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 33 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 29 and minimum 22 degrees. Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 28 and minimum 23 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 29 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 33 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 29 and minimum 22 degrees.
Kerala's public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political black.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
वैष्णव जन तो तेरे कहिए जे पीर पराई जाने रे सकल लोक मां सहुने वंदे निंदा ना करे के नीरे सकल लोग मां सहुने वंदे निंदा ना करे के नीरे वाच काच मन निश्चल राखे धन धन जननी निश्चल राखे धन धन जननी तेरी रे वैष्णव जन तो तेरा गई है जे पीर पराए जाने रे।
A very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. It's such a momentous occasion. The G20 summit has finally come to an end and with a successful conclusion, all in consensus with the Delhi Declaration, while now the bilateral meetings with Prime Minister Modi and some of the top leaders begin. I'm going to take you through all that news and updates. The headlines first. Modi's big world peace message to end G20 summit concludes with Swastyastu Vishwa, Prime Minister's "Let there be peace in the world" message. The G20 Power Summit really concludes in New Delhi with Prime Minister Modi handing over the G20 presidency to Brazil. And that said, Prime Minister Modi ended this summit today with a final message of world peace. He stressed on Swastyastu Vishwa, let there be peace in the world. Day 2 of G20 summit begins with tribute to Mahatma Gandhi. Top delegates pay floral tributes to Mahatma Gandhi at the Rajghat. Prime Minister greets the world leaders with khadi. And Rishi Sunak's big Hindu connect was out on full display. Sunak bows in prayer at Akshardham Temple, invokes Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam prayers for G20 success and world peace. India today speaks to ultimate G20 insider on the grand success of G20 summit. G20 chief coordinator exclusive.
So within the G20 have been to ensure that the solutions that we seek through the G20 are those that address these concerns of the developing world, and the African Union is an important part of that group.
Kia Sonet, undeniably wild.
All right, now the 18th G20 summit that concluded. Let me take you through all that happened right from this morning, the top developments. Let's cut across. G20 summit continued its momentum as world leaders gathered at the Rajghat today. In fact, Prime Minister Modi extended a warm welcome to all the distinguished guests who marked a significant moment in the summit's proceedings as they reached the Rajghat and laid wreath. We see the world leaders participating in the wreath-laying ceremony at the Mahatma Gandhi Samadhi while being accompanied by a live performance of Mahatma Gandhi's cherished devotional songs. At Rajghat, Prime Minister Modi received the leaders one after the other, welcoming them at the memorial with khadi. In fact, a stole that was given by the Prime Minister to each one of those leaders, standing against the backdrop of Gandhi Ashram. Prime Minister Narendra Modi on Sunday received a sapling from the Indonesian President and Brazilian President as well, representing the G20 presidencies of last year and the next year. Ceremony took place at the beginning of the third session. The ceremony at Rajghat was followed by the third session of the summit titled One Future. The G20 summit was drawn to a close with India handing over the G20 presidency to Brazil. All right, all that G20 grandeur has finally come to an end. In fact, the summit culminated today. It concluded with the Prime Minister Modi handing over the ceremonial G20 presidency gavel to the Brazilian President Lula da Silva. Brazil is going to host the G20 summit in 2024. On the second day of the summit, the third session of the G20 summit, One Future, that began after world leaders paid their homage to Mahatma Gandhi at Rajghat in New Delhi. They participated in the wreath-laying ceremony at Mahatma Gandhi's Samadhi while being accompanied by Mahatma Gandhi's cherished devotional songs played in the background. Prime Minister Modi greeted the G20 world leaders at Rajghat, also offered them khadi as a ceremonial gift or a scarf as a gift there. The delegates also took part in a tree planting ceremony that symbolizes commitment of the G20 nations to environment sustainability.
मैं ब्राजील के राष्ट्रपति और मेरे मित्र
the president
लूला डी सिल्वा को
and
हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं देता हूं
De Silva,
और मैं उनको
and now I
प्रेसिडेंसी का गेवल सौंपता हूं. मैं राष्ट्रपति लूला को इस अवसर पर अपने विचार साझा करने के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं। जैसा आप सब जानते हैं, भारत के पास नवंबर तक G20 प्रेसिडेंसी की भी जिम्मेदारी है। अभी 2.5 महीने बाकी हैं। इन 2 दिनों में आप सभी ने अनेक बातें यहां रखी हैं, सुझाव दिए हैं, बहुत सारे प्रस्ताव रखे हैं। हमारी ये जिम्मेदारी है कि जो सुझाव आए हैं उनको भी एक बार फिर देखा जाए कि उनकी प्रगति में गति कैसे लाई जा सकती है। मेरा प्रस्ताव है कि हम नवंबर के अंत में G20 का एक वर्चुअल सेशन और रखें। उस सेशन में हम इस समिट के दौरान तय विषयों की समीक्षा कर सकते हैं। इन सब की डिटेल्स हमारी टीम आप सभी के साथ शेयर करेगी। मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि आप सब इससे जुड़ेंगे।
I will be very much honored to welcome you all to the Rio de Janeiro summit in November of 2024. And before I hand the hammer here, I would like to thank very much to Prime Minister Modi and to thank to the Indian people for the competence that they had for organizing this event. And I would like to say, Prime Minister Modi, that I personally am very much touched emotionally when I want to pay a homage to our dear Gandhi, that we pay the homage today. And I'd like to say to all of you that Brazil will take the chair of the G20 and we will make a tremendous endeavor to manage to at least try to do something as the same that our brothers and sisters from India did. Thank you very much.
All right, let me quickly cut across to Abhishek Balla joining us live for more on that. Abhishek, a quick word from you as the G20 summit has finally concluded. We know that the Prime Minister left off with a message for peace. Let the world stay in peace. That was more or less what he said, and handed over the gavel to the next the next country that takes over the G20 presidency, and that's Brazil's president. Tell us more on how well it was concluded, Abhishek. Go on.
Well, now the presidency, of course, shifts to Brazil, but there's still 2 months to go. And that's the reason why Prime Minister Modi made a pitch for having a virtual summit in November and to take stock of the progress done as far as this summit was concerned, the deliberations that were took place during the dialogue here. And he said that it would be a good opportunity to review everything that was discussed. Having said that, you know, the big takeaway was that the entire Delhi declaration that came out yesterday was 100% consensus, and you know, that was something that was being talked about a lot. There was a lot of speculation, a lot of confusion whether there will be an outcome statement at all, but not just did it come perhaps a day in advance, but the fact that all 83 paragraphs had complete consensus is something that has been the big takeaway of this summit. Also the fact that, you know, one of the key agendas as far as India during its presidency was concerned was that India should be the voice of the global south. And yesterday that's something that was spelt out loud and clear, that this document is a document of the global south. And now that the presidency moves to Brazil, everything that has been put on the agenda, which can be, you know, a big breakthrough as far as the global south is concerned, it could continue with Brazil also being one of the countries that is part of the global south.
Right. Abhishek, thank you very much for joining us, but do stay with us. We have some big news coming in from the Russian finance minister who slams the West over Russia-Ukraine war. Let me cut across to that big breaking that we have at the moment. All right, Russian finance minister slams the West over Ukraine war. That's the big update we have, as Lavrov says West can't maintain discussion on Ukraine. Lavrov says the West demands that Russia stops aggression. He says that UN Charter pushes for equality. This is Lavrov, who says the West can't maintain a discussion on Ukraine at all. And the West demands that Russia stops aggression, and the UN Charter pushes for equality. These are words that he said in, I'm going to ask Abhishek Balla to decode this for us. But let's first listen in to Sergei Lavrov, Finance Minister of Russia, speaking on the sidelines of G20.
The declaration outlines the tasks of reforming the International Monetary Fund, the IMF. Frankly speaking, if we take an honest look on quotas and votes, the Americans wouldn't have had the blocking veto power that is preserved artificially. This summit will give a positive impetus to the effort to reform the IMF, the World Trade Organization. This is something the declaration stipulates directly. These efforts are hindered by the United States and its allies. In the same vein, an emphasis is placed on the need for the West to comply with its years-long promises that have been undelivered on, including on technology transfer.
All right, I'm going to cut across Abhishek Balla. Abhishek, a big statement coming in from the Finance Minister of Russia, Sergei Lavrov, who's slamming the West, saying they can't hold a proper conversation or a discussion on Ukraine. He says this on the sidelines of the G20, and the biggest point was the Russia-Ukraine war in the Delhi Declaration, which all countries have come to a consensus on. Do take us through exactly what he meant by saying the West can't really hold a discussion on Ukraine. All right, Abhishek, I'd like you to stay with us. This is a live visual that we've got across to Emmanuel Macron, the president of France, who's just arrived to have a bilateral, or rather a lunch meeting with Prime Minister Modi. This is a bilateral meet between the two leaders. We know that there's been extensive discussions around the Rafale. In fact, India has had a huge deal that they've struck with the Rafale jets, and there's a lot more to come. Abhishek Balla is also joining us. We're going to cut across to those visuals. Abhishek, even before we actually slip into those live visuals, if I can ask my producers to cut back to that live visuals of Emmanuel Macron walking towards the venue where Prime Minister Modi is going to be holding a talk. All right, Macron is speaking. Let's have a listen.
Prime Minister Modi, faithful to its principles, India did its utmost for its presidency of the G20 to serve unity and peace and send across a message of unity while Russia is still waging its war of aggression in Ukraine. So here I would like to thank Prime Minister Modi and say once again that France stands alongside India. Before I report to you on our conclusions and the way I see them, of course I would like to say a few words and say that all our thoughts go to Morocco and its people. They are going through a tragedy which is touching all of us. France yesterday, of course, sent a personal message, directly a message to the King, Mohammed VI, and we stand ready to send resources whenever Morocco tell us it is the right time to do so. We have technicians who stand ready, and this morning the World Bank, the IMF, the African Union and France as well stood together to send across a strong message to Morocco for reconstruction in this context. And our thoughts also go to Brazil, who suffered a major storm recently. In this context of the G20, I would like to commend the African Union for joining G20 as a full-fledged member. As you know, France was amongst the first ones to support this candidacy, and in Bali we launched a call. At the time, Macky Sall was representing the African Union, and what was at the time a wish is now reality. The G20 will sit at the table where the decisions are taken, and I'm very pleased that what we were calling for in Bali has now been approved by all. First of all, this G20 confirms once again the isolation of Russia. A vast majority of the G20 members condemn the war in Ukraine and its impacts. And we've been dealing with the economic and food consequences of this war precisely to maintain the unity of the planet. And the entire G20 also commits to a just and lasting peace in Ukraine, and I insist on these words. That's in accordance with the UN Charter, also is a reminder of our support to the principle of territorial integrity. After the summit we organized in Paris that led to the Paris Pact for the Peoples and the Planet, a number of things that we launched have been endorsed here. And what I would like to tell you, what is important here, is that this agenda we've been promoting for a number of years has moved forward on the occasion of this G20 in India. First of all, what we advocated in Paris and what led to this Paris Pact for the Peoples and the Planet was reiterated with many African countries ahead of this summit. They signed together with France a piece in which we were expressing our support for the pact. Let me remind you of the four underlying principles. We need not choose between the fight against poverty and the fight for the planet. Second, it is for each country to choose its own path with the support of the international community. Thirdly, we need a major leap when it comes to financing, and all of that very much presided over the conclusions on this topic. When it comes to mobilizing international financing to tackle poverty and climate change, this G20 acknowledged a number of developments. First of all, we exceeded the $100 billion of reallocation of SDRs. It is in 2020, at the time that we decided with the IMF to issue some new SDRs. Then, when we worked on financing the African economies, we agreed to reallocate $100 billion to Africa. And now, and this is the work we undertook back in 2020, it is at last generally $100 billion that are being reallocated. And France did more than what it was requested to do. We reallocated 40% of our SDRs. So I, of course, call upon all countries to continue, and most importantly, to deliver on what they committed to be doing. And next, this year, we will reach the target of $100 billion to finance climate transition in developing countries. And in June, we had a report in Paris telling us that we were about to reach that target. It is a commitment that was made in 2015, and we exerted more pressure so that we could do it. Third element, we could see that what was done in Paris, and remember we had this first meeting of joint financing, all multilateral developing banks attending with the major financial institutions. Well, we got some results. We're increasing the risks taken by our developing banks and development banks, and we're increasing substantially the public finance simply by taking more risks with the existing mechanisms. And this is something that was agreed upon in Paris in June. And at the G20, we all agreed upon this commitment taken in Paris with the goal of having $200 billion of private finance for developing countries. So all of that was initiated in Paris in June and has been approved by the G20. So that's an endorsement of the 4 Ps pact. But we want to do more in terms of efficiency, and this is also a commitment that we made in Paris. First of all, we support a deep reform of global governance. This is the Security Council, but as well the World Bank and the IMF. They have to reflect today's reality and in terms of demography and economy as well. And then we want to increase the available tools. That's why we want to replenish the World Bank, and France is supporting that so that the emerging countries have a greater role to play. And we want, of course, to increase as well what is allocated to the issue of climate change. And we want some further commitments on behalf of the emerging countries to phase out coal. Next, the IMF. Here again, we expect some greater commitments by the emerging countries when it comes to restructuring the debt of African countries. We stand ready to do more, and we said it today. So it is the very same agenda, a greater financing mobilization around the world. And let me tell you that France upgraded its commitments, and we reached 0.5% of our GDP allocated to development projects. And we also want the same to happen at the international level. And this is the reason why we committed to the replenishment of IFA, the International Fund for Agricultural Development. And the meeting will be taking place in December. And I would like to thank President Alvaro Lario of IFAD for being with us today. We need IFAD because IFAD is very much fighting to increase the productivity and the efficiency of the agriculture systems all around the world, in particular given that they are mostly impacted by the war. And then we expressed our support to a number of initiatives taken in Paris or in Nairobi because this massive financing leap also requires some additional resources. So we need to find some new international resources. And together with President Ruto, and allow me to thank him for the work done in Nairobi. So with President Ruto, we agreed to set up a task force on international taxation. And I commend his initiatives for a new kind of carbon tax with a genuine price. So it is the very same agenda and that we are working on climate change. And on Friday, the progress report of the Paris Accord was published, and we're not on the right trajectory. And the G20 is a key player in this. Today, we acknowledge a goal of tripling the production of renewable energy. And we also have the same ambition for low carbon technology, including the nuclear energy. And we're also committed to developing a major vast rail corridor between India, Saudi Arabia and Europe, and in order to transport green hydrogen and to speed up the greening of our industries. But this is not enough. Let me tell you that I'm personally very concerned by some sort of a rising state of mind, including within the G20, on the issue of climate. First of all, it is too easy to say for some of the emerging countries that it is only for the wealthiest country to bear the responsibility. The Europeans are facing their responsibility. We have the only credible international commitments with the Green Deal and the Fit for 55. We're the only ones who set some regulations, new regulations, in order to reach carbon neutrality in 2050 and the goals that were set for 2030. I'm very pleased that some join us with this 2050 target, but at the moment only the Europeans have set the tools. We have the 100 billion commitment, as said in June in Paris and reiterated here. But many countries need to do more efforts. One cannot say that we will achieve the Paris Agreement goals without phasing out fossil fuels. And this is very much at the heart of the strategy that we're working on together with our partners for the Jet Peace, partnerships for a just energy transition together with South Africa.
All right, Emmanuel Macron, the French president, speaking and also spoke about replenishing institutes like the World Bank. We have the president of the World Bank speaking exclusively to my colleague Rahul Kanwal on the other side of a very short break. Do stay tuned.
You are watching India Today.
As India aims big with the G20, the India Today group brings together unmissable super sharp global thinkers and strategists. Top foreign affairs guru.
It has to be a world with a greater sense of purpose, of vision, of values.
Leading expert on global political risk.
Xi Jinping is not surrounded by a bunch of reformers right now.
Leading global economists.
India's economy should be able to grow.
Ex-president of the United Nations Security Council.
This is an indication that relations between China and India still remain very troubled.
The Indian imperative, debated like never before. Only on India Today.
Hello everyone, this is Anita Brito in conversation with the one and only Shyam Kaushal. Hello sir, कैसे हो आप?
हेलो नमस्कार जी.
अभी भी आप कंटिन्यू कर रहे हो और आपके बहुत अच्छे लाइनअप्स है, जैसे आपने बोला डंकी है, फिर आपके पास जो बंगाली मूवी है वो भी है.
ये बंगला बंधु.
हाँ जी. प्लीज उसके बारे में थोड़ा इन डेप्थ बात कीजिए, थोड़ा डंकी के बारे में हमें बात कीजिए. इट्स एन ऑल एंड आउट एक्शन फिल्म.
नो इट इज नॉट ए, देयर इज एक्शन इन इट.
बट मुझे ये जानना है आपसे, ये पर्सनल क्वेश्चन है, आपको सबसे ज्यादा कौन से एक्टर के साथ काम करके मजा आया, मुझे ये बताइए.
मैंने अमित जी के साथ काम किया, अमित जी से लेके सभी के साथ जितने भी आगे ना सभी के साथ काम किया. फिर जो साउथ के भी मोस्टली सुपरस्टार्स उनके साथ भी काम किया. पर आज तक भगवान की दुआ से कभी किसी के साथ इशू नहीं हुआ, कभी कुछ नहीं हुआ, सबसे प्यार ही मिला है. तो मेरा एक मानना होता है, जैसा मैं आज भी ओपनली बोलता हूँ कि पिछले मैं 43 साल में मेरे को कोई बुरा आदमी नहीं मिला. तो मैं कभी सोचता नहीं हूँ कि अगर कुछ कमियाँ होंगी तो मेरे में होंगी. कोई बुरा आदमी नहीं है, कोई भी ऐसा. जब मैं एक्टर्स मेरे जो छोटे हैं, जैसा रणबीर सिंह, रणबीर कपूर, अर्जुन कपूर, उन्होंने मेरे साथ शुरू किया, जब भी मिलते पैर छूते हैं, ऐसा बच्चों की तरह. तो आप अगर उनको प्यार देते हो तो आपको सामने से प्यार मिलेगा ही.
Sonnet, undeniably wild.
Hello and welcome. One of the key thrusts of India's G20 presidency has been the urgent need to reform multilateral development banks. And the World Bank features very prominently in the Delhi Declaration. President Biden putting in a lot of effort to try and ensure that more funds are available with the World Bank, and the manner in which the World Bank's been operating for the past several decades changes. And the man entrusted to do this job is one of our own, Ajay Banga. Mr. Banga, welcome to India Today and thank you for your time.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be with you.
You know, I noticed when the Prime Minister was introducing you to the Sabarmati Ashram image, which is at the back, you say, oh, I've been there. You know, so the moment that happens, you get the sense, okay, here's one of our own who's now risen to the position of the World Bank chief. And we've been wanting to do this interview for a while, so we're very thankful that you could finally take out time.
I'm glad to be here. In fact, I have been to Sabarmati back in the days of being in IIM, so it's a long time ago.
Yeah, you
I actually went back
there.
only once after that, but I love going there.
I want to start by asking you about your mission to reform the World Bank. So we'll come to the Delhi Declaration and the G20. Do you want to give our viewers at the outset, what you've set out as your mission objectives, given the World Bank's original priorities in terms of poverty alleviation, to try and bringing it in to dealing with climate finance, to dealing with food security and the various issues which are very here and now at this moment?
So, my view got informed a great deal by the 3 months between being a nominee and actually getting elected. In those 3 months, I got a chance to meet 93 different countries, the leaders or the finance ministers who I was able to be in touch with. And I met civil society and I met a number of private sector companies, asset managers and the like. And that gave me a really good perspective. And I'm going to give you a distilled version of how that led to what I'm thinking. The first thing I learned was that the idea of somehow segregating, fighting poverty and shared prosperity on the one hand, separating it from climate or pandemics or fragility and refugees or food insecurity or biodiversity, these things don't make any sense because in fact, these are intertwined crises. And when you grow up like we've done in India, you realize very quickly that if you don't have enough rainfall, you don't have 2 crops, then you don't have the cattle because you can't afford them, you lose your dairy income, then you lose the farm labor, and you bring your child back from school to work with you. When you do that, this gain you made in poverty over decades of getting the girl child in particular to go to school gets reversed over the course of a few years of lack of rainfall. So that was one big, deep comprehension. The second one was that people feel nervous about what climate change means. So when the Western world speaks about climate, they're speaking mostly about the emissions-heavy growth of the past. When the developing world speaks about climate, yes, that's interesting because it's important, but it's also about soil degradation, biodiversity, lack of rainfall, heat-resistant varieties of seeds, catastrophes like hurricanes and floods, and so it's almost a different lexicon, and you have to be careful because one and the other are both required. What you cannot tell the developing world is that I'm going to focus on climate change, whichever of the 2 types, at the cost of giving you a school for girls or a health center. So that's the second big thing. Careful about not recognizing the trade-offs that need to be made. And when you put this together, what we are trying to do is to do 3 things in the evolution roadmap of the bank, prompted by the G20 before I came in. And the first is get a new vision and mission. So the vision is going to go from just poverty and prosperity to say, we want to create a world free of poverty on a livable planet. That livable planet allows us to widen the aperture through which we look at the world, to include climate, to include pandemics, to include, fragility and food insecurity. So you can dedicate your resources to the intertwined nature of these challenges. The second thing we've done is to make it inclusive. And what do I mean by inclusive? Everybody has spoken about inclusion to include marginalized people. I think that's really important. But let's just remember that half the world's population, females, women, are still not able to access the same opportunities that a man does, whether it is in labor force participation rates, or it is in their income for the same work done, or it is in social development and social status. And by the way, this is true of the developed world as it is true in the developing world. And so I'm focusing on women and young people because young people are the energy of the developing world, and we've got to give them, quality of life and a job. So that's kind of the first big thing we're driving.
So while you've studied finance and economics, you're not a classical macro global economist in the traditional way.
No,
right?
no, I'm far from it.
You're a corporate executive, hotshot, high-flying corporate executive.
I don't know about all that.
Now brought in to run the World Bank. Some think many think it's an advantage. Obviously, President Biden thought it's an advantage. And some would say, how are you going to make the transition from running MasterCard to actually running the World Bank? Like, how are you making this transition in terms of what you're trying to get done?
No, look, some things are very common. Clarity of vision, simplicity of speaking to it, repeating it many times to everybody so they all get it and walk with you together. Processes of management, measure what you want to work on, have simple scorecards, not 158 items, but a few. These are things I'm doing at the bank that aren't unique to either the private sector or the World Bank. I think I was lucky in my years in corporate life in Citibank and MasterCard. I got involved with financial inclusion. I got involved with the US-India business relationship. I got involved with a cyber commission for President Obama. I worked on trade policy. So there's a little bit of me that has a little bit of exposure to this other world other than the private sector. But you know what? It's still a big challenge. And the good news is the bank has amazing people. So when you walk into the bank and you sit with people and you spend just 10 minutes asking them about their background, you will get the most amazing stories of people, how they grew up and how they've reached where they have, and their unbelievable level of education and knowledge. You harness that and you put it in the correct direction, and I think the bank is still a very potent instrument of change and development.
So this Delhi declaration has a direct reference to the World Bank, and it talks about reforming the
more than
MDB,
one reference.
And making this a better bank. So do you want to talk a bit about how this G20 was for you? Because, you know, apart from working on sustainable development goals, reforming multilateral development banks has really been one of the key thrusts of India's G20 presidency. So how do you hope to deliver on that?
So I think this whole reform of MDBs has been part of the G20 evolution framework. And India really took it on and said, let's get something done during our year. And my view has been that for a guy who's new to the institution, who sees the need for change, this is like getting wind in your sails, because you get people contributing their thinking. You have to be careful to listen to everyone, then prioritize what you want to pick on and focus on that. And, you know, my focus has been to get to the better bank. And the better bank idea is get the vision and mission right, which we were talking to, then get the right partnerships going for this bank with other MDBs. So I just announced a partnership with the Inter-American Development Bank, focusing on the Amazon, the Caribbean climate situation, and digitized governance. And then, you know, the private sector and its partnerships. We've announced the private sector lab, and actually Chandra of Tata is one of the guys who's volunteered his time to be a part of it. That's to help get more private sector money into renewable energy in the developing market. So kind of better partners. And then the third part of being a better bank is getting better capital, sweating our balance sheet. The loan to equity ratio, hybrid capital, portfolio guarantees, global public goods funds, that kind of stuff, so that we can sweat our balance sheet without losing our AAA rating. If I can do these three things, a clear vision and mission, good partners with a number of people, including crowdsourcing private finance money, and get the right capital work going, I think then we get the right to go back and look for a bigger bank, which is kind of what the NK Singh, Larry Summers report.
I'm coming to that in a moment, because one of the things that India has tried to do in this G20 is to emerge as the voice of the global South. And one of the things that the South is trying to do is to make these multilateral institutes like the World Bank more egalitarian in the way they function, less dominated by the West. Now, you've studied in India, you grew up in a Fauji family, so you understand the concerns of a country like India. How are you working towards that these Bretton Woods institutions actually become less Washington-dominated and more open to receiving the ideas of the global South?
So first of all, I disagree completely with the Washington-dominated word. These institutions, the World Bank, 55% of the employees of the bank are outside of the US. They're in countries. India has a huge office. I was in Nigeria, in Ethiopia, in Peru, in Jamaica, the Pacific Islands, Timor-Leste, Indonesia last week. These are big offices with dedicated people. So I don't subscribe to the Washington dominance. I think what they're referring to is the shareholding pattern of one part of the bank, in particular, the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development. And I think that's because of voting power. You shouldn't allow that to divert from the ability of management to connect with countries. We do, with every country, a 3-year country partnership framework every 3 years. It agrees with the country what the priorities for that country are. That's not done in DC, it's done in New Delhi, and it's done in Jakarta, and it's done in, in Kenya and in Nairobi. So that's the first link. The second link is we put projects on the ground against those. These are very country-driven model. What we have globally are centers of expertise, because the bank is both a source of financing, but even more, as India's government would tell you, is a source of knowledge. That knowledge bank has global practices with people based not only in DC, but in India and other countries. That has the most centralized global feel, but the implementation, the strategic agreement with countries is all local.
While the World Bank's agenda is financial and economic, there's an element of geopolitics coming in as well, with China looking to set up its own parallel institutes with the BRICS New Development Bank, the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, raising questions about how these will be competing or comparing with the World Bank in trying to meet the financing needs of the Global South.
Yes, I think the world's challenges are very plentiful, and the kind of financial effort and energy required are much more than any one institution can or should want to dominate on. This is not about domination or winning. This is about development. So I actually welcome Dilma at NDB, and I welcome Jin at AIIB. We actually have partnerships with them. There's the Asian Development Bank, there's the Inter-American that I just told you about, the African Development Bank with Akin. These are all very useful partners. I think the World Bank can partner with them and do things together. For example, we have what's called the Multilateral Insurance Guarantee Agency, which is a very specialized capability of providing insurance against political risk. Now, the other guys don't have it. Maybe they can use our vehicle to help do what they're doing. If at the end of the day, that improves the lot of women in Nigeria, what's wrong with that? So, I have a slightly different view on this. This is not about winning. This is about getting the right thing done.
Is that just Ajay Bangaji with his diplomatic pagdi on saying this? Because there is one of the reasons why Washington is showing greater urgency about arranging more funds for the World Bank, frankly, is because China has been looking to make deep inroads.
No, that's not true. That's what the press says. I think that's a conclusion drawn from geopolitics. When I got involved with the World Bank and I met President Biden, he was very clear when he understood the leverageability of the bank's resources. So let me give you a very simple math. If you get $1 of capital into the bank, and everybody else also puts in money to keep their shareholding, that leads to 6 or 7. The US puts in 1, you end up with 6 or 7 in total in capital. You lever that 5 times in the balance sheet at a AAA rating, and you end up with $35 to lend in the world. You show me a government program of any country where $1 becomes 35, and I'll give you a medal. So the president of the US basically said to me, this is a great program. 1 becomes 35, I should back you every day of the week. And that's where he's coming from. So he said recently, he's put a couple of $1 billion into an appropriation budget bill that's gone to the Hill. If that works out well, that gives us $25 billion of lending capacity over a decade. This is pretty cool. So I think, yes, there is the geopolitics, and I don't deny it, but China is a shareholder of mine and a large shareholder. And I have an excellent working relationship with them. So as far as I'm concerned, there's work to do together. Now, China doesn't take much money from us any longer. They don't need it. But what we work together on is knowledge. So for example, what does China want to work on? Climate, healthcare. By the way, these the US needs, India needs, the European Union needs, and Africa needs. So I don't get the distinction between one and the other on such topics. Yes, there are areas where these countries don't agree, and I get that. That's up to them. But there's a lot of space for the bank to work on in climate and healthcare. That alone can keep us occupied for years to come.
You spoke of the NK Singh, Larry Summers report. Now, one of the things that is being suggested to the World Bank when it comes to reform is basically to try and lower the score from rating agencies. That from AAA, are you going to be okay with AA?
Absolutely not.
You're saying
absolutely
that.
not.
Why?
Because the reason is very simple. And if you look at the final NK Singh, Larry Summers report, they actually stayed away from that topic because they get it. When you don't do AAA rating, your ability to do that leverage I just told you, that $6, $7 become 35. The whole benefit there is at AAA you get amazingly cheaper cost of funds, which allows you to then use that differential to actually reduce the cost of borrowing for countries around the world. If our International Development Agency, IDA, and IBRD were not able to access AAA rating, we would be no cheaper than any commercial bank in that country. That's not going to be useful for development finance. You need blended finance, you need lower cost of money, you need longer tenors. So typically a commercial bank would do a 5-year, 10-year loan in an emerging market. We do 20, 30-year loans. You can't do that without AAA rating. So I think the analysis of going below AAA requires very careful thinking. And if you look at the G20 original evolution roadmap discussion, the finance ministers in the G20 were very clear. AAA rating not to be sacrificed for that reason.
I was listening to the B20 deliberations in the capital when they happened a couple of weeks ago, and one of the things that was spoken of was the need to generate $4 trillion of funds for meeting all the Paris Agreement climate goals, to achieve the sustainable development goals, and essentially looking at increasing manifold the pool of finance available to meet some of these goals. That's the B20 conclusion. How do you see that happen?
So my view is that these trillions and many zeros that people keep tossing about, you can't really be sure of the accuracy. What you are sure of is a very large number.
Sure.
One little study I will tell you, just so you can keep it at the back of your mind. If countries introduce the right policy frameworks and the right regulatory frameworks and the right basic principles of where they're going on a topic, it can reduce the investment you need to meet an SDG goal by half. So whatever trillions they are, if you get the right frameworks, they become half that. That's the first thing.
Interesting.
It's important to remember because this has a double benefit. Not only does it reduce the friction in getting there, it enables the private sector without whom you cannot get to these goals. You're not going to get to these goals with multilateral bank balance sheets or with government balance sheets. You're going to need the private sector balance sheet, ingenuity, technology, and people. And I think that's what the private sector lab is about as well. What can we do to be helpful to make them come in, starting with policy, but then it could be first risk, it could be blended finance, it could be concessional capital for feasibility studies, it could be help with, sort of the supply side of this, creating projects that are bankable, helping them implement them. It could be originating to distribute, it could be managing the asset life cycle. I take part of the balance sheet load in the early part. Once the gestation is done and the utility is paying for the energy, the bank gets out, moves to the next deal. There's a lot of ways to think about how to sweat this and work with the private sector. None of it is easy. All of it is challenging. All of it will test us. But not doing anything is not an option.
Let's spend a moment on debt relief, which is again a key thrust area, especially for countries in the global south which are facing incredibly high levels of debt. How do you hope to deal with that, Mr. Banga?
So as you know, the G20 has a common framework for this whole situation. The IMF and the World Bank together, the IMF takes the lead on this. The IMF and the World Bank together have created a global sovereign debt roundtable. And what happens at the roundtable is that all the creditors for that country show up and talk about what debt have they got outstanding, what are our covenants, and what the repayments are. That's what got done recently for Zambia. And that's the work we need to do for a few other countries. And then you can take the decision on what kind of haircuts will be taken both by the sovereign lenders but also by other bilaterals. In the past, when the Bank and World Bank and the IMF have participated and helped, what essentially happens is we are not part of the haircut regime. We are the guys who are there when the country needs new lending. So Zambia, we are right now putting together a package for Zambia to look forward for the next 20 years. So that's the role we play. We play get them on the table together, get an agreement, and then step in to put more money on the table for them to be able to do the right thing, concessionally priced. Now, I want to end by one thing on debt. In rising interest rates, the debt that was taken by some of these countries in the time period of low interest rates clearly was probably either not well enough thought through or well enough planned for in a scenario of rising interest rates. What would be very challenging also for these countries will be if these rising interest rates stay higher for longer, which is entirely possible today because the US economy, India, ASEAN are doing better than people thought. And if you looked at the recent UK numbers, the UK is doing better than people thought. And so I think there is a case to be made that this entire debt situation needs to be taken on a war footing with sincerity of purpose sooner rather than later. I know that the IMF and World Bank are working on it. I know that India was a big part of this solution by creating the roundtable. The Paris Club is involved. There's a lot of people trying to get this right. It's going to be hard work for the next period of time.
जिस तरह से प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने और हिंदुस्तान ने अपने G20 की प्रेसिडेंसी को हैंडल किया है, आप भारतीय मूल के हैं, आप किस तरह से देखते हैं? क्योंकि पीएम का जो हमने इंटरव्यू किया, उन्होंने कहा कि ये G20 की प्रेसिडेंसी एक ग्लोबल ऑर्डर का कैटलिस्ट होना चाहिए, न्यू ग्लोबल ऑर्डर का. आप वॉशिंगटन में रहते हैं, हिंदुस्तान से आए हैं, आप कैसे देखते हैं इसको?
मैं पीएम साहब को बोल रहा था जोकिंगली कि मैं तो मेक इन इंडिया का अल्टीमेट एग्जांपल, क्योंकि मैं यहाँ जमा हूँ, मेरी स्कूलिंग यहाँ थी, कॉलेज यहाँ किया, एमबीए यहाँ किया, मैंने बाहर कोई पढ़ाई नहीं की, मैं ट्रेनिंग कोर्स के तक नहीं गया हूँ आफ्टर मूविंग आउट ऑफ इंडिया. तो अल्टीमेट मेक इन इंडिया एग्जाम्पल. देखो, माई व्यू इज कि ये जो G20 में what India was able to do, ये not only was it a successful की declaration आया, कि communique आया, जो लोगों ने कोई possibility नहीं दी थी परसों सुबह, वो important चीज़ है, वो leadership की affirmation है, but I think more than that, India की जो global positioning और branding हुई है through this period, क्या आपने 60 शहरों में meetings कराई हैं, people have been everywhere, you know, Hampi में Sherpa की meeting थी, this is not normal. And in addition, ये जो digital public infrastructure की जो आपकी effort है, along with a few other countries, this has got noticed. World Bank ने भी एक report बनाई है. So I think India का इसमें benefit है not only of leadership, but also of India's own global image. And I think it has been quite well handled.
So, आपको एक इंडियन आइकॉन की तरह देखा जाता है. जैसी ये बात मैंने डाली सोशल मीडिया पे कि मांगा जी का इंटरव्यू कर रहे हैं, कई सारे फैंस ऑफ पंजाब, यू नो, बिकॉज यूर अ सरदार, कई सारे फैंस ऑफ पंजाब ने बोला देखो एक पंजाबी किस तरीके से जाके अब वर्ल्ड बैंक चला रहा है, ग्लोबल इकोनॉमी हैंडल कर रहा है, उसको आप कैसे देखते हैं?
या देखो, मैं आई कीप थिंकिंग कि मैं बहुत खुशकिस्मत हूँ, बिकॉज लाइफ इज 50% लक. वो 50% लक अगर आप सीज करो और उसके साथ कुछ करो तो सक्सेस मिलता है, मगर पहले 50% लक आना चाहिए. आई एम लकी.
But you're also very hardworking and exceedingly sharp.
You have to. That's the other 50%. You have to seize your luck, because otherwise it passes you by like a train on a platform. You have to get onto the train, right, to get somewhere, and preferably be a driver on the train or an engine man on the train. And I use that example all the time, that you have to remember that life is 50% luck. You get that, you seize it, you have to work hard, you have to speak truth, you have to be articulate, you have to be down to earth, you have to remember your roots, you have to be humble, you have to have a sense of humor. These are all important things, but without luck, all of this may not get you there.
You know, you and I have a similarity. We're both Fauji brats. Is that something that helped you in the way that you shaped your career, you think, being born in the Indian Army?
Your values that you get from your family and from your expertise and from your experiences are so important. I have great value. My dad was able to speak to a visiting general with the same level of curiosity as the guard at our gate. And I think the ability to be curious about people and to retain humility, no matter what you've achieved, is a very important part of being a human being. You know, there is no bigger achievement than people remembering you for not only what you did, but how you did it.
You have done many big things in your life. You have a very key mission. We'll track how it goes. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. Really appreciate you.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
All the very best.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you.
How do you really see India playing a role, particularly as you mentioned, at a time of global conflict? Historically, we've always been for peace. Some of our biggest leaders, some of our most influential faces, historic figures have always propagated peace. India is a land of peace, essentially. So now that we're hosting the G20 summit at such a crucial juncture, when there's a Russia-Ukraine conflict as well, how do you really see, Sri, India's role in that?
See, India's voice has always been safe, and we are very sensible in whatever we are saying, because we are just and sensible. This is something that world has started to notice. Number one, we are sensible and we cannot be bullied. Number two. Number three, we are very sensitive. We are sensitive to the feelings and to the emotions of people of the entire world. And the mindsets. So we in this country have embraced such diversity. See, we have a communist government in one part of the country, and we have multi-party democracy, which is not present in anywhere else in the world. There are bi-party democracies, but we have so many parties. And then on top of it, we are the largest population in a country that the world is seeing today. and young population. And
Very true.
so we have a lot of things to offer to the world. Of course, I would say spirituality is the need of the world today when there is so much of distress and aggression and depression that is clogging the youth population.
You are watching India Today.
वैष्णव जन तो तेरे कहिए जे पीर पराई जाने रे सकल लोक मां सहुने वंदे निंदा न करे के नीरे सकल लोग मां सहुने वंदे निंदा न करे के नीरे वाच काच मन निश्चल राखे धन धन जननी निश्चल राखिए धन धन जननी तेरी रे वैष्णव जन तो तेरा गई है जे पीर पराए जाने रे
Hello and welcome. You're watching India Today. I'm Akshita Anandagopal and you're tuned into our rolling coverage of the G20 summit. The summit has come to a close, but we're still discussing and getting you all the historic takeaways from the 2 days that we witnessed in the national capital, culminating, of course, in the Delhi Declaration being signed. A number of reactions coming in, the world currently coming to terms with what's been discussed by all of the dignitaries who came together here in the national capital. And if you missed out on what happened on day 2 of the G20 summit, we've got you covered. I'm Akshita Anandagopal. Here are the headlines. G20 Power Summit concludes in New Delhi. Prime Minister Modi officially hands over the G20 presidency to Brazil. Modi's big world peace message to end G20 summit concludes with Swasti Astu Vishwa, says, let there be peace in the world.
स्वस्ति अस्तु विश्वस्य यानी संपूर्ण विश्व में आशा और शांति का संचार हो।
Day 2 of G20 summit begins with tribute to Mahatma Gandhi. Top delegates pay floral tributes to Gandhiji at Rajghat. Prime Minister greets world leaders with a khadi scarf. Rishi Sunak's big Hindu connect. Sunak bows in prayer at the Akshardham temple early this morning, invokes Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam and prays for G20 success as well as world peace. India Today speaks to the ultimate G20 insider on the grand success of the summit. Chief Coordinator Harsh Shringla speaks to India Today on what it took for the Delhi Declaration to sail through.
Our efforts within the G20 have been to ensure that the solutions that we seek through the G20 are those that address these concerns of the developing world, and the African Union is an important part of that.
Kia Sonet, undeniably wild.
And let's begin with big breaking news that's coming in. Besides the summit, there have been several bilateral, several pull-asides that have taken place. And on your screens are the first pictures of the meeting, the pull-aside that's taken place between India and Canada. Prime Minister Modi meeting with Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. There's been a lot of talk about this. There's been a lot of talk about the relations currently between India and Canada being strained, and even the relations between Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Trudeau being strained. But these images show a formal, warm handshake between the two leaders and hopefully will work in bettering relations between India and Canada. There have been a number of sticking points in their relations. One of them, of course, is the fact that India has taken the stand that Canada has simply not done enough to deal with the Khalistani elements in their soil. So that perhaps would have come up also in this pull-aside meeting. There have been many meetings essentially between Prime Minister Modi and the Canadian Prime Minister in the past as well. The timing of this and the hope that India also has sent across a tough message on Khalistan has put the focus again on this particular pull-aside. But this particular picture has been posted right now on social media by Prime Minister Modi, who said, and I quote from his tweet here, met Prime Minister Justin Trudeau on the sidelines of the G20 summit. We discussed a full range of India-Canada ties across different sectors. Paulami Saha is joining us with more details on this. First pictures are on our screens right now, Paulami, of the pull-aside between Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. We all know, of course, that there's been a bit of a freeze when you talk about Indian-Canadian ties. And there's no doubt that perhaps the biggest issue there is the Khalistan element. Was that brought up in this pull-aside?
Well, Akshita, we've just got the first pictures from that pull-aside that took place after, of course, the conclusion of G20 Summit 2023. So we are awaiting word from official sources as to what exactly was discussed between the two leaders. Remember, a pull-aside, of course, isn't a structured bilateral meeting. I beg your pardon. And hence, obviously, they had a very small window to have any sort of conversation. But the Prime Minister in his tweet has, of course, said that we discussed the full range of India-Canada ties across different sectors. So it's going to be very crucial to find out whether, in fact, this was brought up. But earlier, in fact, we were speaking to some top officials in the foreign ministry here in India in order to get a sense of, what was discussed in the bilateral meetings. We were, of course, referring to yesterday's bilateral meeting with Rishi Sunak and whether the Prime Minister, in fact, brought up the Khalistani threat. And at that time, the response that was given to us by the top official that we were speaking to is that every time it comes to the impeachment of a country's sovereignty, the Prime Minister is definitely going to bring that up. So it was a generic response, not very specific to the question, but it clearly suggested that when it came to threat to our missions abroad, when it came to threat to our diplomats abroad, it is something that the Prime Minister will bring up. So it's quite likely that it may have found mention in that pull-aside conversation between Justin Trudeau and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. But again, we'll have to wait to find out officially as to what was discussed.
All right, Paulami, we'll await details from the MEA, but as Paulami said, this is a brief pull-aside that took place. First pictures right now on your screens. We will wait to see what are the big takeaways from that meeting. One of perhaps the most crucial pull-asides that we've seen on the sidelines of the G20 summit. Let's focus back on really the summit or what's happened on day two, rounding up those developments first for you. The G20 summit continued its momentum as world leaders gathered early this morning at Rajghat today. Prime Minister Modi extended a warm welcome to our distinguished guests, marking a significant moment in the summit's proceedings. World leaders participated in a wreath-laying ceremony at Mahatma Gandhi's Samadhi while being accompanied by a live performance of Gandhi's cherished devotional songs. At Rajghat, Prime Minister Modi was seen receiving all the leaders, one after another, personal welcome for each one of them at the memorial with a khadi angavastram or a stole standing against the backdrop of the Gandhi Ashram. The Prime Minister also received a sapling from the Indonesian President and the Brazilian President, representing the G20 presidencies of last year and the next year. The ceremony took place at the beginning of the third session this morning. So what happened in the third session of the summit, the final one? It was titled One Future. This summit was in fact drawn to a close with India handing over the G20 presidency to Brazil. Prime Minister Modi concluded his speech with a message of Swasti Astu Vishwa, which is essentially a big world peace message.
Taken up. I would like to talk about one more thing. Regardless of our faith, our culture, and our origins, we are members of the entire human family consisting of 8 billion individuals. This is an age where children are dying because they lack the fundamental nutrition, such as a piece of bread and water. Tens of thousands of refugees are losing their lives on deserts, and the seas of the world are becoming refugee graveyards of a massive scale. And because of wars and conflicts, millions of individuals are forced to abandon their motherlands. And despite all that rhetoric, the value of the human life is becoming much more infinitesimal. So, in summary, every day we experience new tragedies of a very destructive fashion, and in such a world we can never feel safe and secure. On the one hand side, we have 735 million individuals fighting against famine, and on the other hand, you will find luxury, you will find glitz and opulence along with waste. And if that is the situation, it means that we have to admit to the presence of a significant problem. In this day and age, from Africa to Asia, billions and billions of people are working under horrible conditions and circumstances with blood and tears so that a palmful of elite can live in prosperity and in fulfillment. This is not fair, this is not humane, and this is not conscientious. The root of our problem is not the lack of resources, it is the lack of compassion. And as Turkey, we are objecting to this unfairness and unlawfulness. That's why we believe that a fairer world is possible. We are the #1 country on a global scale providing humanitarian aid at such a level that it's a big part of our GDP. We are embracing more than 4 million refugees who have been victimized as a result of conflicts. And we are clearing the northern part of Syria from the presence of terrorist organizations, and thus we are building permanent residential structures for our brothers and sisters so that they can live dignified lives by eradicating the reasons why these people are abandoning their motherlands once and for all. We are catering to their needs from education to security. Until so far, more than 6...
Okay, so that is the Turkey president speaking. We're cutting across to the Canadian Prime Minister, who's live right now.
Climate action is one of the 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, which also include ending poverty, achieving gender equality, and ensuring quality education, among others. Whether it was during ASEAN earlier this week or here at the G20, I continue to talk about these goals to raise awareness with other leaders. It's important to continue the work so that economic growth benefits everyone, including the most marginalized. And Canada will continue doing its part. We will help finance and grow women-led agricultural enterprises in Nigeria. We will help bolster food security in the Democratic Republic of Congo and increase incomes for women in the industry. And we will invest to promote school nutrition in Burkina Faso. This is all in support of the Sustainable Development Goals, and will continue this work in the months and years to come. This was a very productive week, Whether it was here at the G20, in my meetings with business leaders, with the different ASEAN leaders or other partners, there is a real enthusiasm for Canada and for our engagement in the Indo-Pacific region. This is good because our goal coming here is to create more good jobs for Canadians, make life more affordable, and foster economic growth that benefits everyone. Les gens reconnaissent que le Canada a beaucoup à offrir. On va continuer de créer des opportunités d'affaires pour nos entreprises canadiennes et on va continuer d'être une influence positive dans la région et à travers le monde. Merci beaucoup tout le monde.
We will now start the question and answer period. First question goes to Annie Bergeron, CTV.
Hi, Prime Minister. I'm wondering if you can say why you signed on to and agreed to a leaders' declaration that does not condemn Russia for its illegal invasion of Ukraine.
If it was just up to me, the leaders' declaration would have been much stronger, particularly on Ukraine. If it was just up to other countries around the table, it would have been much weaker, particularly on Ukraine. The G20 is an extremely disparate group, and we worked very hard to get as strong language as we possibly could.
Based on the language in the declaration, Ukraine is saying that there is nothing to be proud of from this summit. Do you feel like you've let down Ukraine and the summit itself?
These summits are always an extraordinarily important moment to come together to deal with big global issues. And we all rolled up our sleeves on tackling the challenges of food insecurity, of energy insecurity, of disrupted supply chains, particularly caused by the war in Ukraine that Russia illegally chose to launch. This is an important time to come together and hear and put pressure on countries that do not align with our values, and in that we will continue to do it. Global problems have global solutions, and that's why being here today was really important.
Bonjour, Monsieur Trudeau. Christian Noël de Radio-Canada. En me basant sur ce que vous venez de dire, vous auriez aimé que le langage sur l'Ukraine soit plus fort. D'autres pays auraient préféré que ce soit plus faible. Est-ce que vous êtes capable de m'expliquer de quelle façon le compromis est utile et nécessaire dans cette situation-là pour l'Ukraine?
Prenons par exemple le paragraphe sur l'accord sur les grains dans la mer Noire. On sait très bien que des pays à travers le monde font face à une crise alimentaire ou avec des prix élevés ou bien des manques de denrées et d'alimentation. De le dire aussi clairement dans un communiqué comme ça, qu'on sait très bien que c'est lié à la guerre en Ukraine, et on appelle à tous les pays, y compris la Russie, d'essayer de le résoudre. On voit qu'on est en train de mettre de la pression pour résoudre un problème auquel bien des gens font face, mais qui n'ont pas toujours la bonne information sur le lien avec les actions de la Russie.
Donc, c'était un compromis. Est-ce que ça veut dire que l'influence des pays occidentaux dans le G20 est en train de diminuer?
Non, le G20 a toujours été un rassemblement de pays extrêmement différents. Il y a des démocraties, il y a des monarchies, il y a des pays autoritaires, mais ils représentent ensemble les plus grandes économies de la planète, et on a une responsabilité de pouvoir pousser pour des solutions et de pouvoir résoudre les différends. Et c'est toujours un processus. L'année dernière, on a eu de très bonnes discussions. Cette année, on a eu de très bonnes discussions. On a mis de la pression, on a avancé plusieurs enjeux. Et on va avoir encore des discussions sûrement difficiles, mais franches, l'année prochaine au Brésil pour le G20. Ces conversations continuent, mais nous devons rester là pour livrer les résultats.
Hello, Prime Minister. Karina Roman, CBC News. Many have remarked on how awkward and stilted the public interactions have been between you and Prime Minister Modi. What accounts for that tension?
I think, as always, there are a lot of different subjects that are important for Canadians, whether it's the rule of law and the international rules-based order, whether it's ensuring prosperity, access for our farmers to markets overseas. There's all sorts of different issues, and we've had serious and frank conversations, as Canadians would expect.
But many have described your relations at this time as strained, a challenge, deteriorating. How do you describe the relationship between yourself and Mr. Modi and between Canada and India, and where would you like that relationship to be?
We recognize that India is an extraordinarily important economy in the world and an important partner to Canada on everything from fighting climate change to creating growth and prosperity for citizens. There's always a lot of work to do, and we will continue to do it. Nous reconnaissons à quel point c'est important de travailler avec l'Inde pour créer de la prospérité, pour s'assurer de la lutte contre les changements climatiques, pour assurer accès à nos agriculteurs au marché indien. On va toujours être là pour parler de la règle.
So, a direct question being asked there to the Canadian Prime Minister on whether there are strained ties between him and Prime Minister Modi. He didn't directly address the question, but seemed to suggest that I'm standing up for Canada's rights and ensuring that Canada gets its due, and that if it translates to some sort of strained ties, so be it. But no direct reference to it. That question was repeated twice to the Canadian Prime Minister, but both times he seemingly seemed to duck it, only sending out that message that, look, we'll look out for our interests. I want to quickly take in Poulomi Saha also on this. There's been a pull aside, as we know, Poulomi, but in that press conference that just happened live now, you had Canadian Prime Minister kind of ducking that question about strained ties, about strained relations with Prime Minister Modi. The reporter particularly asked him, saying, look, if you see the pictures, it doesn't look like all is well. He says we're looking out for our own interests, but that's all that he's divulging essentially.
Well, just like the reporter asked, the pictures itself, themselves tell a story over there. And that's all that we've been looking at over the past couple of days, the body language of Justin Trudeau, especially when India has been more than warm and polite as well. It just shows that, the relations are frosty. They're strained at the moment. And Justin Trudeau, of course, he does realize that he is a guest over here as far as India is concerned. And he, of course, was being hosted by India, so he of course tried to duck that question. But relations have been strained, especially with the sort of vote bank that Justin Trudeau is nourishing back in Canada, which India has had a lot of objection about. India has said that is a potential threat to Indians, not just in Canada, but if fueled in any way, could also be a potential threat to citizens back here in India as well. But Justin Trudeau has, of course, stood his ground on that. He was one of the first prime ministers, in fact, globally, who, in fact, chastised India in terms of, castigated India in terms of its handling of the farmers' protests as well. So clearly, there have been relations which have been strained, and they were there to see. Yesterday, Justin Trudeau did not, attend the dinner, the gala dinner, which was hosted by the Rashtrapati in honor of all the G20 delegations. He sent a representative there. Again, we did try to ask the Canadian Embassy as to why exactly did the Prime Minister skip the dinner, which was being hosted by India as President of the G20, but they did not give any reason. They didn't specify the reason, but clearly that was indication enough that the relations are currently going through a rocky patch, and there's a lot of work that needs to be done. But yes, Justin Trudeau over there saying that, he has to, of course, look at his own domestic needs in order to, of course, has to put them first before he, goes ahead with any sort of bilateral equation. And same goes for India. India also says that India will, of course, look at its own sovereignty before, of course, proceeding forward with any sort of bilateral equation.
And that's essentially the problem right there, the core of the issue, which is that when he talks of his interests, when he talks of Canadian interests, it directly conflicts with our interests. And that perhaps is why you've seen a kind of strain, an inexplicable essential strain that you could see in all of the images when Trudeau and Prime Minister Modi met. He was asked about it. He says, we'll keep our interests first, but that's about all that he had to say on the topic. We'll discuss the Indo-Canadian ties and what's happened really in the pull aside that took place. The MEA hasn't really given out a press release just yet on the issues that were discussed. We only have that brief note from the Prime Minister where he says that, look, we addressed a slew of issues that concern both India and Canada. No doubt that the Khalistani issue was also brought up by India, one of the major driving forces for the strains right now in the relations between India and Canada. Let's also get you more images that came in through the day from day 2 of the G20 summit. Everyone, of course, is talking about UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak and First Lady Akshata Murthy. There's a sense of connect that we all feel with him, which is why his pictures now at the Akshardham temple in Delhi have gone viral. Rishi Sunak gracefully embraced his Indian roots, his Hindu roots, as he visited the Akshardham temple with his wife Akshata Murthy. In a letter, he even expressed his pride in his cultural roots during his visit. Akshata Murthy seen there with her husband channeling her Indian roots. She is Indian, so she dressed up in a traditional attire for her visit to the Akshardham temple. The UK Prime Minister was seen in black trousers paired with a white shirt, so he didn't choose a kurta pajama, but Akshata most definitely chose to dress in Indian attire. He's referred to himself as a proud Hindu, and that's why as soon as he's touched down in India, he used the opportunity to visit the Akshardham temple, was seen walking barefoot and performing Aarti. The couple also performed an Abhishekam on the Murti of Sri Neelkant Varni Maharaj and offered prayers for world peace, progress and harmony. Now, every picture of the couple is going viral. You can see in these images that Rishi Sunak was seen donning a kalava, considered to be sacred in Hinduism. It's worn around the wrist after performing a puja. It was visible when he posed for a picture with Akshata and also the priests. Besides that, you could also see Rakis on his wrist. He had said day before that he celebrated Raksha Bandhan with his family. Another image that's gone viral is this particular one of the UK Prime Minister posing with the temple priests of Akshardham. He was also offered a model of the temple as a gift. The moment British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak touched down in India, he said that I hope I get a chance to visit a temple. I hope I get a chance to go to Vrindavan because I didn't manage to celebrate Janmashtami. He got that opportunity today. But Rishi Sunak has always unabashedly been a Hindu, not afraid to flaunt his roots, to flaunt his faith. And he said that while I'm a proud Hindu, it also helps me during my stressful work hours to have a bit of faith. Let's break down for you all the details of how the UK Prime Minister's embraced his religion several times.
A trip of faith amid the diplomacy, dosti and dinner. UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak and wife Akshata Murthy took time out for an early morning visit to Delhi's revered Akshardham temple, one of India's largest Hindu shrines. Sunak and Akshata arrived at the temple amid tight security cover. Images from the temple showed the UK Prime Minister and wife embracing their faith in Sanatan Dharma. Sunak bowed in prayers, kneeled down for rituals, took part in Aarti and posed for photos with the saffron-clad seers. Sunak was seen with the sacred Hindu threads or kalava on his wrists. The power couple was clicked praying to idols of Bhagwan Ram, Radha and Krishna and talking to temple officials. Amid the light drizzle, PM Sunak was seen holding an umbrella to shield Akshata from the elements. The couple later posed before the grand Akshardham temple in the background. Sunak also invoked the Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam spirit while writing in the temple's visitor's diary, while praying for success of G20 and global peace.
मंदिर में बहुत प्रेम से उन्होंने आरती की, बहुत प्रेम से उन्होंने कहा मुझे बहुत 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 आनंद आया है और मैं चाहता हूं कि मैं जब भी मुझे मौका मिले तो मैं आता रहूं.
He believes that he is a Hindu and who really wants to help the nation that he represents and also the world. So he said special prayers which were very private, but more importantly, he was very happy and he felt very honored, and he passed on his prayers to the leaders and all the sadhus. So he was extremely happy for being able to have darshan of the Lord.
After arriving in India earlier, Sunak was greeted by Jai Siya Ram chant by Union Minister Ashwini Chaubey and was gifted Bhagavad Gita, Hanuman Chalisa and Rudraksh beads. The UK Prime Minister had then revealed his deep devotion in Hinduism and festivals like Raksha Bandhan and Janmashtami.
Yeah, so I'm a proud Hindu, and that's how I was raised. That's how I am. Hopefully, I can visit a mandir while I'm here for the next couple of days. And yes, we've just had Raksha Bandhan, so from my sister and my cousins, I have all my Rakis, and I didn't have time to celebrate Janmashtami properly the other day.
While meeting spiritual leader Murari Bapu months ago, Sunak had not shied away from publicly reposing his faith in Hinduism.
Jai Siya Ram. It is truly an honour and a pleasure to be here today at Murari Bapu's Ram Katha at the University of Cambridge on Indian Independence Day. Bapu, I'm here today not as Prime Minister, but as a Hindu.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be...
In 2017, after winning in the UK polls, Sunak had taken oath of office on Bhagavad Gita. A Ganesh statue has been a regular feature on his work desk. Images of Sunak performing Gau Puja along with wife Akshata had been viral earlier. As per the British Prime Minister, the values of Hinduism have inspired him and have proven to be his driving force.
His visit to the Akshardham Mandir, the Sashtang Dandavat, the time that he spent with the priests and the devotees there have actually endeared him a lot more, with these images going viral not just in India but across the world. He calls himself a land bridge between India and Britain, a true example of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the motto of the G20 here in India. With cameraman Lalit Mohan Joshi in Delhi, Gaurav Sawant for India Today.
So we've seen a grand gala dinner, delicacies and diplomacy, importantly, on full display. The dinner that was hosted by President Draupadi Murmu last night was attended by G20 leaders along with chief ministers of several states. Bihar's Nitish Kumar, Jharkhand's Hemant Soren, West Bengal's Mamta Banerjee, you had Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, all of them who attended the gala event. Haryana Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar and Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa also were present at this particular dinner that was hosted by President Murmu. Among other guests were Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, seen dining with Union Home Minister Amit Shah in pictures that have now emerged on social media. Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Bhupendra Baghel, Rajasthan's Ashok Gehlot, Odisha's Naveen Patnaik, Arvind Kejriwal, Delhi Chief Minister, all of them gave the event a miss. There's no clarity on exactly why they didn't turn up. And with those pictures, I'm slipping into a very short break here on India Today. We'll continue getting you all the highlights of Day 2 of the G20 Summit and exclusive conversations coming up.
The new world order starts here.
And a rising India is leading the way.
A new template for a changing world.
India in the front seat for global peace and prosperity as world leaders line up for the big event.
India Today gives you the only ringside view. The faces, the voices.
The big news breaks.
Unrivaled build-up to the G20 summit.
Namaste G20. Continuing coverage only on India Today TV.
World's top leaders have arrived in the national capital. India's G20 presidency theme draws its inspiration from Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the verse that finds mention in the Maha Upanishad.
So India's G20 presidency is exceptional. And yes, we live in very challenging and difficult times. The more India takes merit for mastering this G20 presidency, I think it's also due to the leadership of Prime Minister Modi. And what I experience here coming to the country is that there is a whole national effort to master the G20 presidency by the largest democracy we have on this globe.
The summit is being held at the newly constructed Bharat Mandapam at Pragati Maidan. India presidency will majorly focus on green development, climate change, inclusive and resilient growth, women-led development, accelerating progress of sustainable development goals, as well as promoting digital public infrastructure, reforming and strengthening multilateral development banks to reflect the changed geopolitical conditions, and the rise of the global south also remains key part of India's agenda during its presidency.
Global debt distress. Countries are in deep distress. Not just less developed countries, but middle-income countries as well.
Hello and welcome. One of the big ideas of India's G20 presidency has been to try and regulate crypto assets, and we've had the International Monetary Fund playing a very important role in putting together an architecture which could help regulating crypto assets in the global economy. To talk about this, we're joined here at the Le Méridien Hotel in the national capital by the first Deputy Managing Director of the International Monetary Fund, Dr. Geeta Gopinath. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hi,
and
Rahul.
welcome. So could you start by explaining the mechanism that you're hoping to bring together? You know, you've advanced the timelines, brought out a paper which looks at regulating crypto assets. So many people who trade or were trading in crypto assets, very curious to know how exactly will this function?
Yeah, this is one of the big achievements of India's G20 presidency, which is to bring together, when it comes to crypto assets, not just the regulatory aspect, but also the macro financial consequences. So for the first time, they brought together the Financial Stability Board, who does regulation, and the IMF, who does macro financial stability, and said, come together from that holistic perspective, what kind of policy actions are needed. So for instance, when it comes to monetary issues, you know, one of the clear statements is do not legalize the use of any crypto asset like Bitcoin for legal currency, because that would affect monetary sovereignty. When it comes to financial stability, the guideline is to make sure that you have such issuers of such crypto assets, that they are licensed, that they're registered, and you have the principle that if it's the same activity, same risk, then you have the same action in terms of the way you treat it. So it's laid out a very good set of broad principles. The work is not over because there's a roadmap in terms of what else needs to be done going forward. But this is the first time the global community has come together and agreed on a common set of principles.
So the good thing is there's no talk of banning crypto. I mean, the idea that crypto is tough to ban has kind of gone through. But what concerns me is that different countries have adopted different positions on the spectrum of policy making in dealing with crypto assets. Do you think this provides a common framework? I ask because the G20 regulations or whatever comes out of the G20 isn't necessarily binding.
That's certainly right, and there cannot be one size fits all, just given the complexity of the world and different levels of financial development, the kinds of supervision and regulation they can have, and so on. So there is going to be some tailoring to country-specific circumstances. But everybody agreed that these broad principles we're all on board with.
Okay, do you want to give those watching a broad sense of what to expect once these principles are indeed accepted, and the kind of timelines that you're looking at this moment for these principles to be brought into policy?
I think it's going to be much less of the Wild West that we've had for a long time. By throwing light on the different issuers of these kinds of crypto assets, we're going to have much better data of what they're doing, what the extent to which they're penetrating into different different people's pockets. There is going to be, if it's clear that you are effectively a speculative investment class, then you're going to be regulated in one way. If you're being used for payments, then you're going to be regulated as other payment systems are regulated. It's going to take some time to build up the specific details of it, but much more transparency, much more light being shed on it, and not the anything goes kind of environment.
Let's spend a moment on your reading of the Indian economy at the moment. Seen as one of the key growth engines of the global economy. India projected to grow at 6.1% 2023, 6.3% next year. But concerns also being raised about private investment, and private investment not kickstarting in quite the way the government would have liked. So do you want to share your reading of how you think the economy is doing at this moment?
Now, India is and continues to be an engine of global growth. So we have, for this fiscal year, we expect growth to be over 6%. And two factors that are driving it are public investment, which has been quite strong, and resilient consumption spending. So I think those are the two important factors. I mean, our estimate is that for this year, for 2023, India's growth would explain about 15% of global growth, right? So that is a substantial chunk of global growth that's being driven by India at this point. But to get to much higher levels of per capita income and to get to continued high levels of growth, you need structural reforms, and that's going to be very important. And there are multiple fronts on which these reforms will be needed. Those will be needed also to attract private investment. A lot has been put in place in terms of improving the ease of doing business, but there is still a lot more that needs to be done.
You want to spend a moment talking about that, because this government heads into an election, and of course all of what you're saying is not linked to elections. But of all the structural reforms that you'd like the government to push through, what is it that you think could have the biggest multiplier and the fastest improvement in the level of private investment?
So creating an enabling environment for private investment, clearly very important. On that front, continuing the investment in public infrastructure, hugely important. Digital public infrastructure is playing a very important role. But in addition to that, some of the harder decisions when it comes, for instance, to labor markets is needed. Now, that's not something that the center can do, because you put, there's clearly reforms have been announced for labor market reforms, but many states have not implemented them yet. So that's going to be required. So if you actually see, in terms of where foreign direct investment goes in India, there are about 4 states. There's Maharashtra, Karnataka, Gujarat, Delhi, that get a big chunk of the investment, and it's not going to other parts. So a lot has to be done at the level of state governments. Secondly, of course, again, what I said about the ease of doing business, that it's still the case that there is a fair amount of red tape in opening businesses in India. That's going to take some work. Education, in terms of improving the quality of education, making it, there are some fantastic institutions over here, but the depth of it needs to be improved. More work on that front. Female labor force participation is way lower than what it should be at this level of development in India. It's very low. Raising that up would make a big difference. So these are some of the reforms that would be helpful.
You may have seen some commentary recently about concerns being raised internationally about whether the government is overstating economic growth. Came out 7.8% was the estimate that was put out recently. Is that a concern that you have? Because that's been a big concern somewhere else, and now there's this controversy. So I'm kind of wondering what's your reading of that?
No, this is not something that we are concerned about. We look at a bunch of data. We look at lots of high-frequency data and so on, and these are the numbers that we take.
Let's spend a moment on digital public infrastructure, which has been one of India's big ideas during this G20 presidency. And you travel internationally, you're seeing what's happening in global economies. Do you really think India's tech stack is of as much utility internationally as the government hopes it can be?
I think India is really on the forefront in this area. It's already seen the benefits for India itself. Not just in terms of innovation and what is brought in, but also on the fiscal front in terms of much more efficient spending, the ability to collect revenues, formalizing the economy, all of that has been phenomenal. I mean, that India is really a leader in that front, and other countries in the world are paying attention to what India is doing in this space.
Do you see other countries wanting to adopt these technologies? Do you see this as being a part of what India can export in terms of ideas and tech globally?
I think it already is doing that, actually. It is absolutely exporting those ideas. There is now a push to make sure that we have platforms that are interoperable, that speak across borders, because clearly there are different forms. There's Pix in Brazil, which has the features of India's UPI, but at the same time is different in other respects. And the question is whether you can have a much more integrated platform. There's work being done on that front, but organically, a lot of these exchange of ideas is happening.
Let's spend a moment on your reading of the Chinese economy at the moment, which is one of the big concern areas. The obituary of growth in China has been written often and has always proven wrong. But there are also concerns that maybe this time the distress is deeper and more real than it has been in the past. How do you read all the data that's coming or not coming out of China?
Now, after a first quarter that was very strong because of the rebound from the reopening, China's economy has slowed. And we see that in private consumption. The real estate sector, of course, has had a lot of trouble for a long time. And we saw some improvement in the first few months of this year. But then again, we're seeing a deterioration. So that is an area of important concern. So investment is just down. Confidence is down, consumer confidence, and just broadly private sector confidence is down. Now, the good news is that China has the resources to be able to turn things around. It still can do much more in terms of fiscal policy and in terms of monetary policy, and they are taking actions in that dimension. But these are things that can't necessarily be turned around overnight. I mean, we expect China's growth to slow. For this year, for instance, we still think that it can meet the target that the government has set of about 5%. But then into the medium term, we have China's growth projected at around 3.4%, going down. So that's where we are. It's not like we're expecting to see a very deep downturn or a sharp recession or anything of that kind, but just slowing growth.
So slowing growth at this level of economic evolution is understandable. But there are people who take it one step further and say, because, for example, youth unemployment, June was 21%, before they shut off unemployment data, they say the distress is much deeper and darker than the mandarins in Beijing would have us believe.
Well, it's more than just saying that China's reached a size of an economy where the growth slows down, right? It's certainly more than that, because we have revised down our projections for China relative to the pre-pandemic, given the developments we've seen in the property sector.
And in your revised projections, is there a point where China still overtakes the US? Because that's become a matter of global commentary about whether China ever does overtake the US in terms of the size of the economy.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, given the downgrade, it's going to take longer. Whether it will or will not will depend upon what kinds of policies the government does take at this point. Like I said, it has the space to be able to make changes to its economic path. But the combination of what we're seeing in terms of the property sector, the slowing confidence, the fact that the global demand, especially for manufactured goods, has come down quite a bit. I mean, all of this are headwinds for China.
We saw the US Commerce Secretary, Gina Raimondo, when she was in Beijing recently, speak about China becoming increasingly uninvestable, that ad hoc economic decision making is making it very complicated for American companies, international companies to invest in China. Do you see this pulling away, or this, not necessarily decoupling, but reducing interdependence being now cast in stone, or do you think there is likely to be an economic rapprochement more than we've seen so far?
No, I do think that we are in a time of geoeconomic fragmentation. We're certainly seeing these geopolitical tensions are showing up in countries, moving away from each other. For instance, Rahul, if you look at the import restrictions that have been put, last year 3,000 new import restrictions were put. That was 3 times the number that was put in 2019. And if you look at where FDI is going, it's much more driven by now geopolitical considerations as opposed to geographic distance, which used to be a bigger role. So we are certainly seeing countries distancing themselves in terms of the amount of integration, relative to how much of integration they had in the past. You know, the whole language of we're trying to de-risk and not decouple, I think is fine. It's much more harder to do in practice and not go down a slippery slope. So this is a challenge for the world, and we've been at the IMF. I mean, this is one of our jobs, is to flag the risks to the world from this.
What are the risks at this moment? Because from India's perspective, it could possibly be a huge opportunity. To what extent have you been able to capitalize on the opportunity? The government, through its production-linked incentives, through its Make in India scheme, Atmanirbhar India, trying to pull away from China as part of anybody who's looking to reorient their supply chains in keeping with China Plus One. To what extent is India benefiting? That's from an Indian point of view. And what are the risks that you're observing from a more macro level?
Yeah. No, in terms of the you know, in terms of the signaling, in terms of intent, when you talk to people and when you look at projects being announced, there is certainly a big interest in India right now, especially in terms of the new policy of diversifying away from, for instance, from China. But if you look at the last 2 decades of manufacturing in India, the share of manufacturing in GDP hasn't changed much. It's been around 17 to 18% over the last couple of decades, right? So, you know, clearly a greater push is needed in terms of attracting all that investment in, and in terms of making sure that manufacturing has a high share in production, and Make in India is a bigger success. You know, more will be needed.
You spoke of risks, because the IMF's task, you said, is also to highlight risks as this untangling happens. What are the risks that concern you the most?
One is on inflation in the major economies. The good news is that it has been coming down. There have been hopeful signs, but we're not there yet. And we could still have a situation where inflation, yes, has come down, but doesn't go close enough to the targets of central banks, in which case they will need to raise interest rates by a lot more. And then we might have the kind of soft landing that everybody's projecting at that time, and that could be a real shock to the global economy. Second is the war is not over. Russia's invasion of Ukraine continues. You could see big impacts on energy prices again, on food prices. That remains an important risk. China is a concern. I think the downside risks to China's growth have gone up. And we're seeing a lot of climate-related events, weather events around the world that's disrupting growth and affecting prices.
Okay, so let's take it one by one, because one of the things that was discussed in India's G20 is not linked directly to the G20, but President Biden, MBS from Saudi Arabia, spoke of an India, Middle East, Europe corridor, and the IMF is one of the bodies that will be involved in arranging financing for that. How do you see this infrastructure corridor play out?
Yeah. So firstly, we don't get involved. The IMF doesn't get involved in infrastructure projects.
I just saw Emmanuel Macron's press conference where he was speaking about working with the IMF and the World Bank in the project.
Yeah. So on project financing, it's squarely the World Bank. Of course, we get involved whenever there is a macro issue to deal with. This is a fresh announcement. I know that there's a lot of enthusiasm for it, but I think it's too early to comment on the details of it.
Okay. The other thing that's raising a lot of headlines is the idea that India will soon be the world's 3rd largest economy. How soon do you see that happen? That it'll happen sometime in the next few years seems inevitable. 2027 is one estimate, which is the SBI's estimate, seems the most aggressive estimate. Others say it could happen 2028, 2029. What's your reading at this moment?
Yeah, I think what you said, that yes, in a few years, not too long, in a few years, in the ballpark of the years you're talking about, based on current projections.
What are your current projections for
that? Would be, so if you looked at the last estimates we put out in July for India's growth, I think you'd get around there to 2027, 28. I think that's when you would get to the 3rd largest. But I think there's a lot more that needs to be done, and the more important thing is to maintain a high growth momentum for many more years than just the next 4 or 5 years. And that
so you think it could happen by 2027?
Based on, in terms of the dollar, yes, in current dollar terms, you could, based on projections, it could get there by 27, 28. I think that's
but you're also saying that to keep the growth momentum going, you'd like to see a lot more.
Yes, I mean, again, it's, India is a large country, so in per capita terms, that will still be a small number, even if you're overall the third largest economy. So India needs to keep pushing on that front to keep the growth momentum going much more.
We interviewed someone you know well, Borge Brande, the president of the World Economic Forum, and at the India at 100 summit, he spoke of the next 10 years, seeing the Indian economy hit a $10 trillion value, and he said that the global economic order would be defined by what he called the G3, the US, China, and India. I'm kind of wondering what you think of that.
Okay, firstly, I'm not a huge fan of these projections of $10 trillion and so on. As we know, over the last 3 years, a lot can happen. We had the pandemic, we had the war, sure. Things can get derailed, a lot of things can go wrong. So setting aside those big headline numbers, I think the important thing is that India is a very important player on the global stage. Clearly through the G20, it signaled a serious leadership role. Even in terms of the world growth, like I said, it's contributing like 15% to world GDP growth. I think there's a lot more that needs to be done. It has a young demographic population, which is again a big asset, but you need to be able to catalyze that through structural reforms.
And how has this G20 been for you? Because on the finance track, there's been so much that's been happening. You spoke of India signaling global leadership. So what are the signals that you've been picking up, and how's this year been for you?
Well, I think it's been a great year for India's G20 presidency. Nobody expected that there would be a leaders' declaration. The fact that there was one, I think, is a huge deal. It tells you that even though we can all be, countries can have very different opinions about the way the world is headed, they can actually come together and have a declaration. That I think is huge. The second thing I think India did really well was to put a lot of light on the issues that emerging and developing countries care for. So bringing the African Union in as a member of the G20 on a permanent basis is another big step in that direction. And all of the work that's been done on the crypto regulation, on debt and debt issues, and multilateral development banks financing, all of that are all part of how the Prime Minister refers to as the need to help the global South.
Do you want to share some light on how you think global indebtedness for those countries that are heavily indebted is being dealt with, and what more would you like to see?
After a long time, I think we're beginning to see progress on that front. For me, the debt relief and the debt restructuring that was done for Zambia is quite a landmark. Mm-hmm. We had creditors of all different, the Paris Club, non-Paris Club, private creditors all come together to agree on a set of restructuring for Zambia. I think that's a big deal. India, along with the IMF and the World Bank, were part of put out the Global Sovereign Debt Roundtable. That has played a very important role, and also in trying to engage and trying to fix problems in the global debt architecture. So I think we've made progress, but a whole lot more is still needed, and we need to make these restructurings happen at a much faster pace.
Outside of all global macroeconomic questions, you may have seen that one video of the IMF boss, Kristalina Georgieva. She's doing a Sambli dance number, and I'm wondering, when you're seeing that video, what's going through your head? She's been smashing the internet.
Yes.
And earlier, you were the one IMF nominee that most people know. She's not there yet, but she's getting there. A couple of more dance moves, and then she's going to smash the internet some more.
Now that's typically Kristalina. That is her. She loves to dance. So, when she sees other people dancing and she sees good music, hears good music, she wants to get in.
She was the only one who got into the groove, okay? She was like totally having fun and joining in. Most of the others saw dur se, but she went in and really was part of the cultural immersion.
Absolutely. No, that's her. That's just total her.
You're not doing that. There's been talk of millets and pushing millets linked to climate security, linked to using less, using less water. But then there's also just overdose of millets, right? You were at the State Banquet. How was it? You loved your millets, or not so much?
That was a lot of millets. It was very good. It was delicious.
You're being diplomatic.
No, I enjoyed it. But yes, there were a lot of millets in there, in the menu.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Fantastic having you with us, and we wish you all the best. And I hope you eat some millets and get to eat some non-millets as well. Thank you very much for your time. Thanks, Geeta.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 28 and minimum 23 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 29 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 33 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 29 and minimum 22 degrees.
All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Kia Sonet, undeniably wild.
The power hugs, handshakes, and namaste. Dosti, diplomacy, and G20 dhamaka. Bharat's G20 Gala dazzles the world. India's finest reporting team on ground. 360-degree perspective of G20 summit only on India Today.
Hello and welcome. You're watching India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal. What a fantastic weekend it's been for India with the G20 summit. So many takeaways, the Delhi Declaration, the African Union becoming a part of the G20 and so much more. This has truly been a historic weekend, not just for India, but for the world. And all of that courtesy the stellar leadership shown by India, which several world leaders have referred to as well. Over the next half hour, I'll get you a glimpse of the reactions that have come in. But first, take a look at this report where we break down for you all that happened on day 2 of the G20 summit, and largely the bonhomie, the friendship that's on display right now between world leaders and Prime Minister Modi.
From bonhomie with US President Biden to UK Prime Minister Sunak to Italian Prime Minister Meloni. This G20 summit was all about dosti and diplomacy. As he explained the Konark wheel to President Biden and later the Sabarmati Ashram in detail, Prime Minister Modi's rapport with US President Biden was on full display. The chemistry between the two leaders was the highlight of G20 summit. Prime Minister Modi's bond with Rishi Sunak also stole the limelight. On day one of the summit, the moment Sunak saw Modi, he greeted him with a namaste and a warm hug. And on the second day of summit, both leaders were seen strolling together after paying homage to Mahatma Gandhi. Rishi Sunak, who is first Indian origin Prime Minister of the UK, has often expressed his admiration for Modi.
I have enormous respect for Modi ji, and he's been personally very warm and kind to me, and we're working very hard, as I said, on our shared ambition of concluding an ambitious and comprehensive trade deal between India and the UK, because both of us think that would be a good thing.
Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni also shared a light-hearted moment with Prime Minister Modi as she arrived for the G20 summit. It was Meloni who hailed Modi as most loved leader of the world when she met him in March this year.
I firmly believe that there's a lot that we can do together. This will lead me to the approval rate that the Prime Minister Modi has reached. I think is the most loved one of all around the world. But I mean, this has really proven that he has been a major leader, and congratulations for that.
With Prime Minister Modi's good ties with the world's tallest leaders, the formula of dosti and diplomacy is yielding great results for India. Bureau Report, India Today.
It's been a hectic 2 days for all of our reporters who've been at the Bharat Mandapam, getting you every single update and ensuring that the news reaches you first, the India Today viewer, on what's happening in the G20 summit. I'd like to introduce on this broadcast Gaurav Sawant, our managing editor. We also have with us Abhishek Bhalla, Paulami Saha. We'll also have Geeta and Moshmi joining us in just a bit. But good evening to all of you. I know you've all had a long 3 days going into the Bharat Mandapam early into the morning and then non-stop reporting from the media center. Gaurav, to you first. So many takeaways really from the G20 summit. I think it's more than lived up to expectations. It's surpassed expectations. But to you, what was the biggest takeaway, Gaurav, that the world will remember this G20 for?
So the world will remember this G20 for African Union being a part of the G20. The world will remember this G20 for all the countries signing on the dotted line on all the 83 paragraphs with no footnotes. The world will remember this G20 for commitments that have been made, and in some instances the first step being taken towards helping improve climate in terms of Rishi Sunak, Prime Minister of Britain, committing $2 billion just at the beginning. But what will India remember this for? This is India's moment. This is India's moment where India's on the center stage. The line that India had taken, and right from the beginning, when it came to the Ukraine conflict, India, right from step one, from day one, had said, one, not an era of war. Two, it's only through dialogue and diplomacy that you need to find a solution. Now, close to 2 years after that conflict started, the world has come around to that point. Three, when it comes to G20, India had repeatedly made that point. This is not the platform. United Nations is the platform to discuss security issues. Of course, the world then argued because of food, fuel and fertilizer, this becomes an issue for G20. On that aspect, Ukraine was discussed. But one aspect of G20 cannot be more important than another aspect, which is bringing the global south and ensuring their needs are met. That was India's consistent stand, and the world has accepted India's stand. stand. So I think India's leadership position is something that stands out for me in this G20. All the points that India made right from step one, what Prime Minister was saying from day one, the world has accepted all those points.
You know, Gaurav, I'm going to come back to you on the point that the Prime Minister made at the very end in the closing session, in his closing remarks. He summed it up very beautifully about let there be peace always. And I think that was also a reference to all the countries that we need to come together, prevail and work to ensure peace, whether it's about conflict or any other issue. Just a news break coming in right now on the Indo-Canada ties. There's been a lot of focus on this. There was a pull aside also that happened, and we can confirm for you here on India Today that the Khalistani issue was also raised. The Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau was cornered at the G20 summit because he was asked directly about the Khalistani menace that is brewing in his soil, that's having a direct impact on our security in India. So Trudeau has confirmed at the press conference that he held right after the pull aside with Prime Minister Modi that yes, there was a discussion on Khalistani terror. He's highlighted that we respect rule of law and freedom of speech. And he said that freedom of peaceful protest will be protected. The question is, how peaceful is it when they talk about assassinations, when they're issuing warnings to the tallest leaders in the country? But this is a message from the Canadian Prime Minister, and this perhaps explains to you why right now there's a bit of freeze in the ties between India and Canada, which you could see in those pictures also. Every time the Prime Minister and the Canadian Prime Minister exchanged any pleasantries. Let's play out for you what Trudeau said.
Over the years with Prime Minister Modi, we've had many conversations on both of those issues. Obviously, Canada will always defend freedom of expression, freedom of conscience, freedom of peaceful protest. That's something that's extremely important to us. At the same time as we're always there to prevent violence, to push back against hatred. I think on the issue of the community, it's important to remember that the actions of the few do not represent the entire community or Canada. The flip side of it, we also highlighted the importance of respecting the rule of law, and we did talk about foreign interference.
Let me bring in Abhishek Bhalla on this broadcast. Abhishek, the issue of Khalistani terror was raised in the meeting between Prime Minister Modi and Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. But it's clear really that Canada at this point refuses to take any concrete action. If you listen to that reaction, it kind of defines and explains for you in as many words as to exactly what is the problem right now between India and Canada. It is clearly that Canada refuses to take this problem seriously.
Well, there is a lot at stake as far as the domestic politics of Canada is concerned, Akshita, and that's the reason why perhaps they dilly-dally on Indian concerns over the Khalistani movement. Not surprising, this kind of a reaction. Whenever this subject has been taken up, this is the kind of response one gets from Canada, and of late, this has in fact become a bit of a hurdle as far as the relationship between the two countries is concerned. But Akshita, while we are at that, I just want to shift focus for a while, because there's a lot of activity happening here at the International Media Centre. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is expected to visit this place a little later in the evening. So the area has been cordoned off, and it's maybe at one side of the cordon. I think journalists will be allowed, and he might just walk the aisle. Other than that, there have been the security checks, last-minute rounds by security officials, Delhi police, everybody ensuring that things are perfect, because Prime Minister Narendra Modi, just when everybody was thinking that we can sort of relax, because it's the fag end of the summit. Last couple of days have been extremely hectic, but suddenly a lot of excitement, not just for the journalists, Indian journalists, but even the international media that's here. People are talking, asking whether all these arrangements are being made for the Prime Minister. Well, that's what it looks like. We have a confirmation that he will be visiting the Crafts Bazaar, and after that, the Prime Minister might just want to come here and say a hello to several journalists who've been covering this summit for the last 2 days.
Okay, so it's going to be a hello, perhaps a thank you, but we can't expect, can we? Paulami, I'll bring her in on this as well. We can't really expect a lengthy media interaction, Paulami. This must be a courtesy meet at the Bharat Mandapam, where he's essentially thanking everyone for the hard work they've put in. You were at that crafts bazaar, where the Prime Minister is expected in just about an hour from now, we're told, at 6 p.m.
That's right. Possibly 6 or 6:30, but already, you can see hectic arrangements that are underway over here. Kirpal, my camera person, will tell you and show you those images of the security checks that are happening. The personnel who are present over here, there have been sniffer dogs that have done the rounds as well. And Kirpal can just go around and he will show you the jamboree, which is collected in one corner of, in fact, the entire hall. This is a massive hall, and you can just see the number of people over here. That's as many journalists who have been parked over here for the past couple of days covering G20 Summit 2023, and you can see that entire crowd over there that's parked in one area, hoping that the Prime Minister will probably stop, but unlikely that there'll be a press conference over here or even media soundbite. But yes, he is going to go to the Crafts Bazaar that we brought images of to our viewers exclusively on Friday morning itself as we entered this complex of Bharat Mandapam. And today the grand finale happens right next door at the International Media Centre, which the Prime Minister is expected to shortly visit and, of course, review arrangements in terms of, like Abhishek was saying, probably a hello and a thank you to all the media that has flown in from across the world to cover G20 Summit 2023.
So much has transpired since that live. I remember you were live with me on Friday morning, Paulami. And since then, all of those people at the Crafts Bazaar, all of the people at the Media Centre and every part of Bharat Mandapam have ensured the success, the roaring success of the G20 Summit. And I reckon the Prime Minister is there essentially in about 1 hour from now to thank all of them for the hard work that they've put in. Our Foreign Affairs Editor Geeta Mohan is with us. I also have Maushmi Singh. I'm going to go across to them in just a bit because I want to play out for you what world leaders have had to say about their experience in the national capital, about their experience of the G20 summit under India's presidency. We'll play out those reactions and then I'll take this across to Geeta.
We talked about how important it was for this G20 to be the success that it was, having solid conversations and interactions that involved countries, the major countries from around the world, creating moments both for formal interactions and the productive informal conversations that were a huge part of this summit to advance important issues. We also talked about the range of issues that matter, whether it's climate change or the rule of law or issues facing Canadians and Indians. We recognize that India is an extraordinarily important economy in the world and an important partner to Canada on everything from fighting climate change to creating growth and prosperity for citizens. There's always a lot of work to do, and we will continue to do it.
First of all, please allow me to thank Prime Minister Modi. Faithful to its principles, India did its utmost for its presidency of the G20 to serve unity and peace and send across a message of unity while Russia is still waging its war of aggression in Ukraine. So here I would like to thank Prime Minister Modi and say once again that France stands alongside India. First of all, this G20 confirms once again the isolation of Russia. A vast majority of the G20 members condemn the war in Ukraine and its impacts. And we've been dealing with the economic and food consequences of this war precisely to maintain the unity of the planet. And the entire G20 also commits to a just and also peace in Ukraine, and I insist on these words. That's in accordance with the UN Charter, also is a reminder of our support to the principle of territorial integrity.
In full compliance with the UN Charter and the international law, the principle of self-determination of peoples came into play. This is something we have explained a lot, many times, and the correct understanding of what is going on is apparent amid the developing countries in the G20. I believe that some of our Western colleagues understand it too, but you know very well that they are placing their bets on Russia's strategic defeat. The developing countries will not tolerate being put before the false choice, fighting poverty or investing into climate change. This is a false alternative, and naturally the tasks of social and economic development take precedence. The declaration also stipulates the need to deliver on the promises to transfer technologies to the global south countries, not only exporting commodity materials and then receiving costs from added value.
The 18th G20 Leaders Summit had been concluded under the auspices and the leadership of India, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank India for a gracious and a very successful term presidency. I would like to thank His Excellency Prime Minister Modi for the gracious hospitality that was shown to my personal self, my spouse, and my entire Turkish delegation. And I would like to extend my gratitude to all of those involved in the realization of this summit. This year, our theme was One World, One Family, and One Future.
Okay, so just a few statements there from world leaders after the G20 summit where they share their experiences, many of them hailing India for how we have led in this particular summit. Geeta Mohan is with us. Geeta, besides the summit itself, several pull-asides, several bilaterals that everyone's talking about. What to you is the biggest highlight of all of these meets? How has it helped largely India's diplomatic relations?
The fact that India managed one of the most challenging outcome documents of any G20 ever in itself is the biggest achievement. The fact that Indian initiatives were included despite all the opposition in the beginning, and China did not object. In fact, many of the articles now from the Chinese side talk about Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam and world is one family, only to hit out at the Americans saying that, well, there is no isolation. China in many ways has managed to bring in everybody, and in this case, outcome document has been a rather winner and a victory for India, but also for Russia and China. The Europeans and the West now trying to explain to their own media and to their own people why is it and how did they allow it to happen. The fact is that this really shows the depth diplomacy of India in having a win on the document, but also there are a few other important aspects to the G20 summit. One is African Union being included in the G20. That is a very important one. It is voice of the Global South now, and the Global South quite representative or represented in the G20. The other very important one on the sidelines, if I can add, Akshita, is the infrastructure project between India, the Middle East, and Europe. That's certain. That connectivity project is going to be big. World Bank president being there clearly shows that there's going to be no dearth of funds. And then we have the guest nations that Prime Minister Modi invited, Bangladesh, Nigeria, you name it, the UAE, they all have been a critical part in terms of strategic partners of India. And even as we speak and the entire G20 summit comes to an end, there still are bilaterals happening with those who we have great ties with those where concerns were raised, such as the UK Prime Minister when India raised the issue of Khalistan, and with those who, in a way, were reported to have been sidelined, like the Canadian Prime Minister, but there was a bilateral and a shake hand that has just been put out. So clearly, the Prime Minister over here not discriminating, irrespective of what the media is reporting. He seems to be very clear on his agenda and how to take everyone along. So inclusivity clearly is the message here.
I think that's an important message that you put out, Geeta, because there's been a lot of analysis of how much time the Prime Minister spent with each leader, what kind of body language was involved, what was the messaging behind all of that. Inclusivity overall is the message that we're trying to put forth. I sense that I think every country now, Maushami, knows the word Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam because of the G20 summit theme, because of all that we've done in the last few days. And what a beautiful celebration of Indian culture. You have to give it to the organizers for how they've brought in Indian culture, Indian tradition in every single part of the summit, whether it's the session themes or whether it's the setup at Bharat Mandapam. Those 3 points, I think, when the intro happened on day one of the summit, where you had the Konark wheel, which you see on your screens. The second was just before the dinner, where you had Nalanda blown up behind the Prime Minister again, and today at Rajghat, where you had the Sabarmati Ashram in display. Amazing preparations, amazing organizing, really, of putting Indian culture in the forefront, Moshmi.
Absolutely, Akshata. And I just walked out of the press conference of the Turkish president and also covered the French president's press conference, and both of them highlighted that fact and thanked India for its hospitality. And interestingly, the Turkish president went on to talk about Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam and how, the 3 sessions were on one earth, one family, one future. But interestingly, on the 2 key issues that Geeta was mentioning, both the French president and the Turkish president, they pressed upon that fact that, the French president went on to say that G20 and highlight and underline that G20 is perhaps not the right forum as far as, raking up issues of the Ukraine-Russia war is concerned. When he was asked about Ukraine not being too happy about what's happened as far as the war is concerned and mentioned in the declaration. So very... And also, the Turkish president said that if Ukraine thinks they're not proud, there's nothing to be proud of in the G20 as far as the war is concerned. But we think there is something to be proud of. And so there is, as Geeta mentioned, a sense that perhaps Ukraine feels let down with what the declaration is as far as the war is concerned. But there is a lot of explaining that the Western countries might have to do back home. And the other important factor, I spoke to the Turkish president. I asked him a question, in fact, on the Middle East corridor, which is one of the big takeaways of this G20 summit. And I asked him whether it could coexist or it was a counterbalance to the One Belt, One Road project. And to that question, he said that perhaps, the Middle East corridor was very much in the asking, and it was much needed, and Turkey and all the Gulf countries would try to expedite that project. So a big takeaway for India.
That's a very big
in
one,
all terms, whether it's diplomacy or showcasing its spiritual strength.
Can I just highlight here, Moshmi, while talking about Indian culture and tradition, that you're doing a beautiful job also of highlighting it in that lovely sari. I've been noticing that every day of the G20 summit, you've been there showing off the lovely Indian saris, which many of our dignitaries also have done, by the way. So our reporters there who've been working hard through the course of this G20 summit from 5 a.m. in the morning, essentially landing up at the Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium and then taking that shuttle to Bharat Mandapam to ensure that they're there on time, getting you all of those updates. Let me tell you about the visit that happened early this morning as well, when our world leaders went to Rajghat, participated in a wreath-laying ceremony at Mahatma Gandhi's Samadhi. Again, pictures were lovely from that event because the bonhomie was on display. You had the Prime Minister in conversation constantly with US President Joe Biden as he helped him walk along with, in fact, all the other leaders following suit. And then there was a moment of silence also observed there. Very important in terms of the timing of this and also in the context of the global conflict that all countries now have come on board on, courtesy us, courtesy India.
A serene morning at Rajghat. A powerful silence envelopes the world leaders gathered to pay homage to the icon of peace, Mahatma Gandhi. US President Joe Biden, India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi, United Kingdom Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, standing united in their reverence for the man who championed non-violence.
मैं इस डिक्लेरेशन को एडॉप्ट करने की घोषणा करता हूं.
A day earlier at the G20 summit, India, under Prime Minister Narendra Modi's leadership, orchestrated a historic moment for global diplomacy. On Saturday, the New Delhi Declaration, brokered by India, called upon by nations to uphold international law, territorial integrity, and the multilateral system that safeguards peace and stability.
One earth, one family, one future का रोड मैप सुखद हो, स्वस्ति अस्तु विश्वस्य, यानी संपूर्ण विश्व में आशा और शांति का संचार हो। 140 करोड़ भारतीयों की इसी मंगल कामना के साथ आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Under India's visionary leadership, a fractured world scarred by the Ukraine-Russia conflict found common ground, echoing the Gandhian principle of non-violence and unity.
रघुपति राघव राजा राम पतित पावन सीताराम।
Back at Rajghat, a heartfelt musical tribute filled the air.
राजा राम पतित पावन सीताराम।
India's G20 presidency culminates in this moment of unity at Rajghat.
राजा राम पतित पावन सीताराम।
मेरा प्रस्ताव है कि हम नवंबर के अंत में G20 का एक वर्चुअल सेशन और रखें। उस सेशन में हम इस समिट के दौरान तय विषयों की समीक्षा कर सकते हैं।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's call for continued collaboration and his vision of peace resonated deeply. The G20 leaders departed Rajghat, leaving a message of hope and unity. Bureau Report, India Today.
Highlights for you from day 2 of the G20 summit. I'd like to thank all of our reporters for joining us over the last 30 minutes and getting you a sense of the big takeaways of this summit. Thanks to Gaurav, Paulami, Abhishek, Geeta and Moshmi for getting us those details. There's a lot of praise coming in for the Prime Minister from India and from abroad. Let's get to a reaction from superstar Shah Rukh Khan, who's congratulated Prime Minister Modi and hailed India's G20 presidency. SRK, in a detailed post on social media on X, formerly Twitter, has said G20 has fostered unity between nations. India will prosper under Prime Minister's leadership. Big words of praise there from Shah Rukh Khan. And while he's hailed our presidency, he's also, in fact, directly said that the Prime Minister's leadership has made a huge difference. He's in fact said, let me read that out for you also exactly what his tweet says. He says that the leadership of the Prime Minister is inspiring, and that by itself speaks volumes really of what the entire nation currently is feeling. I'm wrapping up this broadcast. Thanks very much for tuning in.
India aims big with the G20. The India Today group brings together unmissable super sharp global thinkers and strategists. Top foreign affairs guru.
It has to be a world with a greater sense of purpose, of vision, of values.
Leading expert on global political risk.
Xi Jinping is not surrounded by a bunch of reformers right now.
Leading global economists.
India's economy should be able to grow.
Ex-President of the United Nations Security Council.
This is an indication that relations between China and India still remain very troubled.
The Indian Imperative, debated like never before. Only on India Today.
Hello everyone, this is Anita Brito in conversation with
द वन एंड ओनली श्याम कौशल। हेलो सर, कैसे हो आप?
हेलो, नमस्कार जी।
अभी भी आप कंटिन्यू कर रहे हो और आपके बहुत अच्छे अच्छे लाइनअप्स है, जैसे आपने बोला डंकी है, फिर आपके पास जो बंगाली मूवी है वो भी है।
ये बंगला बंधु। हाँ जी।
प्लीज उसके बारे में थोड़ा इन डेप्थ बात कीजिए, थोड़ा डंकी के बारे में हमें बात कीजिए। इट्स एन ऑल एंड आउट एक्शन फिल्म?
नो, इट इज नॉट ए, देयर इज एक्शन इन इट।
बट मुझे ये जानना है आपसे, ये पर्सनल क्वेश्चन है, आपको सबसे ज्यादा कौन से एक्टर के साथ काम करके मजा है, मुझे ये बताइए।
मैंने अमित जी के साथ काम किया, अमित जी से लेके सभी के साथ जितने भी आगे ना सभी के साथ काम किया, फिर जो साउथ के भी मोस्टली सुपरस्टार्स उनके साथ भी काम किया। पर आज तक भगवान की दुआ से कभी किसी के साथ इशू नहीं हुआ, कभी कुछ नहीं हुआ, सबसे प्यार ही मिला है। तो मेरा एक मानना होता है, जैसा मैं आज भी ओपनली बोलता हूँ कि पिछले मैं 43 साल में मेरे को कोई बुरा आदमी नहीं मिला। तो मैं कभी सोचता नहीं हूँ कि अगर कुछ कमियां होंगी तो मेरे में होंगी। कोई बुरा आदमी नहीं है, कोई भी ऐसा। जब मैं एक्टर्स, मेरे जो छोटे हैं जैसा रणबीर सिंह, रणबीर कपूर, अर्जुन कपूर, उन्होंने मेरे साथ शुरू किया, जब भी मिलते पैर छूटे हैं, ऐसा बच्चों की तरह। तो आप अगर उनको प्यार देते हो तो आपको सामने से प्यार मिलेगा ही।
Hello and welcome. You're watching our special broadcast. I'm Dipali Patel. It's Shah Rukh Khan Day yet again in 2023 with Jawan releasing in theatres. This is for the first time Shah Rukh Khan has collaborated with Atlee, and I must say, blockbuster is written all over it. There are emotions, action and every element that a typical South film has. I'm joined by my colleague Tushar Joshi. Before we talk about the movie, let's begin by giving you an experience that was watching two Shah Rukh Khan in a price of one ticket. Tushar, I remember watching SRK in Roll 7 years ago in Fan and fondly remember Duplicate, Paheli, Dawn, Om Shanti Om and even Ravan. But what gives Jawan an edge over all of these films is the action and the character look, especially Vikram Rathore, the father that he plays. The salt and pepper look, the cigar in his mouth, the slow-mo scenes in the film. Thanks to Atlee who pulled this off with SRK, making it an out-and-out South film for him, the superstar that he is. Also, I think the makers have almost shown us all the future SRK, a fashion in which, where one can imagine how he would look in movies 10 years from now. An unmatched SRK experience for every fan. What do you say?
Absolutely. I mean, you get two Shah Rukh Khans at the price of a ticket. What else could anybody ask for? And I think what we saw in the teaser and the trailer was just the tip of the iceberg. What you aptly mentioned right now is Vikram Rathore, the elder Shah Rukh Khan, the guy who plays the father. Every time he's on screen, every time he says a line, every time he walks across the frame, there are cheers, there are CTs, there are people applauding, there are people dancing in the aisles. All credit goes to Atlee. I mean, he is the guy who basically envisioned this. This is his vision. He told Shah Rukh Khan that, I think you must do something of this sort. And Shah Rukh was on the same page and he did experiment with it. This was an experiment. And how beautifully it has taken off, Dipali.
Also, Tushar, Jawan, I feel, is a subtle take on social issues related to farmers, medical facility and even defense weapons. In fact, SRK has a good, more than a minute-long scene where he's seen giving a strong political message urging people to vote wisely.
Dipali, I don't think this is subtle. In fact, for me, that was the most interesting part of the film. Because, Shah Rukh has been somebody who has kept politics away from his films. He has been somebody who has never really given commentary on governance or what does he think of socio-political subjects. But Jawan, at the crux of it, is actually a film that makes commentary on what's happening in society. On everything from serious issues like farmer suicides to electronic voting machines to that long monologue which you mentioned where he's actually look into your eyes, like as the audience when you sit and watch him, he's telling you like, guys, this is your job. It's in your hands. It's your responsibility. Go and vote. It is almost as serious as Shah Rukh could ever get.
Tushar, remember how Salman and SRK had a scene in Pathan wherein they said that they have to save the industry, and more recently, even Sunny Deol has created havoc at the box office with Gadar, and now Jawan has Sanjay Dutt's cameo. I mean, what do you make of this? It's a treat for fans to watch actors who have had their prime 20 years ago and still shine on whenever they come on screen.
I think full marks to Sanjay Dutt. I mean, at the end of the day, it's not a full-fledged role for him to take this up in a film that has double role with Shah Rukh. It's a great treat for fans. And when you watch the film, don't want to give away too many spoilers, but that cameo act is really interesting. Everything from his entry to the way it's executed, it's really interesting. And like you said, it's just nice to see actors from the 90s, guys who sort of entertained us for decades, come together on screen and do that consistently even now for the younger audience, for the older audience.
Tushar, I also want to bring this to your notice that, even Pathan was a multi-starrer, but of course it was an SRK film. But even Jawan is a multi-starrer, but it's an SRK film, out and out SRK film. And there's a sense of women power also in the film. What do you have to say that?
Dipali, my thought on this women power and the fact that he has this army of girls and women with him, right? I was really intrigued by it when the trailer came out, but I was a little let down by the way it was executed. Like you said, the film does revolve around Shah Rukh, and these women really have important parts to play in his life, from the role of his mother to the role of his wife to the role of these girls who sort of help him. I really wish that the writers would have put more thought and fleshed out their characters and their roles a little better. I wanted Shah Rukh to sort of have that Chak De moment with these girls, and he does have them in parts and pieces, but on the whole, this was a flaw that sort of stood out for me as a sore thumb in the film.
And how do you see the chemistry between Nayanthara and Shah Rukh and Deepika? That was an interesting part as well in the film.
Oh, how refreshing was it to see Nayanthara and Shah Rukh? I mean, come on, just to watch them together in the romantic scenes, in the flirting, just the fact that she in her own right is a superstar, he in his own right is a superstar. It's such a fresh pairing. It also tells us that Shah Rukh just can look charming with anybody, doesn't matter who's with him. And Deepika and Shah Rukh coming back together again after Pathan just tells us that how much we love Shah Rukh and Deepika. Watching them in the frame just gets us happy.
Tushar, let's not give our viewers any further spoilers. Jawan 2, there is a possibility of that. But overall experience of SRK and Jawan, if you could tell us in one word.
Well, if you ask me in one word, there is no other word as better as a word that starts with the alphabet M, and that's Masi. I think the film is Masi. There are lines in the film that says Masi, Masi, Masi every time Shah Rukh is on screen. If there is Jawan 2, I won't be surprised. It's a film that is just good time at the theatres. You go with family, friends, have some popcorn and just enjoy Shah Rukh and his superstardom. What a better way to spend your weekend. I definitely am hoping and I'm expecting and I'm definitely anticipating, and both of us are calling this out right now, that there will be more Jawan films coming up in the near future.
All right, so we are not giving this film any stars. Go and watch it and experience the SRK experience.
जंग हारता गया, भूखा प्यासा घूम रहा था जंगल में, बहुत गुस्से में था.
मुंबई में हुए इस हाईजैक ने पूरे देश में सनसनी मचा दी है. ये बताओ तुम्हें.
Shah Rukh Khan changed the definition of cinema 31 years ago and still continues to be the undisputed Badshah of Bollywood. Let's bring you the fan craze, frenzy, SRK and Jawan witnessed so far.
Shah Rukh Khan is mind-blowing.
The D-Day has arrived, and it is exactly how one had expected it to be.
बेटे को हाथ लगाने से पहले बाप से बात कर.
Firecrackers outside theatres.
हर रिकॉर्ड टूटने वाला है, कोई रिकॉर्ड नहीं बचेगा.
Drum beats and fans dancing. First day, first show sold out. But most importantly, enthusiasm for Shah Rukh Khan's Jawan.
Ready.
Be it Mumbai's Gaiety Galaxy or Mirage Cinemas in Kolkata, or even Bangalore and Hyderabad, the Shah Rukh Khan fever has gripped the entire nation, and how. Fans are worshipping Jawan's poster, celebrating Janmashtami but in SRK style. Chants of Shah Rukh Khan have taken over everywhere, and no one is complaining. If it's Shah Rukh Khan, that's how things should be. Even inside theatres, fans started cheering and whistling as SRK made his entry on the big screens. Now, speaking of Jawan and its craze, the makers had hosted a screening the night before the film's release at YRF Studios. The who's who of the film industry showed up to cheer for SRK, Attlee and the entire team of this action thriller.
बेटे को हाथ लगाने से पहले बाप से बात कर.
The man of the hour, Shah Rukh Khan, too, was present, even though he refrained from being clicked as he arrived in his tinted car. Like a soldier. SRK's daughter, Suhana, also lent support to her dad. Meanwhile, Deepika Padukone, who has a cameo in this Attlee directorial, was spotted arriving at the venue. Other attendees included Hrithik Roshan, Katrina Kaif, Bhushan Kumar, and filmmaker Siddharth Anand. Sanya Malhotra and Sunil Grover, who play important parts in the film, also attended the star-studded screening. Rapper Raja Kumari, who has rapped in Zinda Banda too, was present. And while she exited, she gave an honest review for the fans and shared how her mind was blown away by SRK's performance.
I was screaming, I was crying. I won't tell you guys any secrets, but it was mind-blowing. SRK and RK forever.
I will get them.
While the verdict on the film is still awaited, the craze surrounding SRK and his latest film certainly seems to suggest that he has hit bullseye, and Jawan is set to be his second blockbuster of the year.
और क्या चाहिए?
एक गाना सुनाइए ना.
Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Now, spoiler alert, Shah Rukh Khan will be seen in a dual role in this slick actioner, but this isn't the first time the Badshah of Bollywood will be playing two different characters in the same film. Take a look at this report.
Shah Rukh Khan alone can make any film a blockbuster. But when it's 2 times SRK, it is a double dhamaka on the big screen. That's right. All the speculations about SRK having a dual role in Jawan have come to an end after the actor aced the role in his latest film, Jawan.
Ready.
While this has surely served as a bonus treat, let's take a look back at other films which featured Shah Rukh Khan in 2 different roles. Starting from 1995's Karan Arjun, which co-starred Salman Khan. Shah Rukh Khan played 2 characters, one from the past who was killed, only to reincarnate in present times to seek revenge for his mother's misery. In 1996, he was featured again in a dual role in English Babu Desi Mein. But his most talked about had to be Duplicate, which released in 1998. The superstar played a good and a bad character. Yes, he played Bablu, a bubbly, innocent man who is an aspiring chef, and the antagonist, who was a gangster named Manu Dada.
करेला भी था बोल मेरा पैसा कहाँ है इसका मतलब कि मेरा प्लान कामयाब हो गया ओए कौन है तू
After 3 back-to-back dual roles, he gave the theme a little pause until 2005, when he returned with Paheli co-starring Rani Mukherjee. The fantasy film was a remake of 1973's Duvida.
हाय राम, एक ही शकल की 2 धड़ी? हाँ।
कलयुग है भाया, कलयुग। ये कैसा तमाशा है?
हाँ? चुप कराओ। ये हमारे घर की बात है, हम आप ही निपट लेंगे।
In 2006, Shah Rukh Khan amazed everyone with his performance in Dawn: The Chase Begins, in which he played 2 characters, Vijay and the underworld mafia Don.
डॉन का इंतजार तो 11 मुल्कों की पुलिस कर रही है, लेकिन एक बात समझ लो, डॉन को पकड़ना मुश्किल ही नहीं, नामुमकिन है।
The winner is Om Kapoor.
Then came Om Shanti Om in 2007, which was a reincarnation story. It followed the narrative of a young aspiring junior artist who dies saving the love of his life. He returns as Om Kapoor, who makes it big in the film industry and seeks revenge on the guy who murdered him in the past life. Ravan, which was way ahead of its time in terms of the VFX, also had Shah Rukh Khan in the dual roles.
फैन है, अपने आप को जूनियर आर्यन करना बोलता है।
Meanwhile, before Jawan, Shah Rukh Khan was last seen in a dual role in 2016 Fan, though the film was not a hit. SRK played two characters completely different and was appreciated for trying something out of the box. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
पहले फैन स्टार के पीछे भागता था, अब स्टार फैन के पीछे भागेगा।
From Fauji to Vizara Army to Mehuna, Jab Tak Hai Jaan and even Pathan, SRK donned all three coveted uniforms of Indian forces in his films, and Jawan is the latest addition. Take a look at this report by my colleague Gyanesha Malik. SRK's Jawan, the much hyped, the most anticipated film of 2023. Shah Rukh Khan is not only back with yet another action flick in a matter of months, but he also dons the uniform yet again.
जब मैं विलन बनता हूँ ना,
विलन।
Shah Rukh Khan is love, but Shah Rukh Khan in a uniform is an emotion. And while Jawan has been making all the right noises, here are times when SRK donned that uniform for a role, be it as a police officer or as an army personnel.
हरगिज़ नहीं। So Kali, no deal.
Fauji.
तुम कौन हो?
मैं लेफ्टिनेंट अभिमन्यु राय। लेकिन तुम मुझे अभी कह सकती हो, मेरे सब करीब वाले मुझे अभी ही कहते हैं।
SRK kickstarted his career with a television series titled Fauji in the year 1989. He portrayed the role of Lieutenant Abhimanyu Rai and was first considered as a second lead, but he was so impressive in front of the camera that the makers had to redo the entire script to portray him as the main protagonist.
लेकिन क्यों? इसमें मेरा क्या कसूर है अगर हमारी किस्मत में लिखा था कि तुम आसमान से गिरो मेरी गोद में धड़ाम से?
लेफ्टिनेंट रॉय,
कॉल मी अभी।
अगर तुम अभी इसी वक्त यहाँ से नहीं गए तो मैं तुम्हारे कमांडिंग ऑफिसर को फोन करती हूँ।
ना ठीक है, मैं जा रहा हूँ, आई एम गोइंग, मगर आज रात को डांस पर जरूर आना प्लीज।
Army. The second time he ever donned the military uniform was in the army, co-starring Sridevi.
यही है वो देशद्रोही, वो आतंकवादी।
Shah Rukh Khan had a special cameo in 1996 film as Major Arjun Singh. Veer Zara.
आज आपने कितने लोगों की जिंदगी खतरे में डाली अपने एक छोटे से बैग के लिए?
Now who can forget Veer Zara? The film released in 2006 and SRK was seen essaying the role of squadron leader Veer Pratap Singh in this cross-border love story. In the Air Force uniform, the superstar looked dashing.
किसी की जिंदगी के बदले अपनी जिंदगी देना सस्ता लग रहा है, गलत लग रहा है। I'm sorry, man, but it was disgusting.
Mehuna.
मैं चाहता हूं कि तुम दार्जिलिंग जाओ, undercover.
A year later, in 2007, Shah Rukh Khan returned and donned the army uniform as he again played the role of a major.
दिल ही नहीं
Farah Khan directorial showcased him as Major Ram Prasad Sharma, who is set on a personal mission to reunite his family while also combating an ex-army official who turned rogue, Raghavan, essayed by Sunil Shetty. This film is still loved by fans, making Main Hoon Na a classic one. Jab Tak Hai Jaan. SRK perhaps is the actor who looks best in uniform and has worn the army colors more often than one could imagine. Yash Chopra's last directorial Jab Tak Hai Jaan was a visual treat. The superstar stole the show with his charisma as Summer, a bomb diffusion expert in this love triangle co-starring Katrina Kaif and Anushka Sharma.
से हाथ छोड़ना, तेरा सायों का रुख मोड़ना, तेरा पलट के फिर न देखना, नहीं माफ करूंगा मैं, जब तक है जान, जब तक है जान.
From losing his memory to finding his love back again to, of course, in the army outfit, Shah Rukh Khan was quite the charmer in this 2012 release. Pathaan.
पार्टी पठान के घर पे रखोगे, तुम्हें मरनाबाजी के लिए पठान तो आया.
And his recent blockbuster Pathaan, Shah Rukh Khan once again, through his character, showcased his love for the country. He played a raw agent in the movie, even though not in a costume.
मैं एक सोल्जर हूँ पठान, तुम्हारी तरह. हम ये मिशन साथ में कर सकते हैं. So are you in or are you out?
Pathaan, Hunter, hunt it.
His patriotism level was on point, fans loved it, and voila. The Siddharth Anand directorial turned out to be the biggest and massive hit of 2023.
एक सोल्जर ये नहीं पूछता देश ने उसके लिए क्या किया, पूछता है वो देश के लिए क्या कर सकता है.
Meanwhile, in his brief role in Bhootnath, SRK was seen donning the navy costume, making him an actor who has donned all three coveted uniforms of Indian forces.
सब भूत की कहानियों से डरे हुए हैं.
अब इससे बड़ा और भूत कौन होगा?
And with Jawan, SRK returns to play a man in uniform yet again.
बाप से बात कर.
His previous films are proof enough that fans love to see him as a patriot on the big screen. With Gyanisha Malik, Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
अब और क्या चाहिए?
एक गाना सुनाइए ना.
Well, that's all we could pack in our special broadcast today, but keep watching In the Club from Monday to Friday at 2:30 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. only on India Today to get your daily dose of entertainment. This is me, the Pari Patel, signing off for today. Till next time, thanks for watching and goodbye.
How do you really see India playing a role, particularly as you mentioned, at a time of global conflict? Historically, we've always been for peace. Some of our biggest leaders, some of our most influential faces, historic figures have always propagated peace. India is a land of peace, essentially. So now that we're hosting the G20 summit at such a crucial juncture, when there's a Russia-Ukraine conflict as well, how do you really see, Sri, India's role in that?
See, India's voice has always been sane, and we are very sensible in whatever we are saying, because we are just and sensible. This is something that world has started to notice. Number one, we are sensible, and we cannot be bullied. Number two. Number three, we are very sensitive. We are sensitive to the feelings and to the emotions of people of the entire world. And the mindsets. So we in this country have embraced such diversity. See, we have a communist government in one part of the country, and we have multi-party democracy, which is not present in anywhere else in the world. There are bi-party democracies, but we have so many parties. And then on top of it, we are the largest population in a country that the world is seeing today, and young population. And
Very
so we have a lot of things to offer to the world. Of course, I would say spirituality is the need of the world today, when there is so much of distress and aggression and depression that is clogging the youth population.
Joining me right now is senior journalist from CGTN, Joe Jacham. Joe, my first question to you is, of course, welcome to New Delhi for the G20 summit. There's been a lot of talk about China on the sidelines of the G20 actually taking place before it did. A lot of questions as to whether China is on board with certain concerns.
You know, these days people are talking about Ukraine crisis. Actually, I think it's been hijacked, and this is actually in a context of ideological confrontation. So we know that Ukraine crisis has been caught China in between, and actually China has been put in a camp with Russia just because the two countries are neighboring countries and they have this strategic comprehensive partnership. So that does not necessarily mean that China is supporting the conflict, and China has been very clear and stressed a lot of time that China wanted to bring the two sides to the peace talks, and China respect the UN-centered system, which is actually emphasizing the territorial integrity and sovereignty, which China will take care of its own Taiwan questions on the same page. So aside from that, I think we don't need to put the tensions, put the conflict on the agenda. That's also the things that the G7 countries actually wanted to have Modi to make agreement on this. So I don't think Modi is wanting to see that his success on this one, or India's presidency on many issues or pressing challenges facing humanity, could be hijacked just on the Ukraine crisis. So I think that's the point that I want to make.
Okay, so the Chinese sense, if I understand this correctly, is that the Ukraine-Russia conflict shouldn't, in a sense, hijack, the substance of the joint communique.
Yes, I don't think so, because I don't think Modi wants to do that. But, given the pressure now, I think G7 countries are trying to make sure that any kind of international multilateral institutions could just, make this as the priority. But we have the security issue.
You are watching India Today.
Very good evening. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. Our rolling coverage on the G20 as it culminates with a grand success. Prime Minister Modi signing off to say that India hopes for world peace. In fact, Prime Minister Modi is all set to come to the Bharat Mandapam, visiting the media center in just about a little bit. I'm Nabila Jamal. Let me start with the headlines. G20 Power Summit concludes in New Delhi. Prime Minister Modi hands over the G20 presidency to Brazil. Modi's big world peace message to end G20 summit concludes with Swasti Astu Vishwa. says, let there be peace in the world.
स्वस्ति अस्तु विश्वस्य, यानी संपूर्ण विश्व में आशा और शांति का संचार हो.
Day 2 of the G20 summit begins with tribute to Mahatma Gandhi. Top delegates pay floral tribute to Mahatma Gandhi at the Rajghat. Prime Minister greets world leaders with khadi. Rishi Sunak's big Hindu connect all on display. Sunak bows in prayer at Akshardham temple in walks. Vasudeva Kutumbakam prays for G20 success and world peace. IMF Deputy MD Geeta Gopinath, in fact, hails India's G20 presidency. She says that India is shaping the new world order.
Kia Sonet, undeniably wide.
All right, let's cut straight across to the Bharat Mandapam. That's all decked up for the G20 summit. As it finishes, you have Prime Minister Narendra Modi all set to join the media, local and international, to address a brief address that he's expected to give there to maybe thank the media the world over for arriving into Delhi to be part of this summit and extensively cover it. These are visuals of the Bharat Mandapam that we're bringing to you live. Let me quickly cut across to Paulami Saha, who's been relentlessly bringing us every update, every news, every angle from that very Bharat Mandapam as Prime Minister Narendra Modi is all set to arrive there. Paulami, over to you. A quick word. What's expected? Prime Minister Modi is there, set to arrive at the Bharat Mandapam. Is he going to be speaking? Is there going to be a press conference or a solo note as a conclusion to this G20 summit? What do we know?
Well, all that we know is that in about at least 15 minutes from now, we're expecting the Prime Minister to arrive over here at the International Media Centre in the Bharat Mandapam complex where we're standing right now. The media basically has been clustered in this very space over the last 3 days. The first day, of course, was the pre-summit briefing and certain pre-summit events. And over the last couple of days for the G20 summit, and as you can see, there's a cordon over here. The media is all behind this cordon, which has been placed after, of course, sanitizing the area. The sniffer dogs were here as well to check the area, ensure that it's all safe and secure, because the Prime Minister is expected to be here in a short while from now. This, if you may, is the grand finale as far as the G20 summit is concerned. Of course, it concluded earlier in the day with India handing over presidency of the G20 to Brazil. But the Prime Minister, of course, continued to have a bunch of bilateral meetings, a working lunch with French President Emmanuel Macron, a pull aside with Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, and then a bunch of bilateral meetings, like I said, with the Turkish President, with the South Korean President, with the Brazilian President, as well as with, the President of the European Union and the Chief of the European Commission as well. All of these meetings, after that, the Prime Minister is now expected to reach here. He's also expected to visit the Crafts Bazaar, which is basically an exhibition come sale which has been put up just next door to the International Media Centre, where delegates, officials, media personnel who were present over here from the world over could go and admire the arts and culture, the heritage, the handloom, the textiles from various states of India, and even purchase it. So after he's been there, he's had a look over there as to what was put on display. He's expected to come down here to the ground floor. Remember that this was spread over 2 floors. course, the International Media Center. He's going to come here and he is likely to acknowledge, of course, the support and thank all the international media and the national media, of course, that has been here over the past couple of days covering the G20 Summit 2023.
It's been quite an exciting finish, undoubtedly, but it's still not over. Prime Minister Narendra Modi to arrive at the Bharat Mandapam. You can expect very well for the next hour to be action-packed. Moshmi joins us live as well. Moshmi, you've been there for the last 2 days, and the kind of action, the vibe that you got at the Bharat Mandapam finally all ended. And on a good note, as India has achieved consensus from all of these countries, 20-odd state heads who had arrived and gave consensus to the most pressing issues, including the Ukraine-Russia war and climate change. So it's a success for India. And now with Prime Minister Modi arriving at the media center, what's likely to happen in the next hour?
Absolutely, Nabila, you know, we just heard Paulomi pack all that information, and all credit to her for sending numerous dozens and hundreds of flashes throughout the day, and she's just got it right as far as, you know, the Prime Minister's visit to the International Media Centre is concerned. But the question that you really asked, it is a mega diplomatic win-win situation for India as far as this presidency is concerned, with the theme of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The Prime Minister, on behalf of India, has been able to bring to the table the message of one earth, one family, one future, and thereby underline the spiritual strength of India. But let me take you through what's the scene that's unfolding at the ground floor of the media center. I just asked my camera person Sachin Chandok to do this camera movement for you, to just show you dozens of cameras queuing up to get the first glimpse of the Prime Minister when he enters the media center on this side. And Sachin will give you a 360-degree view of the entire big hall, on 2 floors. Similar halls on the second floor is also there. You can spot Paulomi far away. And of course, you know, there is the international press is there, the national media is there, and this is actually a culmination of the entire event as it unfolds. Aishwarya is right here. Let's just take a quick reaction from her. Aishwarya, how do you see this unfolding? When is the Prime Minister expected?
See, we are expecting the Prime Minister, Mosby, in say about almost half an hour from now. The, you know, security arrangements, as you can see, are just top notch. In fact, not just one. You know, they have put 2 layers of barricades right here, you know, wanting to make sure that people do not jump over and do not, you know, try to... They're zeroing on where we
Nabila, you can see this.
The second layers that have been put up.
In fact, it's the entire cordon that's being doubled up several times. The administration in charges here have Aishwarya come in and said you can't
move. Crown cannot. And the people who are moving, you know, from what we are expecting is that the moment Prime Minister will step foot in this hall, we will see the security tightening around, because the idea is to make sure that no one, you know, though I think, you know, some of the people might even try to get a reaction from the Prime Minister, but that's something that they will make sure does not happen, and that's the reason why we are seeing such tight security. But yeah, in about half an hour.
And high security was expected because it's, first of all, the Modi government holding this G20 meeting, and we know of we know of Modi's style, we know of the government style indeed. They're watertight when it comes to security, be it any platform. And this is the G20 summit that India has held presidency for a year. It's a matter of immense pride that India has managed to host this summit in the home country in Delhi. So there's no room for error. Absolutely no loophole will be tolerated, and that's precisely why we see that immense security. I wasn't able to get my accreditation done, highly unfortunate, and I couldn't use any influence or pull. You know, Abhishek Balla is also joining me live for more on that. Abhishek, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to be visiting the media center. Is there going to be a speech by the Prime Minister? Is it going to be a question and answer round? Is it an interaction? We're still a little confused on what exactly is going to transpire in the next 1 hour. Do you know?
Well, not likely that there will be any interaction, but what I can tell you from the kind of arrangements that have been made, Nabila, that the Prime Minister is expected to walk the aisle, and there is a double cordon. We are behind these two cordons, and on the other side, it's just security personnel, the staff, the volunteers who've been participating and who've made sure that this has been an extremely well organized and smooth function. And you know, a little while earlier, this place resembles something else. We can also see security personnel in the background there, sniffer dogs, just last minute checks being done, because you know, this is the area from where we were functioning. It resembled more like an international big newsroom where you had hundreds of journalists, not just from Delhi but across the country, several parts of the world, all of them working. It just resembled a huge newsroom, and this is where many of us journalists were working from, and this is the look that you can get now. You know, everybody waiting, not sure what exactly is going to happen. There has been a bit of an excitement because, you know, this was the fag end of the G20 summit. Probably everybody was thinking that they'll wind up and, you know, make a move. And then came the information that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to be here at around 6 p.m. He'll first visit the Craft Bazaar. The Craft Bazaar was first emptied. A lot of activity took place there. And a little while later, we saw this entire place being spruced up. So that's the scene from the media center here at the G20 summit in the Bharat Mandapam. If at all the Prime Minister comes, that will be the place, that will be the big door that he's likely to enter from. And
is it a packed house, Abhishek Balla?
You know,
would we know if the media center is a packed house? We know international journalists.
I'll give you another view. I'll give you another view, Nabila, of what the media center looks like. These are the visuals. So what was what was a place for us journalists to be working from a little while earlier, people filing their stories, sending in last bits of information. Now it's turned into a gallery of sorts, and a viewing gallery where, you know, suddenly all journalists will get a glimpse of the Prime Minister walking the aisle. When that happens, a lot of excitement. There are people who want to present a G20 sort of digest to the Prime Minister. You've come from Canada, right, sir?
I have indeed, and the opening article is by Prime Minister Modi himself as the host of the summit. So we think he'll want to see.
What's this magazine about?
It's the background book we produce for every summit since the first in Washington, D.C. in 2009. It opens with articles by all the leaders saying what they want at the summit, the heads of the world's major international organizations, and articles on the actual performance of G20 summits on the various key issues.
You're hoping to present this this digest to the Prime Minister. You're right in the front. Probably you'll get an opportunity. You can try your luck. All the best.
Yeah, we've had
so, you know, that's the kind of mood somebody wants to present their work to the Prime Minister, and the others of course would want to get a glimpse of the Prime Minister. He'll probably come around, say a hello and a thank you to several journalists who've come from all across the world.
All right, so we're clearly they're waiting for Prime Minister Modi's conclusive note. Is it going to be a question and answer round, which is unlikely? We haven't seen that in a long time. Is it going to be a solo note where he's going to be thanking the media personnel? Of course, we'll know in a little while, but 6:30 is the time expected for the Prime Minister to arrive at the Bharat Mandapam, the media center, to address and maybe thank the media. Stay with us. Our reporter is really bringing us extensive coverage from the ground. Bharat Mandapam is really where the epicenter, all that buzz is around. The 18th G20 Leaders Summit has really come a whole successful circle. As its president in the past 1 year, India has really set the international agenda of one earth, one family, one future. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. This is a theme that was extended and accepted by the global leaders. Let's cut across to its success journey.
हमारी टीम्स के हार्डवर्क से और आप सभी के सहयोग से नई दिल्ली G20 लीडर्स समिट डिक्लेरेशन पर सहमति बनी है।
It was a difficult and ambitious target, but the 18th G20 was successful in all its parameters.
को भी एडप्ट किया जाए।
It set the agenda for the divided world and taught it to live together with individual differences.
First of all, please allow me to thank Prime Minister Modi. Faithful to its principles, India did its utmost for its presidency of the G20 to serve unity and peace and send across a message of unity while Russia is still waging its war of aggression in Ukraine.
I would like to take this opportunity to thank India for a gracious and a very successful term presidency. I would like to thank His Excellency Prime Minister Modi for the gracious hospitality that was shown to my personal self, my spouse, and my entire Turkish delegation.
When the world couldn't be brought together to agree on a conflict, when the war in Ukraine polarized the world, the 18th G20 president showed the world how to address the crisis from the point of view of the affected.
सबका साथ की भावना से ही भारत ने प्रस्ताव रखा था कि अफ्रीकन यूनियन
55 countries association, the African Union, was voted as the new permanent member to the group because Africa, consisting of the most members of the global south, is reeling from the after effects of war in Ukraine.
आप सबकी सहमति से मैं अफ्रीकन यूनियन के अध्यक्ष को G20 के स्थायी सदस्य के रूप में अपना स्थान ग्रहण करने के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं।
When the dragon threatens the world with its nefarious financial aid as loan, India as G20 president set the agenda on multilateral development banks for relief. But the bigger headline internationally was the development of a new ship and rail corridor connecting India to the Middle East and the Mediterranean Sea, challenging China's economic clout in the region and its ambitious Belt and Road Initiative.
As a key part of this corridor, we're going to invest in ships and rail that extends from India all the way to Europe, connected by the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and Israel. Bridging ports across two continents, unlocking endless opportunities, including making it far easier to trade, export clean energy.
Vishwaguru has taught the world to be green and clean as the Delhi Declaration reiterated the 2070 climate goal of reaching net zero target. Brazil has a tall task lying ahead, carrying on the baton as the new president of G20 from India. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, India really has truly stepped one step closer, taken one step closer to becoming the world's superpower, at least in a way to influence the world order. That's precisely what multiple world leaders have said, that India is showing the way to the world, has become the official voice of the global south. Cutting across to Mashmi and Paulomi, who've been relentlessly giving us all those news breaks, right from that Bharat Mantapam, where Prime Minister Modi is likely to arrive anytime now. Paulomi, if I could ask you to give me 5 takeaways, or at least a quick look at what were the main points that were agreed upon in that Delhi Declaration, which was hard, which did not meet with consensus in the past, but here in India, the Modi government has made that possible.
Well, as far as sticky issues were concerned, the points, it was much to do with climate action and, of course, the Russia-Ukraine war. Of course, there was a lot of give and take that went on. There was a lot of burning of the midnight oil that went down in terms of course, formulating the language around the geopolitical sections of the Delhi Declaration, the 83 paragraphs. There was a lot of time spent in order to ensure that it was fine-tuned, that everybody was on board. But Amitabh Kant, Shrikant, in fact, said that there was 100% consensus on every issue, so much so that there is no footnote to any of these paragraphs. So clearly, everyone was on board, and I think that was the big part as far as the Delhi Declaration was concerned, to ensure that there is acknowledgement of the conflict that is taking place in Ukraine, to ensure that there is acknowledgement of the impact it is having on the global economy in terms of food prices, in terms of inflation, fertilizer prices going up, energy prices, and of course there is a word that is put in which is clear that this is not an era of war, and that peace needs to prevail, tranquility needs to prevail, and the sovereignty and territorial integrity of no nation can be impeached upon. And that wording, that clarity is there in that statement, which has been the joint communique, which has been issued and adopted yesterday. And of course, in terms of climate action, because, you know, it just, the sense of how disparate the views were, we got that sense when Emmanuel Macron, French president, addressed the press today. He very categorically stated that there is a sense that the emerging economies, now he spoke as a developed nation, that emerging economies don't need to do much and the entire burden is on the developed world. He in fact turned the table and he said that everyone needs to come on board and everyone needs to pitch in with their contribution. That includes the emerging economies, that includes the emerging economies committing to phasing out coal by 2030. Right. His words were absolutely clear, and that just gave us a sense of, because India has been pitching for the global south, India has been pitching for the emerging economies. It just gave us a sense, if we just look at these two views, of how disparate these views were when it came to climate action and how much of work it must have taken to bring everyone on board in terms of putting that document together.
And I think all those who framed that document spoke to India today. We were the only ones who got a comprehensive sight and view of how that Delhi Declaration was really formulated. Proud and kudos to that team working with the Prime Minister, of course, who led the way. And this is really an India moment. Undoubtedly, Maushami is also with us. Maushami, at this point, we see during the dinner that was organized by the President of India, you had chief ministers of multiple states belonging to the opposition parties who all came to be part of this proud moment. It appeared that all politics was kept aside just to root and endorse for India. Who are the ones who came and who didn't?
You're right, Nabila, that many came and many didn't. Those who gave it a miss were veteran leaders like Ashok Gehlot, Bhupesh Baghel, and also Mr. Siddaramaiah from Karnataka, Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan. But Sukhvinder Singh Sukhu was there, and we saw that picture being tweeted out where the Prime Minister was putting his arm over Mr. Sukhu's shoulder. We saw Mr. Stalin, shaking hands with the US President while the Prime Minister is there, and we of course saw pictures of Nitish Kumar and Mamata Banerjee. But to that larger question of the Prime Minister's team putting up that mammoth declaration which got a consensus and approval on the very first day, it's about 200 hours, 300 meetings, 15 drafts that were discussed and deliberated. There were arguments and counter arguments and aggressive and tough negotiations. That is what was said in the press that actually resulted in the wording of the entire Ukraine-Russia war and the paras that were mentioned. And clearly the declaration without a single footnote, as Amitabh Kant said, with 100% consensus. So that in fact also talks about the ability of India to bridge that gap, to bridge differences and bring the entire G20 members, and now perhaps 21 members under one umbrella for the welfare of the world. So India is in fact proving it by example as its presidency. It's reflected in its presidency, talking about the greater common good.
All right. Maushami, of course, the purpose of the G20 summit to gain consensus on the Delhi declaration has been achieved. So this is a huge moment for India and for Modi, of course. Under his leadership, this has happened. So really, all of them cheering for him. If you can see those images, those were the images of some of the chief ministers of the opposition parties who arrived, letting go of politics, but only there to root and cheer for India on this G20 platform. On that note, I'd request our reporters to please stay with us. We're going to slip into a short break. We'll be right back with a lot more on the G20 as Prime Minister Modi is all set to arrive at the Bharat Mandapam in minutes from now. Do stay tuned.
Joining me right now is senior journalist from CGTN, Joe. Joe, my first question to you is, of course, welcome to New Delhi for the G20 summit. There's been a lot of talk about China on the sidelines of the G20 actually taking place before it did. A lot of questions as to whether China is on board with certain concerns.
You know, these days people are talking about Ukraine crisis. Actually, I think it's been hijacked, and this is actually in a context of ideological confrontation. So we know that Ukraine crisis has been caught China in between, and actually China has been put in a camp with Russia just because the two countries are neighboring countries and they have this strategic comprehensive partnership. So that does not necessarily mean that China is supporting the conflict, and China has been very clear and stressed a lot of time that China wanted to bring the two sides to the peace talks, and China respect the UN-centered system, which is actually emphasizing the territorial integrity and sovereignty, which China will take care of its own Taiwan questions on the same page. So aside from that, I think we don't need to put the tensions, put the conflict on the agenda. That's also the things that the G7 countries actually wanted to have Modi to make agreement on this. So I don't think Modi is wanting to see that his success on this one, or India's presidency on many issues or pressing challenges facing humanity could be hijacked just on the Ukraine crisis. So I think that's the point that I want to make.
Okay, so the Chinese sense, if I understand this correctly, is that the Ukraine-Russia conflict shouldn't, in a sense, hijack, the substance of the joint communique.
Yes, I don't think so, because I don't think Modi wants to do that. But, given the pressure now, I think G7 countries are trying to make sure that any kind of international multilateral institutions could just make this as the priority. But we have the security issues. We have there are many ongoing conflicts in the world. So, but I think for the developing nations, I think the most important factor is just because I think challenges are facing these developing countries, and the economic recovery are really the formidable one for those. I think this is the priorities, and this is a different agenda for the developing countries. So I think Modi wants to make sure that the world can be focusing on that. That's the reason why China or other developing countries, or mechanism within the BRICS mechanism, wanted to make sure that we have we can be free from the U.S. sanctions or these technology monopoly in the north, and we actually wanted to, because China has proved itself that it can help alleviate poverty, and this is also the common issues for most of the developing nations. And I think inviting African Union to the family is one strong signal that we wanted to get back on the track for the humanity development.
Welcome back. Let me take you through those images. Those are live images coming in from the beautifully lit Bharat Mandapam. That's right outside, about, if we may speak figures, nearly 2,000 odd crores that's been spent to build this very Bharat Mandapam that will now serve for multiple purposes. And this is a start. The G20 was the first meet that's been organized at this sprawling complex called the Bharat Mandapam. Indeed, quite a stunning venue for the G20 to be taking place, with all those flags there erected, those fountains, and the Nataraja that really has stolen the show undoubtedly. In the night, the lights and the way it's illuminated really makes it look all the more stunning. And these are live visuals that are coming in of this evening. Mashmi is with us, our reporter inside the Bharat Mandapam Media Center, where Prime Minister Modi is likely to arrive at any point now. Mashmi, we know and we've heard what the world leaders had to say about the G20 summit that culminated here in Delhi, but what's been the buzz around from the media personnel who've come across from different parts of the world to be covering this G20 summit and of course covering angles for their own country? How have they viewed this beautiful, stunning Bharat Mandapam? I'd like to hear what do they have to say about this spectacular venue.
See, Nabila, clearly, you know, the G20, whichever country actually chairs the G20, it is a moment for that country to, in fact, showcase its strength, showcase its ability to, in fact, lead the G20 summit, and under its presidency, it can showcase its prowess. And in this time round, when it came to India, you know, right from the Bali Declaration and thereafter, we've seen that the G20 has gone to the people. It's gone to ground zero. More than 200 meetings all across from Kashmir to Kanyakumari. You had ministerial meetings, you had Sherpa meetings, you had the finance track, but it was actually woven with the Indian culture, the tradition, the Mehman Nawazi, and, you know, the incredible India that our country is. And that was reflected also at the International Media Center. If Sachin would just pan and show you at the Media Center, Sachin, can you pan and show at the Media Center, you had these screens, and continuously, if they didn't cut to the G20 summit, you had various videos playing out, pan-India videos about Indian culture, tradition, and also about these 200 meetings that happened over more than 60 countries, 60 cities, pardon me. So clearly, you know, the international media was also witnessing this moment where India had put its best foot forward. And there's been such a positive outcome out of this entire G20 summit. It's talking about inclusive growth. It's talking about, you know, bridging the divide between the developing countries and the developed countries. And that's one reason. And with the African Union coming in, 55 countries, there has been a spring in every step as far as, you know, the African Union is concerned. And that's also being reported in the press, as the Chinese press has reported the main theme which they opposed earlier, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, is being reported in the Chinese press as well, with that headline that, you know, the G20 summit under India's presidency discussed and deliberated all these topics. So it is a huge achievement for India.
Sure
and
enough.
This is a moment when, you know, after the entire conclusion of that event, we'll see the Prime Minister, Nabila, coming through that door to, in fact, meet the international press. We've seen several leaders hold press conferences. There's not going to be a press conference.
And that was precisely what I was coming to next. In fact, some marathon bilateral meetings that were held by the Prime Minister with all the world leaders, one after the other, starting with Justin Trudeau. You had Emmanuel Macron of France. So the Prime Minister himself has had a busy day after the ending ceremony of the G20 summit. So I'm going to take you through a little bit on that. The Khalistan questions that were hammered at Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. That was one of the key takeaways from that bilateral. We heard that Prime Minister Modi has raised the Khalistan issue on the day 2 of G20 summit. Prime Minister Minister Modi and the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau held some really important talks in their bilateral. Speaking on the surging Khalistani provocations in Canada, Justin Trudeau has said that he will always defend freedom of peaceful protests amid freedom of speech in Canada, of course saying that he will stand with Canada first. In the past couple of months, major anti-India incidents have been reported in Canada, and despite all of that, Trudeau has been seemingly not taking any concrete action against the K-mob, which makes one think whether he's being soft on the Khalistani separatists. Though Trudeau, of course, has said time and again that that what India thinks that he's not proactive with this regard is wrong. India is getting it wrong. We are acting towards serious action is being taken against these extremists, and a crackdown is certainly the way to go. That's what Trudeau says, but ultimately what we hear is that Justin Trudeau has stood very firm, saying that Canada first. That's precisely what we hear. Let's cut across.
Over the years with Prime Minister Modi, we've had many conversations on both of those issues. Obviously, Canada will always defend freedom of expression, freedom of conscience, freedom of peaceful protest. That's something that's extremely important to us. At the same time as we're always there to prevent violence, to push back against hatred. I think on the issue of the community, it's important to remember that the actions of the few do not represent the entire community or Canada. The flip side of it, we also highlighted the importance of respecting the rule of law, and we did talk about foreign interference.
All right, Moshmi and Aishwarya joining us live there. I'm going to cut across to the Bharat Mandapam live visuals as Prime Minister Modi is all set to arrive. These are the live shots from right outside the Bharat Mandapam. That's all illuminated, looking absolutely stunning on that one final day of this G20 summit. Aishwarya Paliwal, who's right inside the Bharat Mandapam. Aishwarya, Prime Minister Modi to be arriving in how long? Give us an understanding on what time will he be addressing the media? Any word?
Well, Namila, the time that we were initially given was about 6 p.m., but now it's almost, a few minutes past 6:30. So we are expecting Prime Minister to be, to be here in about 15 to 20 minutes. That's the assessment that we have at the moment. There is a possibility that he might be delayed. But we on India Today are getting you the first visuals. The visuals we'll show you off the door. Nabila, that's the door from where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be walking in, and he will be taking a round of the International Media Centre. Now, let me tell you, the feedback that we have got from most of the people who have come from abroad, they speak about the fact that, the kind of facilities which were being given here are one of the best that have been given so far. So it speaks volume about the kind of hospitality that India has done. And, the stalls that you see here, Nabila, there are in fact at the moment also 3 stalls which are open. So all these things are being taken care of. The security top notch, and in fact the barricades which have been put up, Nabila, not 1 but 2 barricades have been put up. The security personnel there, all of them in attention, all of them waiting for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He will in fact first, Nabila, be going to the crafts museum, the place where, there are stalls from across the country. He will be speaking with the artisans, speaking about the work that they will be doing there, and then he'll be coming here and taking a stroll. It seems like, he might have a few words to speak, though we are not very sure about it at the moment. But yes, from what we understand, in the next 15 to 20 minutes, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be here after the successful completion of
Surely
this
this
chapter
is Prime Minister's
G20
moment, Aishwarya. What we know is that the Prime Minister really has everything to rejoice. He possibly will have a nice good night's sleep today after working and toiling relentlessly for the last 3 nights. And let me tell you, this culmination of G20 to be a success is not hard work of just the last 3 days. It's an entire year of hard work, commitment to hold the mini G20 meets in different states. Nearly 230 G20 meetings have been held in many different states. Almost 60 cities that G20 meets have been held, really to drum up this kind of noise and finally to bring it it into a successful end. So this has been quite a task for the Modi government, and they've done it meticulously. And this is the success story that we are finally showing to you, with Prime Minister Modi all set to be arriving at that media center to say thank you to the media finally. Now, what we know of is, Aishwarya, stay with us. We know that Prime Minister has held several bilateral meetings right after the G20 got over. Marathon meetings that he held, one with Justin Trudeau and the next was with Macron. These bilateral talks with the French President Macron, along with, of course, some key talks that he held with US President Joe Biden just yesterday. Rishi Sunak, there was also a quick bilateral meet that he held with the UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. So one after the other, the Prime Minister has been indulging and engaging with these country heads on several levels of trade, economy, development, etc. Issues that needed to be discussed has already been done. Prime Minister meeting with French President Emmanuel Macron today. The two leaders, we believe, have discussed a wide range of issues, including peace and stability, global economy and digital regulation. The meeting took place over lunch shortly before Macron's departure to Bangladesh. Emmanuel Macron hailed India's G20 presidency. The French president has said that the partnership with India is not just bilateral. Speaking on the Russia-Ukraine war, in fact, French President Macron has said that Putin is sanctioned by many of the G20 members for good reason, and that's why he's not here. That's more or less what Macron said. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is now expected to hold talks with Japanese and the Australian counterparts as well. We believe that must have already ended, with the Prime Minister now going to be arriving into the Bharat Mandapam itself for a final goodbye.
First of all, please allow me to thank Prime Minister Modi. Faithful to its principles, India did its utmost for its presidency of the G20 to serve unity and peace and send across a message of unity while Russia is still waging its war of aggression in Ukraine. So here I would like to thank Prime Minister Modi and say once again that France stands alongside India.
As for Russia and G20, to be clear, my point was to say the core business of this forum is economy and coordination on global affairs. So economy, finance, climate, and these critical issues, but the core business is not stability and security and peace. So it's good sometimes to have this discussion, but we should not stop everything if we disagree on one of these topics. The second remark I made for Russia is that they are a member of the G20 de facto. President Putin is not here because he's sanctioned by a lot of us, and for good reasons, because I think what's happening is very grave and very serious and concerning for everybody. But my point was not to say we should exclude somebody from the club now. I think it's counterproductive.
All right, we have Polami and Abhishek Balla, both of them joining us right from the Bharat Mandapam Media Center. And the reason why we show you these images constantly is because Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to be arriving in just a little while from now. And maybe the last day that we see this kind of illumination, the grandeur that Delhi has witnessed. For the first time in our lives, we've seen this kind of decoration. The way Delhi has been spruced up is really a sight to behold. Abhishek Balla, we're showing live images of the Bharat Mandapam right from the outside, and it's really spectacular. I can't get my eyes off it. I've passed myself through my vehicle, couldn't stop because of no accreditation, but going back and forth just to get a sight of this really stunning view. But as I say, as we wait for Prime Minister Modi to arrive, if you can take us through a quick word on the marathon bilaterals that Prime Minister has had with the Prime Minister of Canada, Justin Trudeau, and be it even Macron. Trudeau, we believe, has been hard on the fact that it's Canada first. And we believe that in the bilateral issues were raised about the Khalistani extremism. Do we know the insides of what happened in terms of their talks?
Well, Nabila, this gave the opportunity to Prime Minister Narendra Modi to have bilaterals with several world leaders at this platform when so many world leaders were present. Other than the dialogue at the summit, Prime Minister Modi has had a constructive dialogue with several of his counterparts. You're right that the one with Canada, the Khalistan issue is a sensitive one for the two countries. As far as Canada is concerned, their domestic politics forces them to take a different stand on the issue. As far as India is concerned, of course, it's a separatist movement, and very often it's seen that whenever this aspect is taken up in any dialogue between the two countries, it comes across as a bit of a dampener. But having said that, the fact that several leaders were at this platform and it's showcased that how consensus can be brought about, and that's the big takeaway of this summit. And it took 15 drafts, by the way, to make sure that there is a final outcome statement. And officials involved in these negotiations extremely proud and relieved that at the end of such hectic parleys there was in fact an outcome statement. Over 100 outcomes are part of the statement, which is perhaps the highest number in any of the G20 summits. And it's taken a while because the most polarizing factor was the Ukraine-Russia war. But while India maintained that this is not a platform for resolving conflicts such as this, but because there was a lot of economic distress due to the war on several countries, especially the developing countries, that's why it's a pertinent question to be raised, and that's why it found mention in the joint statement.
Right. Abhishek, we in fact got the breaking that's come in by Paulami Saha, who's just got us some news about the Prime Minister's office issuing a statement on the words that were spoken or the issues that were raised with Justin Trudeau, the Canadian Prime Minister. In fact, if I could have Paulami joining us on that. Paulami, we believe the Prime Minister has raised certain concerns about the Khalistani extremism, about drugs and the usage of that, and the kind of effects that it has not only on India but also in Canada, that both nations should be truly concerned. Tell us more on the statement by the Prime Minister and what were the issues raised.
Absolutely. This is the big news that's coming in right now, and this is the statement that has been released by the Prime Minister's office on his meeting, the pull-aside that he had with the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. And the statement, I'm going to read directly from that statement. He, that is Prime Minister Modi, conveyed our strong concerns about continuing anti-India activities of extremist elements in Canada. They are promoting secessionism and inciting violence against Indian diplomats, damaging diplomatic premises, and threatening the Indian community in Canada and their places of worship. The nexus of such forces with organized crime, drug syndicates and human trafficking should be a concern for Canada as well. It is essential for the two countries to cooperate in dealing with such threats. So those are the strong words that have been in fact conveyed in that statement. So clearly the Prime Minister has taken up very seriously the pro-Khalistan activities that have been taking place in Canada that have threatened our missions, our diplomats, our citizens, our overseas citizens residing in Canada. And those are the words, in fact, used in the statement which has just been released by the Prime Minister's office on his pull-aside meeting with, in fact, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. In fact, the start of the statement says that the Prime Minister highlighted that India-Canada relations are anchored in shared democratic values, respect for rule of law, and strong people-to-people ties. He also mentioned that a relationship based on mutual respect and trust is essential for the progress of India-Canada relationship. So extremely strong words that are coming in. Clearly, the Prime Minister has, given his piece to the Canadian Prime Minister. We've seen, the equation, the body language has been very frosty, very cold over the last couple of days. And now confirmation coming in that the Prime Minister has raised the threats that our diplomats, our premises, our diplomatic premises, the Indian community in Canada and our places of worship face. And he's categorically stated that the nexus of such forces with organized crime, drug syndicates and human trafficking can't be, in fact, tolerated.
Right. Right, Polami, if you could take us through exactly what we know of is that Justin Trudeau skipped the dinner meet yesterday at the President's house. So this really sent tongues wagging on what was the reason. Was it a deliberate skip, a conscious decision not to be part of that dinner hosted by the President? And it was not just, of course, the Canadian Prime Minister. You also had the President of Turkey, Tayyip Erdogan, along with Saudi's Bin Salman. Three of them, three important leaders who missed the President's dinner last evening. Any word particularly on Justin Trudeau and the others, of course, on why was it a conscious decision to skip it?
Well, Nabila, we did not get a reason from the Canadian Embassy as to why the Prime Minister of Canada skipped the dinner yesterday, the Gala dinner, which was hosted by the President of India in honor of the G20 delegations. But to a query that we sent the Embassy, what they did tell us that the Prime Minister was available for all the events of the day, which were pertaining to the G20 summit, and for the social event, which was an obvious reference to the dinner, a representative from the Prime Minister's office was in fact sent by the Canadian mission to in fact represent Canada at the Gala dinner, which was hosted by President Draupadi Murmu. As to why did President Justin Trudeau skip the dinner, again, we did not get a response from the embassy.
All right, so no response from the embassy. So it's clear cut. It appears that Justin Trudeau was here to be part of the bilateral talks, to be part of the proceedings of the G20 summit, to be part of that to be part of that very meeting where the Delhi Declaration received consent from him, but on the other, on a social level, refused to be part of that dinner. He sent a representative instead. So in many ways making a statement, many ways almost suggesting that he's here for business and only business. He means business. So it appears that Prime Minister Modi has spoken tough. India has raised questions on the anti-India activities and extremism that's on full display in Canada. And many of these extremist elements who are thriving in Canada, almost Canada becoming a breeding ground for these Khalistani elements. And Prime Minister Modi, we believe, has put this question forth to the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and very strongly worded it. As per the Prime Minister's office, the statement given is that the Prime Minister has conveyed strong concerns about continuing anti-India activities of extremist elements in Canada. They are promoting violence against Indian diplomats, damaging diplomatic premises, threatening the Indian community in Canada and their places of worship. The nexus of such forces with organized crime, drug syndicates and human trafficking should be a concern not just for India but for Canada as well. So it's essential for two countries to cooperate. This is Prime Minister Modi raising this issue with Justin Trudeau. On that note, I'm going to slip into a short break. Prime Minister Modi is just about to arrive at the media center in Bharat Mandapam. In minutes from now, we're going to come back with a lot of those images, stunning images from the Bharat Mandapam and the Prime Minister's last word. Stay with us.
Rishi Sunak, the first UK Prime Minister of an Indian origin, is also a proud Hindu. The British Prime Minister, who was spotted wearing Rakhis during the G20 summit, visited the Akshardham temple in Delhi along with his wife Akshita Murthy on Sunday. Sunak, who arrived in India on Friday for the 18th G20 summit, expressed his deep connect to Hinduism.
Yeah, so I'm a proud Hindu, and that's how I was raised. That's how I am. And yes, we've just had Raksha Bandhan, so from my sister and my cousins, I have all my Rakhis, and I didn't have time to celebrate Janmashtami properly. It's something that is important to me. I think faith is something that helps everybody who has faith in their lives.
The couple, who were received by Union Minister Ashwini Kumar Chaubey on Friday, were greeted with Jai Siya Ram. They were also gifted Rudraksh, a copy of Bhagavad Gita and a Hanuman Chalisa.
Jai Siya Ram.
This isn't the first time Sunak has openly embraced Hinduism. He had visited the Hindu spiritual leader Murari Bapu in Cambridge for his 921st recital, titled Manas Vishwavidyalaya.
इतनी सबल राजपीठ पर बैठे हुए होते ही इतनी सरलता मैंने कम राजनेताओं में देखी है। जिस तरह वो गए और बच्चों से मिल रहे थे, लोगों को मिल रहे थे, ये जो है ये उसका बहुत अच्छा पहलू है।
And what I see Bapu does each day of his life.
Sunak addressed a gathering of people of Indian origin. He said his faith guides him in every aspect of his life.
Always be an inspirational figure.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful.
After the 2017 general elections, he swore his oath to Parliament upon the sacred Hindu text, the Bhagavad Gita. As per British media reports, Sunak always keeps an idol of Sri Ganesh on his table. He earlier made an appeal to give up eating beef and claimed he has consumed it. Sunak was also seen performing Gau Puja in London. The video, which went viral, was shot when the 42-year-old visited a cow enclosure along with his wife Akshita Murthy, the daughter of Infosys founder N.R. Narayana Murthy, a practitioner of Hinduism and the first British Prime Minister of Indian descent. Sunak is not leaving his culture and values behind. Bureau Report, India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 28 and minimum 23 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 29 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 33 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 29 and minimum 22 degrees. Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 28 and minimum 23 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 29 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 33 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 29 and minimum 22 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Kia Sonet, undeniably wide.
Welcome back. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. I'm taking you through those images of the Bharat Mandapam as Prime Minister Modi is all set to arrive. In just moments from now, we have all our reporters on at the media center on field, in fact, bringing us every image of this very stunning venue, this Bharat Mandapam that's immensely decorated, built exclusively for the G20 summit, of course, but will have a huge purpose going forward. But this Bharat Mandapam was set up only to begin with the G20 summit to host all the world leaders. And it's done a fantastic job at that with this, the kind of lights that decorate that entire venue. Really a sight to behold. We have our reporters joining us to give us a quick insight on when Prime Minister Modi is going to be arriving to have a last word with the media, the local and international media who are all present there to hear Prime Minister Modi on a final note. Maushami as well as Polami, both of them who have been really extensively covering the G20 summit right from ground zero. Polami, let me start with you. Prime Minister Modi is set to arrive in a little while from now, but we're not too sure when. Is it any time? Do we know his movement? Is he on his way? Is he arriving at any minute now?
Well, as far as the Bharat Mandapam complex is concerned, he could be arriving, but that's about like in another 15 to 20 minutes is what we're being told. But then again, where we're standing, this is the International Media Center, and he's expected to go to the Crafts Bazaar, which is the exhibition come sale from various states and their handicrafts that are on display. He's likely to go there first and then come to the International Media Center. So it's going to be a little bit more of a longer wait before, of course, the Prime Minister walks down this aisle where we're all cordoned off on the one side of, in fact, to meet and greet the journalists who've been present over here over the past couple of days covering the G20 Summit 2023. Nabila.
Right. You know, Palmi, we know that all the media has been waiting for the Prime Minister. We said, do we know if all the international media is also there, and what are they really keen on with Prime Minister Modi's arrival? Is there anything particular that the international media may be keen on listening to? Have you had a word with them? Is there anyone around that you want to bring a word?
Well, at the moment, of course, it seems like everyone's waiting and is getting a little impatient because they did not anticipate that the wait is going to be this long, because, you know, it's been the sanitization process and, you know, all the checks and us being cordoned off in this one area it's been about an hour and a half since that happened. So everyone's getting a little impatient. But yes, they've been quite, you know, they've anticipated this for a while. They are wondering if, you know, this means that they get a chance to interact with Prime Minister Modi, ask him a few questions as well, because as we know, a lot of the world leaders who were part of the G20 Summit 2023 did interact with the media. So they're hoping they get a chance to ask him a few questions and maybe possibly throw those questions at him as he walks past and possibly get an answer from him. That's what they're hoping.
All right, so it's going to be very interesting to see Prime Minister Modi actually there wanting to, for the first time, maybe interacting with the international and the local media. Very interesting to see what transpires on that. But Maushami, it's done. The G20 summit has ended and it's been a successful affair. At this point, with Prime Minister Modi arriving, it's going to be a big thank you for the local and international media to cover it extensively. But what a day and what a way for it to end, to see India finally making a mark on the global stage with a consensus from all other nations, which was otherwise hard to obtain, even when it came to the Bali declaration. There wasn't a consensus, so there was a lot of speculation that this might not end well here in India as well, because the sticking points where the Russia-Ukraine war was about climate change. War itself was something that was really, people were not very sure if all countries would agree on the same. But be it China, be it Russia, along with all the other countries, all of them have given a unanimous consensus to it. So in every sense, the Modi government has done a fabulous job in charting out India's message to the world.
It's a moment of pride, Nabila, for the people of India, and even as the session, the first day of the session concluded and the Delhi declaration was out, it was said that it was in fact Modi ki guarantee that actually worked its way down throughout the year to ensure that the African Union is included, and that was Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself who assured the President of Senegal, who appealed that in the Bali summit there was no mention about what the African Union want, and there is no proper representation of the global South. And at that point of time, the Prime Minister said that don't worry, we will work on this. This is Modi ki guarantee. So that guarantee of India to make this summit successful has been delivered. And even US and the other Western countries were looking up to India, because somewhere down the lane, the question was whether the G20 summit was a formidable front, a formidable forum as far as, the deliverables are concerned, or was it only going to be a blueprint prepared and nothing in action? And this time round, there were questions with, with China looking for alternative forums without the US, without the European countries, more so without the US. There was a question whether US could get this summit to be a success, and how the US could in fact partner with India, and perhaps Joe Biden, the US president, could return home happy with the way the summit has progressed. But importantly, if we talk about the optics of it, because
broadcasting from the Bharat Mandapam behind me, the lights setting on India's G20. It's been a historic G20. The Prime Minister wanted this to be the catalyst of a new world order. On this special broadcast, we're going to do a before and after postmortem. I'm joined by three special guests. We had them with us on the same panel before the world leaders descended on New Delhi for the G20. And we have them back again, that dream team. Lots of conversation around different things that were said by Ian Bremmer, president of the Eurasia Group, joining us from the United States in New York. With us also this time from Taiwan is Kishore Mehbubani, well-known Singapore diplomat, author. He's been president of the United Nations Security Council, and India's top think tanker Samir Saran, president of the Observer Research Foundation, joining us as well despite nursing a sore throat. So thank you, Samir. I appreciate it. I want to go across first and foremost to Ian Bremmer, because the sense that I picked up from the panel was that the expectations about there being a joint communique were muted before all the world leaders landed in the capital for this G20 leader summit. Mr. Bremmer, when you do a before and after postmortem, looking at what you thought would happen in Delhi, and now that you know most of what the outcome has been, how do you think it's gone?
Well, I thought it was going to be successful, and it slightly exceeded my expectations because of the joint communique. Probably made a little bit easier by the fact that Xi Jinping wasn't there. I don't think that Xi's absence really detracted from India's success and from the broader G20 success of the meeting. I also would point out that this joint communique, which did not discuss or call out Russia directly, but did support, uphold the UN Charter and abhor any restrictions or interventions against a country's territorial integrity and sovereignty, that formulation better reflects the interests of the G20. better reflects the interests of the countries that are attending. First and foremost, that of India, the host country. So I think that this does reflect a lot of hard work on the part of the Indian government, and particularly the Sherpa for the G20, a good working relationship between India and the United States, and a successful G20 summit this weekend.
Kishore Mehbubani, you're currently in Taiwan. You were meeting some top Taiwanese politicians for dinner, which is where we literally requested you to come out and join us. So give us a sense of how this is being decoded in Taiwan, and especially given the fact that Xi Jinping didn't come. There is a joint communique at the end, slightly muted language around the Russia-Ukraine war. What have been your main takeaways?
Well, unfortunately, I can tell you that the dinner in Taiwan didn't discuss the G20 meeting. It discussed actually whether or not Taiwan would become the next Ukraine, which is, of course, the big issue of the day in Taiwan. But to give you my perspective on the G20 meeting, I agree with Ian that I think India can regard this G20 meeting as a big success. Firstly, I think getting the African Union in as a member is a huge achievement. Because in most global meetings, the European Union, which represents 5 or 6% of the world's population, is hugely overrepresented. I mean, they send 3 or 4 representatives for every global meeting, which is crazy for such a small group of people on the planet Earth. The Africans, as you know, are going to be the fastest growing population on planet Earth. And the fact that Prime Minister Modi succeeded in getting the African Union as a permanent member of the G20 is a huge achievement. And the effects will be there for the next 20, 30 years. As the weight of Africa grows in global affairs, it'll be well represented in the G20. And secondly, I also agree with Ian that it's actually quite remarkable that there was a Greek joint statement. There was actually some fears there will be no joint statement, but there was one. And in some ways, actually, Ukraine has done India a big favor by criticizing the statement. Because when Ukraine criticized the statement, it showed that the statement was very balanced and neutral. It was trying to sort of understand that there are two sides to this issue, that certainly Russian invasion of Ukraine is illegal, no question about it. But at the same time, to find a solution, you have to get all the parties together. And so for India to succeed in getting a joint statement, but it's endorsed by everybody and criticized by Ukraine, shows that maybe at the end of the day, it was a kind of a balanced statement, and that shows where India is heading.
Okay. Samir Saran, you lost your voice the last couple of days, but India's voice was heard loud and clear on the global stage. Your before and after postmortem in terms of what you thought we'll end up with and where this Delhi declaration really leaves us.
Look, Rahul, we are thrilled. I think what we have been able to put together is outstanding, and under the circumstances is beyond anyone's expectation. So if anyone says they knew this would be the net result of the meeting, they deserve an Oscar. So I am clearly thrilled right now. I am over the moon. I'm proud to belong to India that was able to put together a very ambitious is the operating word here, declaration, which and this is something that Ian and I will have a longer conversation on later. But I think this document, in some sense, is the intellectual and political successor to the outcome at Pittsburgh in 2009. At that time, we had put together an economic framework for the future. The G20 replaced the G8 at that time and became the body for economic coordination. I think this time around, G20, despite the Ukraine crisis and the distractions and attendant discussions on that particular subject, this has become the development G20. SDGs, Global South, and issues that matter to humanity have been catered to in this particular document. So that's the first point, Rahul. This is certainly the successor to Pittsburgh, a new phase of G20's evolution. The second point I want to make is that Ian is right. The language is tougher and it is far more robust in terms of adhering to international law and the UN Charter, while, of course, the reference to Russia may have been deleted from the Bali Declaration. So it is tougher language on the actions of Russia without villainizing Russia, but more focus on upholding principles, which again suits all the G20 countries, especially some who face other neighbors who may want to change international boundaries. But please understand, the Security Council, with members who belong to the G20, could not pass a similar resolution in that council. One of them used to veto it. Here, 20 countries with veto passed that very simple upholding of international law and the UN Charter. So it's really something to be able to make that happen. So all credit to Team India, all credit to the Prime Minister, Foreign Minister and the Sherpa. I'm happy, Rahul.
Ian Bremmer, I was reading just before we set this live show up a piece in Bloomberg which looked at what was happening in Delhi as a mini face-off, India versus China, Modi versus Xi, and saying to the extent that this was a limited contest, Modi scored 1 over Xi or India scored 1 over China. Given the end outcome, do you think that's a fair assessment?
Sure. But I mean, let's keep in mind a couple of things. One is that the Indian economy is growing gangbusters right now. Modi, very popular at home, has a strong relationship with the United States and will, whether Biden or Trump is successful in 2024, very strong relationship with Japan, but also has not alienated, at least not yet, major members of the global South. China's in a very different position. I mean, the big headlines this week, Xi Jinping not showing up at the G20, Italy announcing they're going to be leaving Belt and Road. The Indonesians, of course, they were thought to be the most important new member joining the BRICS. They chose not to be a part of it because they didn't want to have to be making choices or perceived as making choices against the G7. So this is not a good time for China. It's not a great week for China. I'm not surprised that India is making successful noises, but there's also been a lot of headlines in the United States that this is showing that China is somehow jettisoning the existing world order, that they want to build their own. They're not going to be any part of the G20 going forward. That's not true. I'm willing to bet you dollars to donuts on this show next year that Xi Jinping will be in Brazil for their G20 presidency. They will be sending high-level members for the ministerials going forward. This is not suddenly the end of China's meaningful role on the global stage or peak China. Samir and I talked about this at the beginning of the G20, the idea that India is making some great decisions right now, but they're still a minimum of 10 to 15 years behind the Chinese. That doesn't change just because you had a very successful weekend. So good marks for Modi, good marks for India, good marks for everyone attending the G20 this weekend, the G19. You added the Africa Union, you subtracted the Chinese and the Russians. But going forward, this is a long, long road in a dramatically changing global order.
Samir Saran, these aren't two countries that punch in the same economic weight category just at this moment. India most certainly behind China in terms of its economic growth story. But to the extent that this was a diplomatic and geopolitical contest, do you buy that at the end of the weekend round, it's Modi 1, Xi 0, India 1, Modi 0, just in the limited context of what was at play in Delhi?
Look, if diplomacy was a boxing round, this round belongs to India. Clearly, but Rahul, something else also happened here. And I think that is the problem when you are absent from big arenas. And maybe that also explained the absence of Xi from G20 this time around. Not only did you see Italy withdrawing from the BRI, but you also saw a bunch of European nations joining up, teaming up with the Middle East and India to put together a new connectivity offering. Something, let's be very clear, is a determined alternative to the BRI. Now, this is $47 trillion of GDP in terms of the countries who have signed up for this agreement. Now, if we can somehow find the leadership and, of course, the courage to make this work out, the $47 trillion countries who have teamed up, I think we can actually carve a more sustainable and certainly a more durable connectivity project in this part of the world that could become an exemplar for when we have to connect into Africa and Latin America and other parts of the world. So I think you are also seeing at this particular moment of time the countries who have till now only been complaining about the BRI and Chinese action now beginning to try and map out an alternative rather than just protest. So that also happened at this particular time. And I just want to leave one more thought with you. The other image that tickled me coming out of the G20, and again, this is for Kishore and Ian to consider as well, was of the IPSA countries with the US and a joint statement coming after that. So is US coming into the IPSA play? Is that going to be the heft? Is that going to be the financier of IPSA being more ambitious in terms of its development going forward and not having to rely on the BRICS where China becomes the big banker? So I'm just leaving it out there. I think watch that space. IPSA plus USA is an interesting mix.
Kishore Mehbubani, from an Indian point of view, you always come across slightly leaning on the Chinese side. If this was a diplomatic boxing bout, virtually, could you build on what you just heard from Ian and Samir? And would you too concede it's Modi 1, Xi 0, India 1, China 0, just at this moment?
Well, I think the first point I want to emphasize is that economic growth is not a zero-sum game. It's not like playing in a military game, which is a zero-sum game. Economic growth is not. So if India grows, China grows, US grows, it's a positive sum game. But at the same time, I think it's important, as Ian was suggesting, don't judge a boxing match on one weekend or one round. Let me give you my successor is Dean of the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy, was Professor Denny Kwa, a well-known economist. And he just tweeted this figure. He said that if India grows every year at 2% faster than China, every year at 2% faster than China, it will take India 85 years to catch up with China. So, let's be realistic at the end of the day about the economic weight of countries. And, and at the end of the day, I think let's forget the zero-sum games and talk about the positive effects. Because what India has done, it has created the G20 as a positive launching pad for the Global South. And it actually strengthens Brazil for its next meeting, because now that you have the African Union as a permanent member of the G20, it changes the chemistry of the G20 significantly, because the voice of the Global South is represented much more. And that's not a loss, by the way, not necessarily a loss for the United States and not a loss for China. And the BRI, by the way, all I ask you to do is, in next month, China will be having a BRI summit in Beijing. Ask yourself a simple question. There are 193 countries in the world. Italy has left the BRI. How many countries will come to participate in the BRI meeting in China? Do you focus on the one that is leaving or the 140 that are coming? So, these are realities you cannot erase.
What?
I'm not being pro-China. I'm just giving you data that points out the fact that India's role in the world is growing, China's role in the world is growing, and frankly, the role of the Global South is growing, and that's what we should be celebrating.
Rahul, can I quickly come in?
Sure, but Italy was the one country in Europe which was a part of the BRI. They're pulling out. So that's just not just one country. That's a very important country because they could have brought others into the fold and they instead are choosing to go out. So I have lots of questions, but Samir wants to make a quick interjection. So Samir Saran, go for it.
Quick point. I think broadly, I think Kishore would perhaps be correct in many assessments. But let me just tell you that numbers don't work that way. In the next 14 to 15 years, if India is going to be 18, 17 or 18 or 19 trillion dollars, it would not mean that the Chinese would have moved from where they are today. The whole basis of countries catching up is that at some point you start stagnating. And the big China question is that have they reached that point where they are now plateauing and stagnating? We have seen Japan and many others experience this for decades, this stagnation. So 85 years, I think, maybe pushing it too far. I would certainly agree with Ian and others if we were to talk about a decade and a half, the time where the difference would be significantly reduced, or rather would be insignificant in its implications. So that's one part. But second point, very quickly, again, it's not about the 140 or 130 who arrive at Emperor Xi's court. Who are they? And that is important. And the minute many of them have an alternative to the BRI, which was not available till now, many of them will not come to the court. They went to the court because the Chinese were the only game in town. They were the only ones who were investing in the infrastructure and other industrial aspirations of developing countries. My whole point that I made in my opening remarks was that if rich countries with partners like Brazil, India and others, if we can reach out and if we can build the futures of those who seek a better life, BRI will have competition. BRI is the only game in town. Even if it is a bad one, people are playing it. Get better ones on the board and you will see many desert the BRI. That's the point I'm making, Rahul.
So you've said a couple of things, and I want to build on the question of what happens in China next. Okay, go for it. I like this. It's sounding like a good verbal joust. So go for it, Kishore Mehbooba. Yeah, go for it. Go.
No, I don't disagree with the points that Samir has made. But at the end of the day, he may be right that China's growth has plateaued, and India will therefore catch up much faster. But I have over the last 30 years been watching China. I have heard about the death of China every decade. Unfortunately, decade after decade, all the people who predict the growth of that the growth of China has ended have failed in their predictions, and so we'll find out. In any case, we'll find out. This year is 2023. We'll find out in 2033 whether or not China's growth has plateaued. And I always believe that you don't plan again, your best case scenarios that China has collapsed. You plan against the worst case scenarios that China may be growing very fast again. And on the question of Italy, let me give you one statistic that was, we are still so obsessed with the Europeans. Italy, frankly, Italy's economy is declining. And over the last, let me ask you a simple question. The European Union has a $17 trillion GNP. ASEAN, where I come from, Southeast Asia, has a $3 trillion GNP. From the years 2010 to 2020, who added more to global economic growth? Was it the European Union or was it ASEAN?
I got to jump in here.
ASEAN added more to global economic growth than the European Union. So why are we so fixated on the Europeans?
I got to jump in.
Let me put that question to Ian Bremmer, because I spoke to Dr. Geeta Gopinath just a couple of hours before we did this recording, and she said that China will continue to grow. One is the aspect of stagnation, the other is the concern about decline. Far from the IMF's current assessment seems to be that China, despite what's happening with debt, despite what's happening in the real estate sector, will continue to grow. So Ian Bremmer, where do you come out on the question of stagnation, decline or continuing growth?
Look, I think that I agree with Kishore that it's too early to talk about things like peak China and stagnation. That seems to be an ideologically freighted, sort of a discussion that's mostly had by people that really want China to fall apart. It's too early to make that assessment. But Italy matters. Italy matters a lot. And you saw how excited and how proud the Chinese were when the Italians said that they were going to join BRIY because it was the first G7 country to do so. It's a part of Europe. It meant that the Chinese were having success in ensuring that the Europeans weren't just going to be pro-US, but we're going to balance between the Americans and the Chinese would do both. The Chinese wouldn't be contained. They wouldn't be ganged up on. We saw the same thing with the Chinese and the 16+1, which then expanded. The East Europeans, the South Europeans, which became much weaker and fell apart when the Chinese were supporting Russia right before the invasion of Ukraine. So the Europeans as a whole are looking much more aligned with the United States on China. Ursula von der Leyen talking about de-risking as opposed to decoupling, the exact same formulation that Biden has. Why? Because they both formulated it together. So that's why Italy is so important for China, not because the Italian economy or because the Italian prime minister matters, because it's symptomatic of a bigger problem that the Chinese are presently experiencing, some of which is their own fault, some of which is politicized from the West. Now, I think that the exciting thing here is not whether or not China falls apart. In the same way that people have been saying that China is going to collapse for decades, people have been talking about the coming Chinese century for decades now, too. And that's gone. What we are seeing with the BRICS, with the G7, and most importantly with the G20 is a recognition that no country is going to own the 21st century. We have global challenges like pandemics, like climate change, like disruptive technologies, like the absence of adequate development finance and the challenges of globalization. And in order to address those challenges, it must be done multilaterally. It must be done globally. The Americans, the Chinese, the Indians, the Japanese, the EU must participate, and the African Union needs to be a part of the conversation. And the G20 imperfectly, nonetheless, represents a significant positive step in the recognition of that. This is not a win primarily for India or the US. It's not a loss primarily for China. It is rather a step on the road to recognizing that 10 billion people on this planet by 2100 are only going to succeed if the G20 as an organization becomes more successful.
Let Kishore Mehbubani respond to that. The idea that Emperor Xi would somehow lead China to its glorious past, where it would be the most important country in the world, where the world would revolve around the Chinese pole, that this would somehow be the Chinese century. Ian Bremmer articulating that this G20 and the existence of the G20 suggests that no such thing is going to happen. There is no Chinese century. Yes, of course, China is important, make no mistake, as is the United States, as is India, the European Union, the African Union, all of them together. So Emperor Xi needs to give up the idea of this somehow being then the Chinese century. Kishore Mehbubani.
Yes, first, let me agree with Ian Bremmer before I disagree with Ian Bremmer, who both he and Samir are friends of mine. I agree with Ian Bremmer that at the end of the day, the 10 billion people on planet Earth in the year 2100 are going to ask themselves the simple question whether the G20 prepared humanity and dealt with the major global challenges we face. No, the common global challenges we face, whether it's climate change, pandemics, global financial crisis, terrorism, whatever it is. I think that's what we should focus on. I agree with Ian. At the end of the day, forget who wins, who loses in G20. What's more important is the G20 addressing the common concerns of humanity. And I strongly endorse what Ian said, that we should come together and deal with the common challenges that humanity is facing. 8 billion of us now, 10 billion in 2100. Now, on the question of the Chinese century, I've never ever said that the 21st century will be the Chinese century. My book, The Asian 21st Century, which has been downloaded 3.24 million times over in 160 countries around the world, says that the 21st century will be the Asian century. And the Asians, by the way, still make up 55% of the world's population, 4.5 billion out of 8 billion. And by the way, India is very, very much a big part of the story of the Asian century. And indeed, as Angus Maddison, a British historian, pointed out, that from the year 1 to the year 1820, for 1800 out of the last 2,000 years, the two largest economies of the world were always those of India and China. So what we're seeing is the natural return of India and China. And by the way, including ASEAN. I mean, the ASEAN is the most underrated organization in the whole world. And you're creating a new growth triangle, the new CIA growth triangle, not the Central Intelligence Agency, but China, India, ASEAN. And these 3.5 billion people in China, India, ASEAN are going to drive global economic growth for the next 100 years. Take my word for it.
As an aside, Ambassador Mehbubani, the only other person I know who's able to slip in a line of promotion about his book or his film, no matter what the conversation is, Bollywood star Shah Rukh Khan. So the second time you've done it, and it's a good one. Go get his book. It's a fun one to read. I've read it, and it is genuinely interesting. But I want to ask this question to Ian Bremmer about the corridor that's being built, the India, Mid-East, Europe corridor. President Biden committed to it in a big way. You had the Saudis on the table, you had the Europeans on the table, India pushing for it. Many of the BRI projects have turned out to be white elephants. This is seen in some ways as a counter to the BRI. How effective a counter do you see this infrastructure project being once it's up and going, the corridor?
Well, first of all, Samir has already talked about this as a development global summit, and that was, of course, a very significant focus. No one has mentioned my good friend Ajay Banga, and this is his first major multilateral as the new president of the World Bank. India background, very strong commitment and experience to the global South, but an American and appointed and very close to President Biden and the administration. That's a big success in this meeting. He's been driving very hard to unlock more money specifically for World Bank commitments to multilateral projects in lower and mid-developing countries. So yes, I'm delighted to see that that is a part of the focus and allowed for a much more productive meeting bilateral between Modi and Biden at this trip. Having said that, this is still a comparatively small announcement in the context of the money that BRI is putting out around the world, even with China under more economic difficult circumstances today. It's over 10 years, the announcements of these investments going into this new corridor, a lot of private sector leverage. The initial U.S. commitment and contribution needs to be approved by Congress. That is not a trivial matter in the United States, either this year or going forward. So there still are big questions about how much American leadership can be committed for the medium to long term, given the political instability in the United States. It pains me to say that, but it nonetheless is the case. So yes, a step, a positive step, but I think Samir made the point that as long as BRI is the only game in town, that's where everyone's going to go. And I agree with Kishore that there will be a lot more countries showing up at BRI than there would be at any other multilateral framework for economic development. The reason for that is because the Chinese are still writing the biggest checks. The African Union doesn't want to be primarily aligned with China. They just don't have anybody else that cares, don't have anybody else that's investing in. I think that this weekend's announcement doesn't change that reality.
Final words, Samir Saran, I'll start with you. The Prime Minister calling for a virtual summit in November. The idea really being to look at the outcomes in the Delhi Declaration to see what can be done before the baton is handed. It's already been handed over, but before Brazil gets really started, to see what can be done to push forward the Delhi agenda. What do you see happen from here? Samir Saran.
Rahul, of course, there are three big dates, or rather moments in the coming 3 months that are of interest to all of us. The UNGA, the high-level week, in a couple of weeks from now. Then you have, of course, the discussions around the COP28, and then the handover to Brazil of the G20 presidency. And in some sense, many of the issues that have been discussed, and I think Ajay Banga is a good introduction into this discussion by Ian, I think will also be revolving around what happens on the reforms, or rather the recapitalization, or the more efficient utilization of the World Bank. The first report, the Larry Sama and Gissing report, is out. The second edition is expected during the Morocco meeting, and that's the third event. You know, the World Bank and how they respond to a very clear and ambitious agenda that the declaration in Delhi has outlined for additional capital for development and climate action, right? So there are these three big things, and I think it is useful for the presidency to agree to a pathway and then to work on it over the next 90 days before it hands over to its successor. We saw that, of course, in Bali, to be fair, Ukraine kind of hawked the entire discussion, and everything else was minimalist, and it did not leave an imprint. But this declaration is so ambitious that it would be useful to set up smaller groups and teams in the Troika, India, Brazil, South Africa, that will run with this over the next 3 years. I think that's the first point. I could not help, Rahul, I have to intervene. I was left out of that wonderful conversation between Ian and Kishore. Look, I think one of the big takeaways from the Indian G20 presidency is that partnerships matter. Countries and group of countries that are able to attract partners with significant weight and significant competence and capabilities will be who will succeed in this century. You cannot go it alone, and countries who believe that they can do it alone will struggle. And I think that's the takeaway. Vasudeva Kutumbakam, we are one earth, one family, one future. That's the model, and I think India has to adhere to that model, build partnerships, work for the benefit of all, and of course there should be no gloating over or gleeful exultations if some countries are struggling. In fact, to all who think that unstable China is good, actually it's a disaster. So we should all hope that better political leadership prevails, and Chinese growth is maintained because it benefits everyone. So a stable China, a sensible China, a rational China is in all our interests.
You know, it's starting to rain here at the Bharat Mandapam. The weather's just been fabulous. You know, you've got this light breeze, pollution best ever in the whole year. So, you know, lots of Delhi and India really on top song here on the ground and in the cricket match against Pakistan as well. So, Kishore Mehbubani, since you're in Taiwan, I want to end over there because one of the things that happen in autocratic dictatorial countries when there is an economic crisis is the tendency to resort to nationalism. And I'm reading a lot of commentary from American generals, admirals, increasing the probability of a Chinese attack in some form on Taiwan or trying to coerce Taiwan and bringing the timelines ahead. It was said to happen sometime, say 2027. Post now, it's being said the window could be narrowing because of economic distress and because the kind of military capabilities that China has been able to build sitting in Taiwan. What's your reading on this?
Two quick points. First, I want to quickly agree with Samir Saran when he emphasized you've got to talk about one earth, one family, one future. And I agree with him about the three important meetings. But there's actually another important meeting taking place in November, hosted by the United States of America, which is the APEC Forum in November. And the Secretary of State, John Kerry, hopes that that will be the summit meeting that will bring together the United States and China on climate change. And if it does, then frankly, it'll be a huge achievement in terms of delivering one Earth, one family, one future. And I hope that India will join APEC too very soon. Now, on your question on Taiwan, I had a very interesting dinner in Taiwan. I was sitting next to a former vice president. I want to emphasize she's a DPP vice president, not KMT. As you know, the KMT is the one that is aligned towards working with China, and the DPP wants to be more independent of China. And it's interesting that what she was saying is that one way for China and Taiwan to come together is not to talk about one China, but one Chinese. And this is the DPP proposal. So you see, if you can have interesting proposals like that, the reason I mention it is that there are ways and means of diffusing many of the serious geopolitical tensions we face in the world. And if you ask me to make a simple bet as to whether or not there'll be a war over Taiwan over the next 10 years, I predict that there'll be no war. Because I think all the sides involved, United States, China, Taiwan, and others, understand that the stakes in Taiwan are very, very high, and that everyone loses if there's a war in Taiwan.
Okay.
And since
your reading is that there will be no war, which is quite contrary to what we're picking up from American strategic circles, from their generals and admirals. Ian Bremmer, it's beginning to pour now. So with your risk hat on, Kishore Mehbubani says 10 years, no war, probability is very low, everyone loses. But that was said about Russia's chances of attacking Ukraine as well before the attack did happen. And the Americans were right on that occasion. What's your reading now, Ian Bremmer?
Sadly, if there's likelihood of war in the nearer term, it would be between, once again, the Americans / NATO and Russia. There is a proxy war militarily and technologically being fought right now in Ukraine with no end in sight. That is still the danger that needs to be managed and contained to the greatest degree on a daily basis. But look, I agree. I don't, with Kishore, I don't think that there's any intention of the Chinese to go to war, not with the U.S., not over Taiwan. I think the Americans feel the same way. But the relationship is poor. The level of trust is non-existent. And there's not a lot of engagement. That engagement is improving, but it comes after almost 3 years of virtually none with the pandemic. And so, as we all know, sometimes you don't want war, but sometimes war wants you. I think that's Tolstoy. It's certainly true that these are two governments that are capable of making mistakes, that are capable of making misjudgments, and that are capable of thinking the worst about the other. The Americans and Chinese both capable. So we need to still be vigilant. We can't be complacent. And if we end up not having war in the next 10 years, it's in part because smart people, thoughtful people, hopefully including the four of us talking today, are working hard to help ensure that that remains the case.
Well, many analysts were doubtful that there would be a joint communique and a Delhi declaration at the end of the G20. If somebody had asked me, would you be able to get Ian Bremmer, Kishore Mehbubani and Samir Saran live for a post-mortem discussion at 30 minutes notice just after the G20 got over, I would have said the probability is immensely low. But it's just been that kind of a weekend. As I said, the weather is glorious. It's raining just this little bit, not too much to bring the entire city down. Delhi is in full flow. India has been on song, but India has flattered to deceive in the past. And therefore, just keep your head down, get the job done is what India needs to keep doing. Thank you very much. Samir Saran, Ian Bremmer and Kishore Mehbubani. Kishore Mehbubani stepped out of an important dinner. Ian Bremmer has a flight to catch. Samir is still nursing that cold, although our viewers wouldn't have picked up much of a bad cold. He got on and he's fully charged on. And thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Hope to have you back again on our network. Thank you for taking out time and giving us the benefit of the power of your insights. Slipping into a break, we'll have more on the other side.
watching India Today.
Your Highnesses, Excellencies, जैसा आप सब जानते हैं, भारत के पास नवंबर तक G20 प्रेसिडेंसी की भी जिम्मेदारी है। अभी 2.5 महीने बाकी हैं। इन 2 दिनों में आप सभी ने अनेक बातें यहां रखी हैं, सुझाव दिए हैं, बहुत सारे प्रस्ताव रखे हैं। हमारी ये जिम्मेदारी है कि जो सुझाव आए हैं उनको भी एक बार फिर देखा जाए कि उनकी प्रगति में गति कैसे लाई जा सकती है। मेरा प्रस्ताव है कि हम नवंबर के अंत में G20 का एक वर्चुअल सेशन और रखें। उस सेशन में हम इस समिट के दौरान तय विषयों की समीक्षा कर सकते हैं। इन सब की डिटेल्स हमारी टीम आप सभी के साथ शेयर करेगी। मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि आप सब इससे जुड़ेंगे। योर हाइनेसेस, एक्सेलेंसीज, इसी के साथ मैं G20 समिट के समापन की घोषणा करता हूं। वन अर्थ, वन फैमिली, वन फ्यूचर का रोड मैप सुखद हो। स्वस्ति अस्तु विश्वस्य, यानी संपूर्ण विश्व में आशा और शांति का संचार हो। 140 करोड़ भारतीयों की इसी मंगल कामना के साथ आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 28 and minimum 23 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 29 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 33 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 29 and minimum 22 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Millet puddings. Buns containing millets. Kerala red rice with millets. Flat bread containing millet. An elaborate spread of millet recipes planned for the world leaders and delegates attending the G20 summit. A platter that showcases not just the flavors of India, but also India's commitment in promoting the cultivation and consumption of millets. And what makes it special is that it is not just a gastronomical delight, but also healthy. In fact, it was on India's insistence that the year 2023 was declared as the Year of the Millets by the UN.
Millets are whole grains which pack complex carbohydrates, a whole lot of fiber, protein, antioxidants, and a lot of essential micronutrients such as B vitamins and minerals like iron, zinc, calcium, magnesium, potassium, phosphorus, to name a few. Millets are also gluten-free. They have a low to moderate glycemic index, thus help in reducing blood sugar as well as help in lowering blood cholesterol.
Delegates visiting New Delhi to attend the G20 summit had the opportunity to savor delicious millet dishes from Odisha, thanks to the efforts of tribal women Raimati, Gyuriya and Subhasha Mahanta, popularly known as millet didis. They shared valuable insights on millets, sustainable agriculture, healthy eating habits at the venue of the G20 summit in Delhi.
मो तो दिल्ली जाऊँगी आज फोन आसला सीटी जाइए मत बहुत खुशी लगुच जीवी बोली बाहर देशर लोक भी आसवे सीटी सांगे भी मिसबी तो कभी देखी ना देखी मिसबी कथा भी सांगे और आमर आदिवासी जयंती कर परम्परा अच्छी सीटा नहीं कि सीटी खोईबी आमर आदिवासी लोग कौन कौन व्यवहार कर सीटा भी नहीं कि जीवी.
Not only were millets on the menu, healthy but environment friendly in cultivating, a message India is sending out on sustainability. Millets are climate resistant and highly nutritious coarse grains grown across the country. Cuisines at the G20 summit were being given special attention, from millet thalis for President Joe Biden to desserts made of millets like ragi laddus and barley kheer. India did it all. In New Delhi with Sneha Murdani, Bureau Report, India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 28 and minimum 23 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 29 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 33 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 29 and minimum 22 degrees.
Kia Sonet, undeniably wild.
All right, I'm Nabila Jamal. You're watching India Today. I'm going to cut across straight to the Bharat Mandapam where Prime Minister Modi has arrived and waving to the media who's been waiting for hours just to get that one glimpse. Prime Minister Modi waves to the crowds and speaks to India Today. Thanks India Today. I'm going to cut across to that very exclusive thank you he's given to my colleague Chitra.
सबका धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करके यहाँ से चले गए. प्रधानमंत्री जी आपको बहुत बधाई. आप कुछ बोलेंगे प्रधानमंत्री जी?
सबका धन्यवाद, सबका धन्यवाद.
सबका धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करके यहाँ से चले गए. प्रधानमंत्री जी आपको बहुत बधाई. आप कुछ बोलेंगे प्रधानमंत्री जी?
सबका धन्यवाद, सबका धन्यवाद.
सबका
Hello and welcome. One of the key thrusts of India's G20 presidency has been the urgent need to reform multilateral development banks. And the World Bank features very prominently in the Delhi Declaration. President Biden putting in a lot of effort to try and ensure that more funds are available with the World Bank, and the manner in which the World Bank's been operating for the past several decades changes. And the man entrusted to do this job is one of our own, Ajay Banga. Mr. Banga, welcome to India today and thank you for your time.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be with you.
You know, I noticed when the Prime Minister was introducing you to the Sabarmati Ashram image, which is at the back, you say, oh, I've been there. You know, so the moment that happens, you get the sense, okay, here's one of our own who's now risen to the position of the World Bank chief. And we've been wanting to do this interview for a while, so we're very thankful that you could finally take out time.
I'm glad to be here. In fact, I have been to Sabarmati back in the days of being in IIM, so it's a long time ago.
Yeah,
I actually went back only once after that, but I love going there.
I want to start by asking you about your mission to reform the World Bank. So we'll come to the Delhi Declaration and the G20. Do you want to give our viewers at the outset, you know, what you've set out as your mission objectives, given the World Bank's original priorities in terms of poverty alleviation, to try and bringing it in to dealing with climate finance, to dealing with food security and the various issues which are very here and now at this moment?
So, you know, my view got informed a great deal by the 3 months between being a nominee and actually getting elected. In those 3 months, I got a chance to meet 93 different countries, the leaders or the finance ministers who I was able to be in touch with. And I met civil society and I met a number of private sector companies, asset managers and the like. And that gave me a really good perspective. And I'm going to give you a distilled version of how that led to what I'm thinking. The first thing I learned was that the idea of somehow segregating, you know, fighting poverty and shared prosperity on the one hand, separating it from climate or pandemics or fragility and refugees or food insecurity or biodiversity, these things don't make any sense because in fact, these are intertwined crises. And when you grow up like we've done in India, you realize very quickly that if you don't have enough rainfall, you don't have 2 crops, then you don't have the cattle because you can't afford them, you lose your dairy income, then you lose the farm labor, and you bring your child back from school to work with you. When you do that, this gain you made in poverty over decades of getting the girl child in particular to go to school gets reversed over the course of a few years of lack of rainfall. So that was one big, deep comprehension. The second one was that people feel nervous about what climate change means. So when the Western world speaks about climate, they're speaking mostly about the emissions-heavy growth of the past. When the developing world speaks about climate, yes, that's interesting because it's important, but it's also about soil degradation, biodiversity, lack of rainfall, heat-resistant varieties of seeds, catastrophes like hurricanes and floods, and you know, so it's almost a different lexicon, and you have to be careful because one and the other are both required. What you cannot tell the developing world is that I'm going to focus on climate change, whichever of the 2 types, at the cost of giving you a school for girls or a health center. So that's the second big thing. Careful about not recognizing the trade-offs that need to be made. And when you put this together, what we are trying to do is to do 3 things in the evolution roadmap of the bank, prompted by the G20 before I came in. And the first is to get a new vision and mission. So the vision is going to go from just poverty and prosperity to say, we want to create a world free of poverty on a livable planet. That livable planet allows us to widen the aperture through which we look at the world, to include climate, to include pandemics, to include, you know, fragility and food insecurity. So you can dedicate your resources to the intertwined nature of these challenges. The second thing we've done is to make it inclusive. And what do I mean by inclusive? Everybody has spoken about inclusion to include marginalized people. I think that's really important. But let's just remember that half the world's population, females, women, are still not able to access the same opportunities that a man does, whether it is in labor force participation rates, or it is in their income for the same work done, or it is in social development and social status. And by the way, this is true of the developed world as it is true in the developing world. And so I'm focusing on women and young people because young people are the energy of the developing world, and we've got to give them, quality of life and a job. So that's kind of the first big thing we're driving.
So while you've studied finance and economics, you're not a classical macro global economist in the traditional way.
No,
right?
no, I'm far from it.
You're a corporate executive, hotshot, high-flying corporate executive.
I don't know about all that.
Now brought in to run the World Bank. Many think it's an advantage. Obviously, President Biden thought it's an advantage, and some would say, how are you going to make the transition from running MasterCard to actually running the World Bank? Like, how are you making this transition in terms of what you're trying to get done?
No, look, some things are very common. Clarity of vision, simplicity of speaking to it, repeating it many times to everybody so they all get it and walk with you together. Processes of management, measure what you want to work on, have simple scorecards, not 158 items, but a few. These are things I'm doing at the bank that aren't unique to either the private sector or the World Bank. I think I was lucky in my years in corporate life in Citibank and MasterCard. I got involved with financial inclusion. I got involved with the US-India business relationship. I got involved with a cyber commission for President Obama. I worked on trade policy. So there's a little bit of me that has a little bit of exposure to this other world other than the private sector. But you know what? It's still a big challenge. And the good news is the bank has amazing people. So when you walk into the bank and you sit with people and you spend just 10 minutes asking them about their background, you will get the most amazing stories of people, how they grew up and how they've reached where they have, and their unbelievable level of education and knowledge. You harness that and you put it in the correct direction, and I think the bank is still a very potent instrument of change and development.
So this Delhi declaration has a direct reference to the World Bank, and it talks about reforming the
more than
MDB,
one reference.
And making this a better bank. So do you want to talk a bit about how this G20 was for you? Because, apart from working on sustainable development goals, reforming multilateral development banks has really been one of the key thrusts of India's G20 presidency. So how do you hope to deliver on that?
So I think this whole reform of MDBs has been part of the G20 evolution framework. And India really took it on and said, let's get something done during our year. And my view has been that for a guy who's new to the institution, who sees the need for change, this is like getting wind in your sails, because you get people contributing their thinking. You have to be careful to listen to everyone, then prioritize what you want to pick on and focus on that. And, my focus has been to get to the better bank. And the better bank idea is get the vision and mission right, which we were talking to, then get the right partnerships going for this bank with other MDBs. So I just announced a partnership with the Inter-American Development Bank, focusing on the Amazon, the Caribbean climate situation, and digitized governance. And then, the private sector and its partnerships. We've announced the private sector lab, and actually Chandra of Tata is one of the guys who's volunteered his time to be a part of it. That's to help get more private sector money into renewable energy in the developing market. So kind of better partners. And then the third part of being a better bank is getting better capital, sweating our balance sheet, the loan to equity ratio, hybrid capital, portfolio guarantees, global public goods funds, that kind of stuff, so that we can sweat our balance sheet without losing our AAA rating. If I can do these three things, a clear vision and mission, good partners with a number of people, including crowdsourcing private finance money, and get the right capital work going, I think then we get the right to go back and look for a bigger bank, which is kind of what the N.K. Singh, Larry Summers report.
I'm coming to that in a moment, because one of the things that India has tried to do in this G20 is to emerge as the voice of the global South. And one of the things that the South is trying to do is to make these multilateral institutes like the World Bank more egalitarian in the way they function, less dominated by the West. Now, you've studied in India, you grew up in a Fauji family, so you understand the concerns of a country like India. How are you working towards that these Bretton Woods institutions actually become less Washington-dominated and more open to receiving the ideas of the global South?
So first of all, I disagree completely with the Washington-dominated word. These institutions, the World Bank, 55% of the employees of the bank are outside of the US. They're in countries. India has a huge office. I was in Nigeria, in Ethiopia, in Peru, in Jamaica, the Pacific Islands, Timor-Leste, Indonesia last week. These are big offices with dedicated people. So I don't subscribe to the Washington dominance. I think what they're referring to is the shareholding pattern of one part of the bank, in particular, the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development. And I think that's because of voting power. You shouldn't allow that to divert from the ability of management to connect with countries. We do, with every country, a 3-year country partnership framework every 3 years. It agrees with the country what the priorities for that country are. That's not done in DC, it's done in New Delhi, and it's done in Jakarta, and it's done in, in Kenya and in Nairobi. So that's the first link. The second link is we put projects on the ground against those. These are very country-driven model. What we have globally are centers of expertise, because the bank is both a source of financing, but even more, as India's government would tell you, is a source of knowledge. That knowledge bank has global practices with people based not only in DC, but in India and other countries. That has the most centralized global feel, but the implementation, the strategic agreement with countries is all local.
While the World Bank's agenda is financial and economic, there's an element of geopolitics coming in as well, with China looking to set up its own parallel institutes with the BRICS New Development Bank, the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, raising questions about how these will be competing or comparing with the World Bank in trying to meet the financing needs of the Global South.
Yes, I think the world's challenges are very plentiful, and the kind of financial effort and energy required are much more than any one institution can or should want to dominate on. This is not about domination or winning. This is about development. So I actually welcome Dilma at NDB, and I welcome Jin at AIIB. We actually have partnerships with them. There's the Asian Development Bank, there's the Inter-American that I just told you about, the African Development Bank with Akin. These are all very useful partners. I think the World Bank can partner with them and do things together. For example, we have what's called the Multilateral Insurance Guarantee Agency, which is a very specialized capability of providing insurance against political risk. Now, the other guys don't have it. Maybe they can use our vehicle to help do what they're doing. If at the end of the day, that improves the lot of women in Nigeria, what's wrong with that? So, I have a slightly different view on this. This is not about winning. This is about getting the right thing done.
Is that just Ajay Bangaji with his diplomatic pagdi on saying this? Because there is one of the reasons why Washington is showing greater urgency about arranging more funds for the World Bank, frankly, is because China has been looking to make deep inroads.
No, that's not true. That's what the press says. I think that's a conclusion drawn from geopolitics. When I got involved with the World Bank and I met President Biden, he was very clear when he understood the leverageability of the bank's resources. So let me give you a very simple math. If you get $1 of capital into the bank, and everybody else also puts in money to keep their shareholding, that leads to 6 or 7. The US puts in 1, you end up with 6 or 7 in total in capital. You lever that 5 times in the balance sheet at a AAA rating, and you end up with $35 to lend in the world. You show me a government program of any country where $1 becomes 35, and I'll give you a medal. So the president of the US basically said to me, this is a great program. 1 becomes 35, I should back you every day of the week. And that's where he's coming from. So he said recently he's put a couple of $1 billion into an appropriation budget bill that's gone to the Hill. If that works out well, that gives us $25 billion of lending capacity over a decade. This is pretty cool. So I think, yes, there is the geopolitics, and I don't deny it, but China is a shareholder of mine and a large shareholder, and I have an excellent working relationship with them. So as far as I'm concerned, there's work to do together. Now, China doesn't take much money from us any longer. They don't need it. But what we work together on is knowledge. So for example, what does China want to work on? Climate, healthcare. By the way, these the US needs, India needs, the European Union needs, and Africa needs. So I don't get the distinction between one and the other on such topics. Yes, there are areas where these countries don't agree, and I get that. That's up to them. But there's a lot of space for the bank to work on in climate and healthcare. That alone can keep us occupied for years to come.
You spoke of the NK Singh, Larry Summers report. Now, one of the things that is being suggested to the World Bank when it comes to reform is basically to try and lower the score from rating agencies. That from AAA, are you going to be okay with AA?
Absolutely not.
You're saying
absolutely
that.
not. Why? Because the reason is very simple. And if you look at the final NK Singh, Larry Summers report, they actually stayed away from that topic because they get it. when you don't do AAA rating, your ability to do that leverage I just told you, that $6-7 become 35. The whole benefit there is that AAA you get amazingly cheaper cost of funds, which allows you to then use that differential to actually reduce the cost of borrowing for countries around the world. If our International Development Agency, IDA, and IBRD were not able to access AAA rating, we would be no cheaper than any commercial bank in that country. That's not going to be useful for development finance. You need blended finance, you need lower cost of money, you need longer tenors. So typically a commercial bank would do a 5-year, 10-year loan in an emerging market. We do 20, 30-year loans. You can't do that without AAA rating. So I think the analysis of going below AAA requires very careful thinking. And if you look at the G20 original evolution roadmap discussion, the finance ministers in the G20 were very clear. AAA rating not to be sacrificed for that reason.
I was listening to the B20 deliberations in the capital when they happened a couple of weeks ago, and one of the things that was spoken of was the need to generate $4 trillion of funds for meeting all the Paris Agreement climate goals, to achieve the sustainable development goals, and essentially looking at increasing manifold the pool of finance available to meet some of these goals. That's the B20 conclusion. How do you see that happen?
So my view is that these trillions and many zeros that people keep tossing about, you can't really be sure of the accuracy. What you are sure of is a very large number.
Sure.
One little study I will tell you, just so you can keep it at the back of your mind. If countries introduce the right policy frameworks and the right regulatory frameworks and the right basic principles of where they're going on a topic, it can reduce the investment you need to meet an SDG goal by half. So whatever trillions they are, if we get the right frameworks, they become half that. That's the first thing.
Interesting.
It's important to remember because this has a double benefit. Not only does it reduce the friction in getting there, it enables the private sector without whom you cannot get to these goals. You're not going to get to these goals with multilateral bank balance sheets or with government balance sheets. You're going to need the private sector balance sheet, ingenuity, technology, and people. And I think that's what the private sector lab is about as well. What can we do to be helpful to make them come in, starting with policy, but then it could be first risk, it could be blended finance, it could be concessional capital for feasibility studies, it could be help with, sort of the supply side of this, creating projects that are bankable, helping them implement them. It could be originating to distribute, it could be managing the asset life cycle. I take part of the balance sheet load in the early part. Once the gestation is done and the utility is paying for the energy, the bank gets out, moves to the next deal. There's a lot of ways to think about how to sweat this and work with the private sector. None of it is easy. All of it is challenging. All of it will test us. But not doing anything is not an option.
Let's spend a moment on debt relief, which is again a key thrust area, especially for countries in the global south which are facing incredibly high levels of debt. How do you hope to deal with that, Mr. Banga?
So as you know, the G20 has a common framework for this whole situation. The IMF and the World Bank together, the IMF takes the lead on this. The IMF and the World Bank together have created a global sovereign debt roundtable. And what happens at the roundtable is that all the creditors for that country show up and talk about what debt have they got outstanding, what are our covenants, and what the repayments are. That's what got done recently for Zambia. And that's the work we need to do for a few other countries. And then you can take the decision on what kind of haircuts will be taken both by the sovereign lenders but also by other bilaterals. In the past, when the Bank and World Bank and the IMF have participated and helped, what essentially happens is we are not part of the haircut regime. We are the guys who are there when the country needs new lending. So Zambia, we are right now putting together a package for Zambia to look forward for the next 20 years. So that's the role we play. We play, get them on the table together, get an agreement, and then step in to put more money on the table for them to be able to do the right thing, concessionally priced. Now, I want to end by one thing on debt. In rising interest rates, the debt that was taken by some of these countries in the time period of low interest rates clearly was probably either not well enough thought through or well enough planned for in a scenario of rising interest rates. What would be very challenging also for these countries will be if these rising interest rates stay higher for longer, which is entirely possible today because the US economy, India, ASEAN are doing better than people thought. And if you looked at the recent UK numbers, the UK is doing better than people thought. And so I think there is a case to be made that this entire debt situation needs to be taken on a war footing with sincerity of purpose sooner rather than later. I know that the IMF and World Bank are working on it. I know that India was a big part of this solution by creating the round table. The Paris Club is involved. There's a lot of people trying to get this right. It's going to be hard work for the next period of time.
जिस तरह से प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने और हिंदुस्तान ने अपने G20 की प्रेसिडेंसी को हैंडल किया है, आप भारतीय मूल के हैं, आप किस तरह से देखते हैं? क्योंकि पीएम का जो हमने इंटरव्यू किया, उन्होंने कहा कि ये G20 की प्रेसिडेंसी एक ग्लोबल ऑर्डर का कैटलिस्ट होना चाहिए, न्यू ग्लोबल ऑर्डर का। आप वॉशिंगटन में रहते हैं, हिंदुस्तान से आए हैं, आप कैसे देखते हैं इसको?
मैं पीएम साहब को बोल रहा था जोकिंगली कि मैं तो मेक इन इंडिया का अल्टीमेट एग्जांपल, क्योंकि मैं यहाँ जमा हूँ, मेरी स्कूलिंग यहाँ थी, कॉलेज यहाँ किया, MBA यहाँ किया।